This is a somber day in the Score.
It's a difficult one. Dark times at the Score.
We lost a legend. We lost a Score original.
A titan in Chicago's sports talk radio.
Terry Boers passed away yesterday at 75.
His comedic and sports sensibilities defined this station's voice in a way that still resonates and makes it what it is today.
People, very nice, condolences, sorry for your loss. It's all of our losses. It's listeners, current people we work with, former people.
He was the last original Score member who was on the air here.
In the afternoon, Dan McNeil with Brian Hanley and Terry Boers. Chicago's #1 sports team is on WSCR, The Score.
Fitting because he was the best.
The most popular man in the history of this radio station, Terry Boers.
I don't know if I'm the most popular guy. Anyway, I'm not even the most popular guy in my own house. So.
I was Terry's assignment editor at the Sun-Times. I always wanted to be Terry Boers.
You and I, being former sports writers,
Yes.
Terry was in Chicago,
Yes.
one of the first to pave the path there.
You stand on the shoulders of giants.
When it comes to Boers and Bernstein, I said this before, I'll say it again. They were my inspiration.
Very pleasant good afternoon. Going to make you several promises for the next 4.5 hours or thereabouts. We're going to do this. We can keep you informed and entertained. Perhaps have a laugh or two along the way. A lot of precision rapping at someone's back door. This is Radio's best combination of divisive, outrageous, objectionable, offensive, and occasionally inhospitable. I'm Terry Boers.
Every single day, I couldn't wait for this show to start. Every damn day. For 5 hours, for 17 years, no matter what time. And it's because I got to work with you.
To listen to all the people who have weighed in since his passing, and it gives you the indication of how much he meant beyond the station itself.
Terry having been at the Score for 25 years, he was a part of everybody's life.
Terry's always been my baseball whisperer in a sports station filled with White Sox fans over the years. You always find Terry, and he would understand me.
I do. Yeah.
He would sit me down and go, Lynn, it's going to be okay. Not today, maybe not next year, maybe not in 5 years, but it's going to be okay. And it's really been okay knowing you all these years.
For all of us in the hallways where if you saw any of us having a bad day or struggling through something or dealing with the day in and day out problems that go on at a radio station, you're always the guy that'll stop us, grab us. Hey, how you doing? Put your arm around us, walk us down the hall. Sit there, talk to us. That's what I'll remember about what you've done at this radio station.
The most pleasing thing that I could leave behind is that people, they listen to this station. I mean, there is a connectivity to this that I never would have dreamed possible, and it is real, it is lasting, it's gone on a long time, kids, and it'll go on for a lot damn longer now.
I'm going to say goodbye to my friend.
Terry Boers was the best sports talk show host ever.
Honoring an original, a Terry Boers celebration of life, an all-day remembrance of our friend, and a day one Score legend. Here's your host, Matt Spiegel.
All right. Well, after that opening montage from Chris Tannehill, good night, everybody. Thanks so much for listening. Thanks so much for being a part of it. God, that got me good. Hello, everyone. There's a small box of tissues right here on the studio console. There's another one in front of the guest spots because we'll have some people in studio. I'm sure folks who are joining us on Zoom, and there will be many today, and they'll be on Twitch, on the Score's Twitch stream and the YouTube stream. We'll have tissues as well. Maybe you will too. But if you don't worry about it, because grieving is weird, Sometimes you cry, sometimes you laugh, sometimes you don't feel the feelings you're expecting to feel. And then they hit you like a ton of bricks when you least expect it. So however you are grieving the loss of your friend, our colleague, a true giant of the Chicago broadcasting lineage, Terry Boers, however you are grieving, we invite you to grieve with us over the next 7 hours. I am honored and proud and grateful and all of those things to be asked to be in this spot. I was an intern for Terry Boers and Dan McNeil in 1994. I'll get to that in a second because it's relevant because we all got introduced to Terry at different times, right? But here we are in 2026, and I'm grateful to get to be here. Grateful that Chris Tannehill is here with me, and that Mitch Rosen asked me to just kind of be a part of it and be a steward for you, a steward for Terry's legacy. That's what this is. So my goodness, the shared Google Doc that we have with the lineup of everybody that's going to be on here is quite something. I've been thinking a lot about, like, God, how am I supposed to be like super heavy about this? Am I supposed to try to be super funny about this? And you go back and forth and you take notes and you think about what you want to do. And then I happened to look on a Facebook post. I'm not even on Facebook anymore, but I was doing a Google search, looking around, found a Facebook post about Terry's passing, and someone shared the autograph page from where Terry had signed his book for them a few years ago. And it said, I forget who the guy was. Let's call him Mikey. You guys good with that? I don't even know who it was. It said, Mikey, I invite you to kiss a sick monkey's wet ass. Signed, Larry Horse and Edward Dickman. That was the autograph page. And I thought, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Am I trying to be reverential?
Well, so speaking of that, right? So we all got autographed copies of Terry's book.
What
when
did he write in
here.
yours? What did he write?
So, I joked about it with several people around here at the time, how incredibly impersonal it was because I'd worked with Terry for so many years up until that point. And it said, Chris, who you crapping? TB. I was like, okay, that's cool.
You.
Only to find out, I was texting with Rachel Staub, a longtime employee of the Score. Her autographed on her book, the exact same thing. Rachel, who you crapping?
It's loving like that.
Mine was F.U. Larry Horse.
F.U. Larry Horse. That is the voice of Jay Zawoski, who has not worked here in quite some time, but was asked to come in and sit next to Chris Tannehill today and jumped at the chance. Jay, I love you. I'm so glad you're here.
I love you too, and I'm very happy to be here. And when Tanny asked me the other day, hey, can I call you real quick? I thought, oh, God, what's going on?
Boy.
What happened? And I was just honored to be asked. It was not even on my radar at all that I'd be part of this in any way, shape, or form. So proud to be back here, especially on a day celebrating Terry.
And you're welcome for me paying for your parking. I'm not even going to ask Mitch to be reimbursed.
What time is it?
And we'll talk about my Charlotte Knights podcast at CHGO at another time. That's really why I wanted to call.
CHRT.
Oh, man. As I was looking around and poking around, I also listened to stuff, and I listened to Tanny, the montage you put together when Terry retired, and there were two callers in there who said stuff that resonated to me. One was that a caller said, Terry, I love you. I've never met you, but I love you. And that's how so many of you felt. And just know that the ones of us who were lucky enough to know him loved him too. And one caller described Terry this way. He said, I will miss your writer's mind, your empathetic heart, and your deeply human soul. And hot damn if that didn't just get me. Terry Boers was honest. It's hard to be honest in your life. Think about if you're honest in your life. Imagine doing it on the radio. He was honest. He hurt people's feelings. When you're honest, you hurt people's feelings. People get pissy, all of that. But the truth is the truth. The truth is maddening. Truth just sounds different, by the way, Cameron Crowe. But the truth oftentimes is funny as hell. And that's what you heard from Terry. Whether you knew it or accepted it or it resonated or not, you heard the truth. When I met Terry in 1994 as an intern, a 300-pound plus long-haired, rock and rollin' intern for McNeil and Boers, he was the most magnetic person in a building full of crazy talent. He had an awe-inspiring presence and talent about him. There was an otherworldliness, frankly, to his brain and its facility. And as I learned about his humble beginnings, it didn't add up to the worldliness about him. And maybe you know some of the beginnings, and I'm sure you'll hear some along the way. But, think of how much of that guy's worldliness was his own will, making it happen, learning everything he learned, ravenously reading and becoming knowledgeable, and then just being that funny. The huge, powerful presence. it makes sense that he became a star when you consider the personality, because his personality was there first. He didn't create a personality to make a buck or make an impression. He was just that guy. And in a business that's now defined by the personality that people create, he was just a personality that found his way to the business. Man, it was just awe-inspiring to be around his presence, whether it was on the air or off the air. And that's how he ended up on the air, which you'll hear today, is because he was that guy off the air, in press boxes and hallways all throughout Chicago's sporting media facilities. So when it came time to give somebody a chance, they're like, how about that guy? And he was encouraging. You heard Lawrence Holmes talk about it beautifully in that montage, and Lawrence will be on later towards the end of this show. He's on vacation, but he'll be on. Like, people who are not working here are on. People on vacation are going to be on. Everybody's going to be on. Trust me. Just about everybody's going to be on. But Terry was encouraging, and it meant something when he did. You know, there were two things that I think about when I remember me being that giant, long-haired, weirdo intern who became a producer. I produced McNeil and Boers. One time, I was wearing black jeans, and I'm wearing black jeans today because I realized they were black jeans then. And there was a big rip in the pants on the inner thigh, but I thought they were cool. Right? I just thought they were cool. You ever have pants like that you're like, man, there's a small hole, but man, these pants are cool. I look good in these pants. I'm making these work. So I kept wearing them.
I'm wearing them today, my version of those.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm actually wearing your old pants.
It's funny how you got those.
I couldn't find any dress bibs to honor Terry today, so...
I kept wearing the pants, and the hole got bigger and bigger, and I didn't care. And one day, Terry said, hey, buddy, what's going on with those pants? You got a big hunk of meat hanging out of those pants. What are you doing? And McNeil lost his mind and laughed until he wheezed, and Terry said, that's it, Meat Pants. That's who he is. He's Meat Pants. That's how I became Meat Pants, because I had a big flank of meat hanging out of my pants. But you know what he also told me when I was an intern? Because, like, you know, that could feel maybe to some disrespectful and disgusting. And, oh, boy, you got to live with that. Does that mean you're fat? Is that your nickname? Is people still call me Meat Pants every once in a while? Who cares? That's what Terry called me. It was funny. I've come to terms with that a long time ago. What he also told me at one point, he said, hey, buddy, and he said this in front of people. He said, you're going to be a star. He said, I don't know what it's going to be. I know you sing. I bet you're great at that. But you're pretty funny on here, too. But you're going to be a star. I don't know what it is. But I see something. I see something. He saw something in me. And he said it to me. And it mattered. Because he was that guy. He was that good. He was that funny and that strong and that honest and that irreverent. And I don't know if he knew the effect that he had on people until the end. And grateful I am, as we all should be, that eventually he knew the effect that he had on people. But man, he was an awe-inspiring talent that made me want to do what he did, and I had no belief that I could ever do it, but it didn't keep me from trying. And he was encouraging too. So look, it's going to be really, really hard at times to get through this for all of us, but it's going to be freaking wonderful because everybody wants to say nice things about Terry. Everybody has something that has been texted to you or that you've read in the past few days that has made you laugh, and you just keep thinking of it. For me, it's this, and I know I told you, Tanny. Jay, I don't know if I told you. Matt Fishman, his former producer, who was my first essential boss, a producer when I was the intern, Fishman told me that he and Terry used to go to Cubs games, and Terry would walk around and talk to all the old ushers and say, hey, what was it like for Gabby Hartnett's homer in the Gloman? What was it like? And he'd ask all the old ushers about that, right? And he would also walk around and introduce himself loudly as Tom Shaer. And something about that, because he's given Shaer the business as he does it, because Shaer was stuffy. You know, like George Ofman's going to be on later. Like anybody who was seemingly professional or stuffy was just going to get it from Boers. So him walking around going, hey, how are you? Tom Shaer, nice to meet you. How you doing? I have not been able to stop laughing at that. Jay, I'm sure there's something. Tanny, I'm sure there's something people text you that you just keep thinking about and makes you giggle.
Well, doing some of the production for this show last night, it's one of those things like you have, hours and hours of Terry archival audio, and you just you drop a marker in at a random place when Terry's talking, and you'll hear something that makes you laugh. Last night I was texting with Bernstein. It was Terry calling John Howell Captain John Crackpick. Like that was his nickname for him. Just Terry's names for people.
Doesn't make any sense.
And Bernstein had said, yeah, like only that is better than Ramblin' Red Rectum, his partner. So,
oh God, Jay, is there anything that
I
popped
actually
in?
had texted Bernstein on Tuesday trying to remember who Terry said made a rash decision. He said that about a person he saw with a rash. It turned out
it was just some guy in an airport.
Yeah, some guy in an airport.
Poor
that
guy.
man made a rash decision.
like he chose to have the rash.
Yes.
And while we're there, it's like you'll be in an airport, and that's where they're bringing out the cart where that originates from.
But it was 3 days before Terry passed, and I just texted Dan randomly, like, who is he saying this about? Was there anyone famous?
He's in the ether, man. He is in the ether. Mitch Rosen has stepped in. Our boss, Mitch Rosen, thank you for making this happen, carving out the time in the Scores airspace today.
Speegs, Tanny, Jay, our entire staff. This is going to be a special day. Terry was a special person. Terry was a Score. He was part of the initial lineup in 1992. I like to say part of the Mount Rushmore of the Score, along with many others like North and Jiggetts and Mac and others. But, listen, the listeners are in mourning. The staff is in mourning. Obviously, his family. We had a production meeting today, and we talked to Carol, his wife. Yeah. We've been in touch with his sons. And we're all in mourning, but I think we celebrate the life of Terry Boers today in fun, in laughter, in crying. But, everybody will remember Terry as one of the nicest people in the hallways, one of the smartest, one of the real people in our business. 25 years at one radio station and left on his own.
Who does that?
Not many.
Come on, you've been in this business at multiple stations, iconic places in this town. Who gets to leave on their own?
Leave on their own, no trouble. His HR file was empty. You hold it, you shake it, nothing came out.
Well, that's because the stuff you ripped up through the years.
Right. Nothing came out, and he left on his own. Carol and I were talking about that before you guys got in the meeting. He got sick, but he wasn't comfortable continuing because he wasn't confident he could continue to do it. But he was just a great person in sales. I talked to Jeff Fritz, a longtime salesperson here in the Sales Hall of Fame at the Score, and people talked about him.
It's a really boring Hall of Fame.
I know, but he's a great guy.
I remember when Boers and Bernstein kicked everybody out of the Scores Sales Hall of Fame? That was a great show. Go ahead, sir.
After they drug tested half of them. But sales performance enhancement drugs.
If they weren't on drugs, you kicked them out.
Right. No, but Terry was special. And I think today what you're doing, Speegs, and Tanny and everybody else, but the whole staff, we have our social media department here. Half the guys weren't even born when Terry started, but the passion everybody is putting into it. And I think the great thing, too, is people that may not have listened to Terry or knew him are getting to know him through this. And I like to say, Layla and I were talking about this. It's like you go to a funeral, let's say with your spouse or somebody, I've got to go to this, and you hear a rabbi or a priest do a homily or a speech, and you walk away and you go, I didn't know that person, but I know that person now because I learned. And I think people are going to learn today who Terry Boers was and everything. And you're going to bring that through the speakers and through video and all the platforms. And that's the goal for today. And it's going to be a special day. And we thank you, Matt, Tanny, and Russ Mitera behind the scenes, and Ryan Porth, and Jay-Z, who hasn't worked here in years. And he was sitting on the couch in my office. I go, you haven't left. It's special.
That's beautiful. Yeah, no, it's amazing because you're right. There are a lot of people out there, hopefully, who will listen along the way today who didn't know him or didn't hear him. Even I'm sure there's a whole generation of Score listeners who started after he was there. But you're right, and it's funny because I'm thinking about my former partner Danny Parkins, who'll be on later today. always used to say, like, he loves to read obits, really well-crafted obits, because you learn about somebody,
Right.
and all of a sudden it blows your mind. Some of the stuff people are going to learn about Terry, even those of us who've known him for years, will blow you away.
Right.
You know, I mean, did he give you crap? What did he give you crap about?
Not much. Listen, our relationship, I hate the word boss, or, Layla said, you are our supervisor. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, you have to make tough decisions. But we had a special relationship. Long before he retired, we'd go have dinner a couple times a year. He lived out in Mokina. I always bring up Mr. Benny's. You've been there. It's an old school kind of steakhouse. We talk about life. We talk about my family. We talk about his family. And those were special times. I first met him in 1988. My first job out of college was at WGN Radio. He was part of the sports writers on the radio.
Yeah.
And I was this young punk out of college. And we met, and then we didn't talk a lot. I was at WMVP, the competitor. I came here in 2005. And we reconnected, and we never got into any arguments. There was not much conflict, and
I love that you guys went to dinners together.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that you guys, because you ended up bringing us into that.
Yeah.
Where, I was only, I think, at one of them, at one of the last ones, but you used to bring us like annual dinners with Terry.
Yeah, different mix of people, right? It was Russ, Tanny, Lawrence, Jason Goff, Bernstein, and the one you were at, there would be laughter. Sometimes there'd be a little crying because we'd go around the table, kind of life updates, remember? And it wasn't about radio all the time. It was, about kids, about life, personal stuff. And again, talking to Carol today, I said, Carol, those dinners were special. And she said, Mitch, those dinners meant more to Terry than you'll ever know. And I won't ever know because I won't be able to ask him. But
now
I want to.
She told you.
Yeah, and I want to continue that tradition, and with Carol and the boys.
Wow.
And all of us.
That's lovely. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about going around the room and just talking about stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And funny, one of the pictures I saw, I think I said to Tanny, it looks like we got caught in Epcot at Animal Kingdom. The background, Tanny,
the
remember
most recent
that
one? Yes.
Yeah.
The photo's up on the wall of my home, even though my face is not really visible in that picture.
Yeah,
Yeah.
doesn't it look like we're in Animal Kingdom in Epcot? Yeah. And one of us is like holding our crotch. I'm not going to say who it is, but it's pretty funny. And those are special memories.
Yeah. No, they are. It was wonderful that you put Carol on speakerphone for a moment as we were in the meeting, and she started to tear up, and that got me. That got me good. Yeah. What advice do you have for the rest of us for this show? For Jay, for Tanny, for myself, what can we do for you?
Just be you and all the great guests. I think the listeners are going to be surprised at some of the people that are going to be on throughout the day. I think they're going to be entertained. There's going to be some emotional moments. Listen, there's nothing planned, but I think what people are going to say along the way, people are going to be emotional. It's real. I think the work that Tanny has done, it's no surprise. He's not one of the best. He is the best at what he does. This is art, what you're going to hear today by Chris Tannehill and our entire staff. So I think sit back and put the radio on. If you're watching live, enjoy that. And this is for the listeners. This is for Terry's family. And quite frankly, this is for us too.
Yes.
This is therapeutic for all of us.
Look at I put on a suit jacket today.
Yeah,
because
you button the top button.
Well, I always do that.
Yeah, sorry.
Top button swag for life. But this is we don't know if there's going to be something else that we can gather.
Right.
We don't know for sure about any other arrangements. This is what we get.
Yeah.
And this is lovely. And this is a way to do it for Terry in a way that resonates for him and for the family.
Yeah, and everything we're doing today, and starting when Terry passed away on Friday, I've been lockstep with the family. So everybody should know that what we're doing today and all the guests and the communication, I've been in touch with Terry's sons and, of course, Carol. So if anybody's saying, wait, are you doing this without the 100%, and we remain close to them throughout.
All right, boss. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And no better person to do this but you.
Well, it's kind of you. It's a crazy synergy for those of us who've been here for a long time and feel a sense of connection to the place. The man defined what this station was going to sound like, along with the other Score originals. You're going to hear from a ton of people today on this 7-hour show. Honoring an original, a Terry Boers remembrance of life continues in moments here on The Score.
Yes, I've got my Sammy Sosa chubby going. 2-0 Cubs in the bottom of the fourth. And it's Sosa's home run, a towering line drive in the first inning, a controversial shot. Third base umpire immediately pointed fair, and that's the only run
which
of the
was
game.
it? Wait a minute, hold on.
Was it towering or was it a line drive?
Get some coffee and a towering line drive. You can't have it both ways.
Oh, yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
You can't have it both ways.
Gentlemen, it was a towering line drive.
George, you want Julie to finish the update. It's either a line drive or it's a towering home.
Gentlemen, I'll repeat myself. It was a towering line drive.
Don't make me come out there.
Come on out here.
Bank your little hiney.
I didn't deserve that.
I'll give him by Ryan.
You ask North and Jiggetts, and even Arnie Harris, who was on, it was a towering line drive.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
That's the moment that it happened. George Ofman live at Wrigley Field doing updates on The Score, Sports Radio 820. It was 820, it was 1160, it was 1160, and then it would power down at sundown and power back up at sunset, go from 50,000 to 5,000, and now here we are on the old We Must Ask Questions WMAQ signal. It is The Score, and George Ofman joins us right now on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Join us, George, if you will. It is wonderful to see you and have you. And George, you were the update guy. You were the paragon of professionalism. You stood for the stuffiness in the sports universe. Whether you wanted to or not, that was part of your role at the very beginning, wasn't it?
It was, and do you think I was surprised that that wasn't going to be my open? Of course, that was 32 years ago in May, believe it or not, and people still on social media refer to the towering line drive. So one of my calling cards, and you knew that Terry was going to step in, and it was a great time back then.
And you've explained and stood by. You continue to stand by the absurdity.
Absolutely.
Not today, but it's yours. And Terry gave that to you, whether you wanted it or not. That's part of your ID in this town. It's amazing. When did you first encounter Terry? Before The Score began, surely.
Oh, of course. No, I started here professionally in 1978. So Terry came here, I think it was 1982. He was on the desk and he was covering the Bulls. So I got to know him then. And I think he was on radio. He's on with Chet Kopic. I think he was doing some other radio before he even started at The Score. So I knew him then. I didn't know him as the bombastic Terry Boers until we started. And, I think I mentioned on social media that he would go into a shtick. And then I realized it wasn't a shtick. That's Terry. That's who Terry was. He was hilarious. I heard a snippet of your open today, along with listening to what you said yesterday about Terry. I couldn't agree more. You encapsulated it beautifully. He was first of all, he's brilliantly funny, but he was brilliant, period. He was well-read. He was a very, very smart guy. And he was great at in challenging listeners. If you recall, and you were around, I think you were an intern then.
Yep.
When the O.J. Simpson saga went through, that was a hallmark moment for me because Terry was at his very best. He took on all comers. The people who were supporting O.J. Simpson and screaming at him, well, he gave it right back to them. And it was like must listen to radio every single day.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I think I started after June of '94, which is when the car chase happened, but I remember stuff during the trial, but it's an interesting parallel to put with all the Penn State stuff. I remember learning when we looked at the ratings, the radio ratings after the Penn State situation, that we realized that all the news people had come to The Score to get the context of it. And I think that happened similarly for Penn State and for things like that because Terry and his partners at the time, Mac and then Bernstein, were so up to date, were so well read and smart on it, and they argued with a sense of justice in those times.
Always. That was always the case with both of them. And what I really appreciated about Terry, as funny as he was, and believe me, he was hysterical. I'll tell you one story. I don't know if you were there, but this was at the bar called the River Shannon, which is located on Armitage in Lincoln Park, about 5 houses from where I first had an apartment. And we were having some kind of event. We weren't on the air, and it was in the evening. And so, I'm Terry standing near the door. And of course, I'm standing near Terry because I know something's going to happen. And people are walking in, mind you. And Terry, puts out his hand to shake his hand, and he would introduce himself as, "Hi, I'm Tom Shaer." And he kept doing that over and over again. And I'm laughing hysterically. He does it with a straight face. Finally, he turned to me and he started to laugh. He loved it. That's what Terry did. He was hysterical on the air. And on top of that, if you recall, what country was Terry from? Do you remember? He would always say, "I'm from this country."
You're quizzing me.
Brazil.
Brazil. That's
I'm
right.
from Brazil, he would say. And I mean, where it came from, I don't know, because Terry was from some other planet. And so sometimes during the update, I would say, "Terry, I don't know if you saw what's happening in Brazil, your home country." And he immediately would start the conversation about Brazil. It didn't matter. So that was just part of his aura. He was incredibly funny.
All right, I'm keeping a list, George. I'm going to keep a list all show of like different Boersisms like that. Like I invite you all to kiss a sick monkey's wet ass, and Larry Horse and Edward Dickman. I'm from Brazil, of course. I remember. I'm from Brazil. Now also, Judd Sirott, who is of course the play-by-play voice of the Boston Bruins, but was a producer at the Score in those days, texted me today, and he's like, "I loved the Baron." And I forgot about the Baron. They used to, I believe it was Baron von Muffhausen. Can I say that?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're going to add that one. We're going to add that one to the mix. I've got that one down. I'm glad it resonated with you about how smart he was. And from the humble beginnings, just like the small house beginnings, the small town beginnings, it's like he must have worked his ass off to learn everything he did and become as brilliant as he was. You'd hear stories of he raced cars. I don't remember why he was racing cars in the pre-radio days. He wrestled women. Do you remember him talking about wrestling women, George?
No, I don't, but I'm sure.
I'll ask somebody later.
I don't know if that was part of Terry or not. I don't realize. Did he really do that?
I think so.
Are you confusing Terry with Andy Kaufman? Terry did wrestle. We're going to try to get to the bottom of the wrestling stuff today.
He wrestled. I think there were women too, but anyway, he was wrestling. He was part of a wrestling federation of some kind. We need to get to the bottom of that. All right.
Well, there was something else about Terry that wasn't funny, but very appreciative for me. And that is when I was covering the Cubs during the playoffs of 2003, when they won in Atlanta and then they lost in Miami. And I don't recall if it was either one of those trips when I came back. He and Dan Bernstein, when I came into the studio, applauded me. And I will never forget that as long as I live. That was such a compliment. And they did the same thing when I was covering the White Sox in 2005 on their way to the World Series. It was a 7-city tour for me. And when they won the division title in Detroit, I was on with them for 25 minutes, and they gave me great plaudits. Terry was particularly effusive in his praise. I will always remember that. So there are many sides of Terry Boers, but the journalistic side of him came right through to me, and I will never forget that.
Well, that's awesome, because there was that integrity and that credibility from the journalistic perspective that made it frankly, it mitigated the absurdity of the jokes and the ridiculousness of the humor, and that helped to balance back out with the journalism. That's what the Score became and what the Score still is, isn't it, George?
Absolutely. I mean, listen, those of us who were there on the ground floor didn't really know how this was going to go. You had Mike North and Jiggetts, and you had Dan and Terry, and you had Murph. But anyhow, that notwithstanding, and Tom Shaer in the morning, those guys were, the building blocks of what is the Score today. And without them, I don't know where we would be. But Terry was wonderful. He lasted 25 years at the same radio station. The only sadness that I have is that he had to go through all that pain for many, many years. But it's interesting to note also that Dan Bernstein, and I watched one of his quotes, he said, how do you grieve today? And he started laughing. And that's one way to grieve. That Terry Boers was that kind of guy.
Damn right.
That you want to think of the funny aspects of his life and how witty he was. He was tremendously witty. And so when I think of Terry, I think of pretty much funny stories.
So, George Ofman is with us. You got to watch Boers and Bernstein grow from its early days of awkwardness to its unbelievable peak. How did you know that show was going to be special? You had the best seat to watch chemistry develop in the radio station's history, frankly.
I know, but as it went forward, you had two very intelligent human beings that had great senses of humor, and they started to connect, but they were really off the wall. And so they just meshed perfectly. And, look, Who You Crappin' started with Dan McNeil and Terry, and eventually, it went to those two until they finally said, we've had enough. And by the way, that segment was absolutely wonderful because it involved the listeners. The listeners are the ones that made that happen until, it got a little tiresome for them. But as they went along, they were very combative. I mean, when listeners came on that they didn't agree with, or they had some kind of opinion that they thought was off the wall, I mean, they slapped them pretty good. And you recall that, everybody does.
Of course.
But I think they worked together well because they both had great senses of humor. They were both very smart. Great integrity, and it worked for, gosh knows what, 17 years?
George, you're the best. Thank you so much.
My pleasure as always. And by the way, I just want to say, I think Mitch Rosen said it best. Everybody is grieving today in their own right because it's not just us, it's all the listeners who really love Terry Boers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's George Ofman, Shorty George. As a producer, the fun that I would have watching him and Mac and later him and Bernsey just pepper George with sound bites and non sequiturs and drops and just make him completely unable to get through an update. That's one of the most joyful parts of my radio life, just to watch that happen. They used to do it non-verbally, George. Just McNeil grabbing like all the different carts and just firing different things, whatever it was. Perfect timing.
All I know is I can tell you that when Terry started doing his stuff when I was on the air, I knew what was going to come. And I was laughing so hard, I could not breathe. And then when I would try to start again, Terry wouldn't stop. And I would say on the air, and I would say, Terry, please stop. I want to get through this. I can't stop laughing. So, no, I'll always remember that.
It's great. Thank you, George. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I should say that there are more than one person who we asked to be on this show today who cannot be on the show today because they're getting surgery. And I think that is a great homage to Terry in and of itself. Several people getting surgery of whatever kind, because Terry always had something. He always said, "Hey, buddy," and he'd always tell you about whatever malady it was, because he would just tell you about himself, tell you about his life. John Shaky Siuntres is a brilliant man. The Word Balloon podcast is something that is ongoing. A brilliant guy when it comes to comic strips, but oh my God, what a production marvel that he is and was part of the awe-inspiring array of talent at The Score that I was lucky to be among as an intern and a young producer. And Shaky joins us right now. What's up, Johnny?
Matty, good to talk to you, buddy.
Hey, man.
So thanks so much for asking me to come on today.
Yeah.
Sad but wonderful day honoring the Baron.
You were funny as hell. You are funny as hell. But Boers was the funniest among us, wasn't he?
Oh, God, yeah, absolutely. You know, I heard George say, I first encountered Boers back in the 80s, really this time of year, when he used to be on the Sports Writers on Radio with Ben Bentley and the Velvet Fog, Dave Van Dyke, and Tony Giannetti. And, yeah, Boers was the funniest guy in the room. And, I mean, honestly, just zinging Bentley, I don't know what you're talking about, Terry, but that's fine. You know, it was great stuff, man. No, and so it was such a thrill knowing. I had known McNeil because of my days talking boxing with him and Chet Kompick in the day. But I was really excited to be talking to Boers because I knew how funny he was, and I couldn't wait to join him.
I mean, you ended up as a producer for North, but like you were production guy, but you were also voice guy. Like they realized you were funny and you could do voices and you could sing, and you became part of the Arsenal first. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was originally hired as an associate producer and really only screening calls on weekends, but ended up working with Terry on that weekend show he would do with Brian Hanley. And, we're cracking wise in the hallways and stuff. And all of a sudden, we'll do that on the air, Shaky. And I'm like, all right, absolutely, man. And that's kind of how it started. And then before, I was with North, and before I was production director, I was the associate producer on with McNeil and Boers. And so, I really followed in Greenberg's start of making those opens. But I was a radio guy, so I was into doing parodies and doing character voices. I did, Jerry Reinsdorf, we got a great team, I really feel. Various things like that. And Mike Tyson, of course, I did that during his prime and when he was behind bars, and I don't mean the ones in the tavern. But, it was fun. I mean, and it was great because the guys were just indulgent that way. The Score became a much more comedic station than I think what the owners and even Gleason, Ron Gleason, the original program director, thought it was going to be. Thankfully, they all opened the doors to us.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, not Mike Tyson. I remember you talking about Lennox Lewis, of course.
Yes.
And Jerry, what else did you do? Were there others? You remember?
Well, of course, I know Jay Hood took my Ron Santo. He called him Ron Rando. But I was doing it before Jonathan was. So that was another one that I did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, Sid Crunchneck. And Sid Crunchneck, we learned on Terry Boers' show. He had a child show in the early 60s, Uncle Sticky Pants. And I was taken off the air for controversial reasons. And my attorney is asking me not to go in.
Did you say Greenberg was cutting opens? Mike Greenberg?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when he wasn't reporting, he was, he and Judd were the two guys on McNeil and Boers when the Score started.
Wow. I don't think I realized that. Folks,
man.
Mike Greenberg's going to be on later on. Mike Greenberg's going to be on, and I'm thrilled about that. And I was just telling Jay, we got to figure out all the different roles. All right, Shaky, John, you're the best. I love you. I've loved creating stuff with you. But I was always in awe when a story would break and they would process it and be absurdly funny. And then sometimes you would walk in and say, hey, play this. And I'd be like, what is this? What are you talking about? And you're like, just play it. And this was one of those days. The legendary sportscaster Marv Albert got busted for having a lengthy affair, apparently, on the road, and his mistress filed a lawsuit, and it was embarrassing. There was deep physical details in there, and Marv was a legend of the game, of course. And McNeil and Boers were hilarious talking about it. And then about an hour and a half later, you walk in and you hand me a cart and you said, "Play this." And I'm like, "What is this?" And you said, "Just play it." And we played it, and this is what it was.
Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. I can't concentrate on Tim Hardaway. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Sodomy. Accusations come allegedly. There's a statute hanging over me. Virginia law could indict me. Why? She would prosecute for my loot. She would not say I did something wrong with my schlong on yesterday from downtown. Yesterday, I was happy doing play-by-play. Now I wonder what Matt Gukas will say. Oh, I believe in yesterday.
Oh, God. That's when I knew that all bets were off. You could do freaking anything, and I wanted to do it forever and ever. John Siuntres, everybody. Let's go.
Well, again, collaborating with you as we did on other novelty songs like Surfer Luke. I remember we blew Wendy Rice's mind watching us do Beach Boys Harmony while we were singing Surfer Luke about Luke Longley and his body surfing, screwing up his back.
But
no, that was the great thing about all the hosts. But really, McNeil and Boers had started there first, and then Jiggetts and North too.
I know.
They would let me do my parodies. It was great.
But Terry encouraged you. He saw that you were great and funny, and he encouraged you, right, Johnny?
100%, man. No, exactly. I mean, he gave me. Come on, man. I was there to screen phone calls. Yeah. That's all. That was my job. But he appreciated it and was like, "No, you're funny. I want you on the air." And that meant a lot to me, man. That was really a big step forward in breaking through in Chicago.
I knew it. All right, John Siuntres, you're the best. Love you, man. Thank you.
Love you too, Maddie. Thanks a lot. And here's to Terry.
All right, you got it. Here's to Terry Boers. Joe Bartosch has walked into the studio. Joe works down the hall at WBBM, and you kind of, while they prepped for messing with the sports updates with George, but they perfected it with you.
I think the most fun I ever had in radio, I think about those Boers and Bernstein shows for those years that I was the update guy. And I think part of it was I would try to impress Dan and Terry, and if I could get a reaction from them, whether it's a smirk, a laugh, or a ugh, that meant a lot to get that reaction. It was almost like I was putting on a show for them because I had admired what they'd been doing for so long. And in the update studio in the old days, top and bottom, and in between you listen to the show, and you had to listen so closely to Terry because he would slip in so many little comments and jokes. He was a comedian on the radio. I always thought that show was more like an improv radio comedy show that had sports as the base. And it was just a joy to think. I'm honored. I'm proud to say I was on that show and worked with Terry for those years.
That's beautiful. You fit right in, man, because you got it, and I know you still get it. We still talk time and time again about stuff. McNeil and Boers, and then Boers and Bernstein. Those are the two North Stars of sports radio, aren't they? Like that's what you want: is the honesty, the smarts, and the comedy. You want all of it.
And when you think about it, Terry, between the sports writers, which people have been mentioning, but then also Heavy Fuel Crew and Boers and Bernstein, three iconic shows in sports radio that had an impact that went beyond. We're very provincial here, and we know our guys and that. But the impact of that show and those shows went out around the country.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the Terry Boers legacy, is being one of the first sports writers to come over and do that, which has become a normal. Now that's just everybody, does it.
Yes.
But he was really, we've been using words like original, pioneer, and those words are appropriate and even maybe a little bit short in terms of the impact that he's had. Not only, but talk about the impact in the building, just the kind of fun we had.
Oh, yeah, but the impact in the industry and in the business, and there'll be people later on that will bring on active people in the industry who will speak to this in the same way that you are. I'm really glad you're speaking to it. Like that was, it's trite to say, well, maybe the sports writer has a personality. He had a personality. That's one of them right there.
Terry's so smart, so funny, so analytical.
Yeah.
But he could be also so with the funniest, most juvenile jokes that would just get me every time.
Yeah.
And some of the phrase, the catchwords and some of the catchphrases that the show developed over the years. It's an unforgettable guy is what I'd say. And if I can indulge just for 1 minute in a personal one, just because I think about it all the time, especially over the last weekend, all the fun we had at the Score, and we still have. I'll walk down there all the time because there's something unique about the Score. The listeners bond with the hosts and the producers, the whole team. But there's something special about the Score where I haven't been on, in years, where my name will get mentioned. And somebody go, "Oh, I heard you on the Score the other day."
Lefty hurler Bone Lugan.
There it is. There it is. Bone Lugan, one of my favorite pitchers of all time.
I preferred Boone Logan, but you do you.
And I always blame that on Goff because I said he distracted me, but that may not actually be the truth. But
there's
of all these memories, but this was such a happenstance event, and I get kind of choked up thinking about it now. But it's my favorite memory of Terry Boers, who I tracked with we just had something. But I was at my son's travel league basketball game when my son was about 6th or 7th grade in Palos Hills, and I look up. And there to see his grandkid play basketball is Terry Boers. And I think it's one of the few times I ever saw him outside of the building. And we sat there for an hour during this horrible game and talked no sports, just talked about kids and family and life. And he was just so proud of his kids and his grandkids. And the heart that I felt from Terry on that day, it's such a great memory for me to think about, just because people, when you're a bombastic, crazy dude, you get a certain image. And then you talk to somebody in just that odd setting in a gym in Palos, the greater Palos area, because I can never tell the different ones apart. But that people should just understand how much of a heart Terry had and how much he loved his family. And you're hearing the stories from his coworkers.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Joe Bartosch. Much love to you. Matt Abbatacola is next as we roll on, and there'll be a former partner of his and compatriot of his to join us later in the hour as well. Jason Goff will be here. The both of them next hour here on Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers Remembrance of Life.
Dan Bernstein Unfiltered. Got most of the band back together as we welcome one of the greats of all time, Terry Boers. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. How are you, man? How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Well, I thought the show belonged to all of us. I mean, you guys worked as hard as we did on it, so, I mean, I had no...
I wouldn't say we worked hard, but we were there.
What we did was a team. That had nothing to do with one guy or the other guy or two guys. It was all of us. The guys that worked behind were just as important to me as the guys who worked in front. Yeah. And I love you to this very day because of how hard you worked. Those were the greatest days of my life.
The common thread that went through everything that was good during those years at the Score and during the years of Boers and Bernstein, the common thread was you. And that was, when the lights went on for the show to start, the good times, the culture that was built, that was good in the hallways, the camaraderie between different departments, you were the common thread of all of that. You really were. I mean, you were the heart and soul of everything that we did that was good at the Score.
Should have told Mitch that he paid me more.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on the Score.
That's what we're doing. We're going to be here till 7 o'clock. And sometimes the Zoom is going to pop up, and if you're watching on Twitch or on the Score's YouTube page, you're going to be like, oh my God, that's that person. And sometimes that person's actually going to be sitting right next to me. Matt Abbatacola is here. Hi, Matty.
Hey, buddy.
It's really good to see you.
It's good to see you too. It's good to be here, despite the circumstance of what it is. It's good to be here. And that was nice. That was a nice little touch there to throw that in there. I appreciate that very much because that was fun.
That was Terry on the podcast that you and Dan Bernstein do together, Unfiltered.
Yes, so we do Dan Bernstein Unfiltered, and we do a Bears podcast, Forward Progress, and we were fortunate enough to have Terry on as our first guest ever on the brand new podcast network, and Terry was the first guy we brought through.
Wow.
And it was early September. I didn't expect you to play that. That was really nice and cool. I appreciate that very much. And, I've watched that now a couple times again over the last couple days as I've been going back through Terry's book again and sitting on the couch. And when I found out Friday, he consumed my whole weekend. My brain was consumed by Terry. And fortunately, it was a busy dad weekend because we had 8 basketball games on Saturday and Sunday combined. So, I'm in different spots and watching a lot of basketball. So my body was physically busy. My mind was just on Terry constantly.
For anybody who doesn't know, by the way, I can't imagine they don't, but I should just remind people every once in a while, Matty, a long, long history here at the Score on a ton of different shows as a host and, of course, as a producer, but most famously known as the executive producer of Boers and Bernstein for how long?
So 14 years.
14 years, the executive producer of that show.
Yeah, so I came here to the Score in 2001 as an intern and then associate producer for Murph and Fred in the mornings.
You interned for me as a producer, right?
I interned for you. I was an interning. I interned for Murph and Fred, and then Dan and Terry. Fishman was here as as sports director.
Yeah, all of it.
Dan Zampillo was the producer. Jay Hood was the board op and producer for B&B when I was there.
A lot of those names will be on today. If they can't, it's either because they're not allowed or they're getting surgery. One of the two.
Are those the two options? So it's either available, not allowed, or surgery. All right.
Yeah, I'm glad I was allowed. No surgeries planned. No, but I couldn't be happier to be here.
I'm glad you were allowed too.
Yeah, and it's, again, I say it's a bittersweet thing to be here because, this was home for such a long time, or at least one of the iterations of home. There was 3 different locations that were home. But to be here to celebrate Terry, just means that he's gone, and that really sucks.
But it's an opportunity for us to all be together and think about him and talk about him. I'm sure your phone's been blowing up on your weekend of Terry, like you said. Like you probably heard from people and you're texting about
so many people.
Right?
So many people. People that maybe came through the show as a guest a couple different times. Guys that were, former colleagues and score producers and score hosts. Just hearing from everybody and hearing from all the listeners that have reached out to us on our podcast, just, with Terry stories and things that I've forgotten, and hearing how Terry related to people and impacted people on their own individual level. To hear those stories it's awesome, and to hear, I remember when Terry said this, and it's like, oh my God, I totally forgot, Terry did that. Whether
share one if there's anything that's in your mind. Feel free.
There was a great email that came through to us, to me and Bernstein. A guy said to honor Terry the other day, he took some coffee, put it in a styrofoam cup, didn't drink it, would microwave it to heat it up, not drink it, reheat it, not drink it, reheat it, because that's what Terry would do. And it was just like a little thing like that I just forgotten about. And I'm like, my God, this guy, he would go to the microwave constantly and microwave his Dunkin' Donuts cup, not drink the coffee because it would get cold. He'd have to reheat it. And he would do that over a 5-hour period a dozen times.
Well, let me ask you about that because there's a couple things.
And so it was something like that I was just like, yeah, it's just those little things.
Yeah.
And that's what someone who wasn't around Terry personally every day remembered about Terry.
Well, Maddie, and then he would just drink his Diet Coke anyway.
Right, and he was drinking Diet Cokes.
Well, this is the thing, Tanny. This came up yesterday.
It did,
Two
yes.
things. One, I think the guy was trying not to drink coffee. Knew he shouldn't because he took better care of his body. There was a point where he used to be super heavy, then he stopped eating cashews, right? And he stopped drinking coffee and stuff like that. But he still kind of liked the ritual of doing it, and it gave him an excuse to walk around and mess with people.
I think that's what it came down to, was just the opportunity to be in the hallways and see people.
That's what I'm saying. Just
right.
needed to have the social, because it wasn't enough to do it on a radio show.
Right.
And then he would get bored with sitting with the partner, so I got to walk around and mess with everybody.
Yeah, and it wasn't Terry's style to go up and interact with people without a purpose or a reason. It was like, I was on my way to the microwave, buddy. Hey, how are you, buddy? Because Terry didn't like attention, which is bizarre and ironic in the industry that he was in for so long. He didn't like attention. He didn't like being the focus. He didn't like having the spotlight on him, yet he was so good at all of it. He was great at communicating. He was great at connecting with people. He was great at interacting with people, making them laugh and feel welcome and part of whatever he was doing.
Amazing.
But he just didn't like the attention of it.
So that's fascinating. He used it as the tool, as we all do in some ways, and it's part of how we ended up in the business psychologically. Like you're talking to me about. He used that tool to make everybody comfortable, and that's what he did.
Yeah, I was just on my way to the microwave, buddy. And hey, buddy, that was his thing. So it was like just something like that, and that's what someone remembered about Terry, was us making fun of Terry for always microwaving his coffee and never drinking it, and that's what a guy remembered. And it's stuff like that I've heard over the last several days. It's been awesome to hear and to see. In reading emails, feeling the emotion through the emails is really cool. Feeling emotion through people's words is awesome. And when you're a well-published author, that's your fucking
Yeah, that happens.
Sorry.
Yeah, podcast.
I'm
live.
used to it now. I can swear all the time.
Oh.
Sometimes I just swear just to swear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that, fellas.
Yeah, give Tanny about a minute and a half.
Like if you're an author, like your job is to make people emote feelings. If you're sending an email about a guy you never met and I can feel how you feel about it, that's really special. That's what he did. And to, talk about score heads and bringing listeners together at remotes, and it really is true. And really seeing that through Terry's passing is just a really special thing about who Terry was as a person. I'll share this with you. I was talking with Bernsey about it yesterday when we were remembering Terry. Like my experience with Terry is very different and unique than everyone else's. And I say that in regards to the score, because I've heard from a lot of people that either worked here or knew Terry that way professionally, or guys that still work here, grew up listening to the score or listened to the score in their adulthood before they worked here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I never did. Like I knew the score existed, obviously. So 1992, it comes out. I'm 19 years old. I'm knee deep in Michael Jordan and the Bulls and all that stuff. I was living and dying by Jordan. I didn't listen to sports talk radio, and I knew the score existed. If I ever turned it on, it was in the mornings, and I would hear, briefly Tom Shaer and Jim Memolo. I remember hearing Doug Buffone and Norm Van Leer, the Bull and the Bear. But I didn't listen to Monsters of the Midday. I didn't listen to the Heavy Fuel Crew. I didn't know there was a guy named Mike Murphy on after, Dan McNeil and Terry Boers. I didn't listen. So when I was at Illinois Media School and got an internship, I didn't choose the score. I got an assignment. So I'm like, oh, sport. Yeah, I'm familiar with the score. I can go do sports radio.
Wow.
It's fine. So I come here not knowing anything or anyone of the history of the score. So I meet Murph and Fred, and I'm doing their show, and I meet Dan and Terry. Like McNeil to me was a guy on ESPN.
Because he did ESPN radio sometimes on the weekends.
No,
but
2001 when I got here,
I see.
He wasn't here.
Oh, you mean Dan Bernstein and Terry? Right?
No, yeah. So Dan and Terry,
were
just two guys, and I'm working their radio show.
It's a lot of Dan and Terry talk today.
Yeah, sorry. So
good.
I didn't know, I wasn't familiar with, Terry from the Heavy Fuel Crew. I just knew him as Dan Bernstein's partner, and I'm working their radio show now. That was it.
Yeah. So what? How did he strike you?
We started off as friends. We just became friends because I wasn't like, oh my God, that's Terry Boers.
You didn't have to battle through the public image and that.
Yeah,
concept.
and I didn't he wasn't on. And I don't mean this in a negative way or trying to portray what other people think or feel about him, but he wasn't on this pedestal to me of a radio guy because that just wasn't my thing. And then it was like, oh, he was a writer, so I would go back through and pull out. I've saved Full Sun Times to commemorate the Bulls championships. And other, and I'm like, oh, there's Terry. That's the guy whose radio show I work on now. He was a writer.
Yeah, he was.
So I just, that wasn't a thing to me. So I knew Terry first. I just got to know Terry as a person. That's how that started. It wasn't like Terry of the Heavy Fuel Crew.
Mm-hmm.
Terry as a founder of the score. It was just a guy that I worked for, and we just became friends.
So what did he mean to you as a person and a friend through the years? Because you and I have talked a lot. We've all been through some stuff. You've been through some stuff, man. Terry had a warmth about him. Did you feel that warmth?
Oh, of course. No. So Terry eventually, that friendship grew into a family-like relationship. I mean, Terry was a father figure to me. That's what he was, And when, and I explained this to Bernsey the other day. There had been times throughout our 14-year working relationship that Terry was disappointed in me, like a father would be in a son. And Terry sat me down a few different times and expressed his disappointment in behavior or whatever might have been. And he was able to do that because we had that kind of relationship, and he was like that father figure to me. But his disappointment was always umbrellaed in love, and it was never umbrellaed in judgment or anger. And usually at the end of those conversations, there was a handful of them. It always ended with an outstretched hand, here to help. Hey, how can I help you? What can I do to help? I'm seeing this or that, or this happened, and let's talk about this. So we had that kind of relationship. So that's where it developed. So it's
beautiful that he cared enough to try and have those conversations, because a lot of people won't bother to try.
Well, and it's interesting when Terry's talked about this, and he talked about it on the final show we did on January 5th of 2017, a toast to Terry. I listened to that the other day too. My wife and I, Natalie and I, we sat down and listened to it. And Terry talks about the story where he and I went out one night to dinner out in Mokina area. We went out to dinner at this Mexican restaurant, and Terry opened up to me about a friend he had in his 20s, early on in his, starting off in his paper life. And they became friends. He got really close, and then that guy got sick and fought cancer and died. And it was from there that Terry was like, I'm done investing in people. I'm going to keep people at an arm's length because I'm not going to open up and get hurt again. I'm not going to do that. And when he told me that story about that relationship, he said it was the first time he ever shared that story with anyone. Wow. But he shared it with me because we developed a closeness, and he let me in. And it was the first person that he'd let in a long time. So that's the kind of relationship that we had. It went beyond working together for 5 hours a day doing radio. And after he retired, and I'd left to score 4 months after that. We still kept in touch, obviously, and we'd see each other as we could. He was in Florida a lot, but we'd gotten together for lunches, and I would, go down to the south suburbs, and we'd get together at his favorite places for lunch, and we'd see each other that way. But it was a lot of texting or calls because he spent a lot more time in Florida, thank God, which was great for him. I know he loved it out there, but well, we would see each other when we could. But our relationship, it started out as me interning and working on his radio show and then becoming friends, and then it developed a lot closer than that.
I wonder if that friendship is why you were so comfortable going after the both of them so often in really wonderful ways that made for compelling radio. Like, were there times where you guys would tussle and it would be cool, right? He probably, did he ever get upset with you for those kind of times?
No, and Terry and I never really tussled, though. We never really had much conflict at all. I think if any conflict developed, it was because he was uncomfortable with the amount of conflict that Bernstein and I had.
Right.
And he didn't like it, but he never really even expressed it a lot. He never said, you two need to stop, or it's too much. I think it just made him uncomfortable at times, and he just kind of put it away and let the children be the children, So yeah, we never had any conflict at all. It was funny. I would always vent to Terry about Bernstein.
Would he vent to you about Bernstein?
No, he never really had much to vent out about Dan. So,
but you would vent to him. That's good.
Oh God, yeah,
we need that.
Oh yeah, he would if.
I never vent to Tanny about Lawrence or anybody.
You shouldn't. There'd be no reason to.
I wouldn't dare.
But if like Bernstein would leave the studio, I would go wherever. I would walk in here and just MF him up and down for a few minutes, and
right.
Terry would laugh. And
I never vented to Tanny about Danny Parkins. Never. There was nothing ever to talk about.
Not in the last couple hours you haven't anyway.
Yeah, that rat bastard.
I've been busy, all right?
That guy, that rat bastard. I would get after him if I were you.
I never vented to Jay Zawoski about McNeil. Not in the last 10 minutes.
Well, none of those guys ever vented about you either. So, they're fine.
No, they were the problems.
Dan, Maddie, everyone else is the problem. That's the beauty of being perfect.
That's what
Everyone
learned.
else is the problem. When your name Matt, you got nothing but blue skies in your life.
All right, so you would vent to Terry about Dan sometimes.
Yeah, but it's just so that I think it's just it hit me a lot over the weekend, seeing a lot of the stories and hearing from a lot of guys how their view and their foundation of Terry, their relationship started.
Yeah.
It started as a listener or knowing who he was, and I didn't have that, and I'm really glad I didn't, because we were just two guys.
Yeah.
And the other aspect that hit me over the weekend a lot was, so I just turned 53 a couple weeks ago. When I met Terry, he was 51. So we're relatively the same age now. And, obviously, he's was 75 when he passed a couple days back. But it seems like that, it seemed like yesterday. And that's a 24-year period. And it seems like yesterday, but it's also a long time. How quickly that goes. And shoot, I was 28 when I started interning here. I was old for an intern. And now that I'm 51, I look back and it's gone so fast. And so it kind of put me face to face once again with my own mortality over the weekend as I thought about it. I'm like, Terry was just 51. And we were just doing shows together, and I was interning for him, And now, he deals with all these different illnesses and all the struggles that he has to go through physically, and now he's gone. And it's like, all right, I'm 53. 75 could come up like that for me.
It is. It's going to.
And
God willing.
There's a lot of life that's going to happen and will happen there. And, my goal, man, I don't know about you. I want to make it to 100. I got to get to 100. Like I got 47 more years in me. I want to see my kids grow, and I want to see them have families. My daughter's having her first baby in March, so I'll be going to be a grandpa.
Come on.
I want to be that grandpa that goes to kids, sporting events. And I'm at my kids' games, and I see their teammates, grandparents are there supporting them for t-ball and then travel baseball, now basketball and tackle football. I want to do that for my grandkids,
of course and you will.
Yeah.
I know you're an unbelievable dad for your sons and their athletic life right now. Tell people, how old are your boys?
So Hank's 13, Jackie's 11 and a half.
Amazing.
So Hank and Jack, 13, 11 and a half, 7th grade, 6th grade. I've coached the last 4 years of tackle football. 2 of those 4 years, they were on the same team, so I got to coach them together, which is always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I've coached. Since Hanks was 5, I've been involved in about 30 teams. like 32 teams.
I mean, Bartosch told us the story of Terry getting to his grandson's basketball game and sitting there with him. It's like that's the stuff that mattered to him. He gave time to the family and focused on them. He would love to know that you're doing that.
Right, and that's the thing about Terry that stands out the most to me. I mean, exceptional writer, exceptional communicator, great in radio, a founding father of sports talk radio, and those aren't even his best attributes and characteristics in life. I mean, him and Pete's been married over 50 years, and he raised 4 great boys who went on to have their own great families, and doing their own things. So Terry, the best part about Terry is his human side. The person that he was, the husband that he was, the father that he was, the grandfather that he was. Those are Terry's greatest attributes.
That's beautiful.
And yet we just know him for the public personality that he was, and the writer that he was, and the sports talk broadcaster that he was.
But
and
we're doing this.
Those aren't even. Yeah, I know.
We're doing this so you can tell people that. That's why we're doing this.
Right. But the amazing thing about Terry is his ability to blend all those together, because the stories that we're hearing from people are the human side of Terry. It wasn't like, oh my God, Terry had this take on the Bulls and I'll never forget it. No, it was when Terry made you laugh when you were going through a hard time, when your life wasn't at its peak, and you used the Boers and Bernstein show as your medicine to get through those dark times, those tough times, that laughter that they brought you, and that's the human part of Terry, which is the greatest part of what Terry was. Of all the great things there was, it was the human side of Terry, which is why people felt so comfortable around Terry. Because, like I said this to Dan, Terry is the guy that could take a stranger, meet him at a Who Needs Two Tavern tour, sit face to face with the guy, roast the guy verbally in front of other people, and that guy would walk away laughing, having the best time of his life.
Yes.
Even though he just got made fun of for 5 minutes by a guy he doesn't know, and loved every stinking second of it.
That's the way it was in the hallways. People would line up to get abused.
That's what he did.
Yes.
But it was because he connected with people on a human level, and he listened, and he loved people, and despite what he might have said about that, and that was the greatest strength that Terry had. He could make anyone feel comfortable at any time.
Matty, great to see you, man.
It's good to see you, too.
Thanks for doing this. That's Matt Abbatacola.
Thanks for having me here in the igloo. Jeez, what is it, 50 degrees in here?
I know. They're working on it, theoretically.
Is there a thermostat that turned the heat up?
It's the way Zawoski wants it.
I'm sweating profusely still.
Yeah, I was going to say. Does the air from here blend into there? Because take your flannel off.
It's really not cold in here at all.
Oh, it's so
come
cold
on
in
over.
here. My
come
hands
on,
are frozen.
Thank you, Matty, for wearing a suit jacket like an adult.
Oh, but I thought we were on camera. Are we on TV somewhere?
Yeah, of course we are.
Yeah,
but it's a meaningful day. We should dress up. We both put on cologne today.
I put cologne on. I put a jacket on. I wore my nice Air Force Ones.
That's exactly right.
I used the whole bottle. Is that the way it's supposed to go?
Oh, look. Jason Goff has a jacket on, too. He's coming in here next.
Well, that's a handsome grown-up there.
I know. Look at all of us. I don't know how we got this old. Keep it right here on The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
George Ofman.
As funny as he was, I'll tell you one story. We were having some kind of event. Terry's standing near the door. And of course, I'm standing near Terry because I know something's going to happen. And people are walking in. Terry, puts out his hand to shake his hand, and he would introduce himself as, "Hi, I'm Tom Shaer." And he kept doing that over and over again. Does it with a straight face. Finally, he turned to me and he started to laugh.
Keep it here as we continue to remember our legendary teammate and friend, Terry Boers.
So if you are just joining us, the news is that our very own Jason Goff, who used to call the station many, many years ago as young Jason from Evanston, has accepted a job with the CBS sports radio station, the FM startup in Atlanta, Georgia. He must go to Atlanta. And he is going to be the full-time evening co-host for The Game. And we couldn't be more happy about it. Couldn't have been more excited.
Proud.
Heard the news, and
Proud
it's just extending the Boers and Bernstein tree.
Oh, that tree isn't worth a damn. Our tree is.
It's actually, when you think about it, I know we can make. We should be pretty proud of the tree. It's pretty good.
But the only
thing is, though, is that you two had nothing to do with the success of that tree.
Didn't say it. Well,
that's what I think.
7.5 years, 8 years later, I will never ever go on a more adventurous and a more heartwarming ride than I've had with you guys. So I appreciate you. I truly do.
Well, for sure. I say this about few people in my life, but I think that I can safely say that you and Matt, I love you both.
Believe me, Jay, the world wants you and will love you even more.
We're Boers and Bernstein.
Go to break.
Go to break, jerk. You have WSCR The Score.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
That was amazing. Of all the moments he could go back and pick out, when Jason Goff was either coming or going or coming or going.
Man.
That's the one he picked. The day that it was announced that you, Jason Goff, were going to Atlanta to be a full-time talk show host, and they were so damn excited for you. Terry was a beautiful, encouraging soul, was he not?
Yeah, for sure. The next day I hosted with you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the next day I hosted. That was the last show that I did before I came back.
Yes.
And I think Doug and I had a Kevin White and Amari Cooper conversation in the hallway, and I think that was one of the last times that I had a chance to, hang out with Doug.
Hang out with Doug Buffon.
Yeah,
because you were there was a while at that point you were my first choice as fill-in on Mac and Speak. But you were also
Here we go.
You also Mac's first choice.
For sure.
So you were all of our first choice.
So this is the thing. When I was a kid and I first got wind of this station through my uncle, shout out to Wayne Patton, shout out to everybody over there in the 14th district. My uncle driving around all the time, and he told me, hey, there's a sports station starting up. He knew my the attraction, like what radio did to me. And he knew that I always listened to like WLS, Don Wade and Roma in the morning, and Catherine Johns and Rush Limbaugh, and I listened to WBBM. Like my mom, when she first came to this country, just all she did was take in news and consume news. And I got a chance to, on a half day in 92, check it out for the first time. And I was hooked because I knew I wanted to do radio when I was like 9 or 10 years old. And I just didn't know what. Jamming Dave Michaels on GCI and every Doug Banks in the morning. So that attraction, that magnetism. When I heard Terry Boers, when I heard Dan McNeil, when I heard Mike North, when I heard Dan Jiggetts, I said to myself, this is it. There's nothing that's going to stop me. There's no that I'm going to take. There's no, the internships are a little bit different. I don't even know if they happen these days, but there was nothing that I was not willing to do. 2 buses, 2 trains, 3 times a week for free for 9 months.
Hell yeah.
And it was only because I heard Terry Boers laugh and talk the way he did. And I always knew that, like, there's certain figures that speak to you and you feel like they're talking to you. Terry wasn't as polished as some of the other radio voices that I had heard because he wasn't of it.
That was part of the charm.
He always made me feel like I could not only do this, but I could do it well because someone had joy from the outside and brought it to themselves. They brought themselves to the medium, right? And then I started calling.
I remember you started calling, but what you just said about what you heard is beautiful because people didn't realize necessarily what it was. Somebody said this earlier in a montage, and I clipped it. Terry had a writer's mind, an empathetic heart, and a deeply human soul.
For sure.
Man, do I love that, because you heard all of that coming through. Yeah, it was funny and everything, but you heard the humanity, and it was unpolished humanity. And then young Jason from Evanston started calling. I was a producer at times, punching up the button that said, Jason from Evanston is on the score.
The biggest thrill I ever got was, I didn't realize that hosts would be in the control room. So anytime I called and talked to guys like yourself. And one day, Terry was in the room while I was getting put on, right? So I'm 13 years old, 12 years old, and Terry grabs the phone and starts cursing at me. Because I had called a few times by that time, and what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you at school? What's going on with you?
You were his entertainment during the break.
And man, in that moment, I was like, I'm one of the guys. Like this thing for all these years has been a club for guys and girls who may not have been the coolest, may not have been the smartest, damn sure wasn't the most handsome or well-dressed people, right?
How dare you?
Right? I mean, you know what I mean? But it was always like a family. It was always like a cool vibe and an understanding of this is where we come to get our differences out. It's okay for you to feel that way. It's okay for me to feel this way, but this is where it was. And I didn't have that outlet anywhere else in my life. So for Terry to embrace me and take me in, I knew that I was a good man. Then I had the chance, you hear Modest Vuzelis talking about playing against LeBron last night, and his dad hanging up a poster of LeBron in his room, and Adam and Stacey put it up on the broadcast, and you see Modest playing the Xbox. Like, I got a chance to ball with one of the greatest to ever do this coast to coast, when sports radio was simply, we could throw it on the Sports Huddle on MAQ, or we could throw on 3 or 4 hours here and there. We could do this on this radio. So when sports radio became a thing.
What was the score? Was like the 6th one in the country, something like that?
I didn't know and I didn't care.
But there were so few out there, and we had one. Yeah. You got a chance eventually to ball with
the legend,
stud.
with the legend, and getting the chance to not only intern, but also work with him and next to him. Terry was the first person to ever let me really feel like, or make me believe that no matter what, just be yourself. If you fail doing you, then it's an honest day. If you succeed being somebody else, that at some point somebody's gonna catch up with the lie.
Hell will come to breakfast.
Yeah. Terry was a good man. Friday when I got the call, I had already been in a tough place and have been for a little while now, with losing my mom not too long ago, and just thinking of how he interacted with my mother, on these remotes, and when my mom would come out, and how he would interact with my sister, and how he treated me and everybody that I loved like family. And he didn't have to, right? We're in these atmospheres with each other where sometimes you have relationships, right? And in that cut where I leave, and that's my last show with Boers and Bernstein, he talked about the jobs are the jobs. You leave a job, you go and get new bread somewhere else, you go on and sign a new contract somewhere. You do whatever you got to do to keep the lights on, or you go on to further, your career. But it's always the people. And he said that in that cut. And I listened to that probably once a year. And I listened to it again. And the genuine kindness of that man, all the things that people heard was because Terry was as soft as a marshmallow. And Matt and I got a chance. I remember when Dan Zampillo told me, hey, you're going to be working the Boers and Bernstein show. I was like, okay, I don't know what the hell happened here. I thought it was like the time where they filled out the schedule and I was hosting overnights at like 21, 22 years old. And then Eric Beverly came on after me like, all right, somebody got high filling out the schedule again. Like, at some point they're going to realize that this is not for me. And Matt and I went out. It was the first time I ever, kicked it during the day. Matt and I went out, and Terry called me that night and he said, hey man, make this thing your own. Like, we've had so many producers before you. There's been a lot of people who have come to this station. He goes, make this thing your own. And I told him, are you sure? He said, yeah. So the drops and the music, like Terry understanding like what this truly is.
And now you got to bring your whole person to it, and giving you that freedom from the get-go.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, he was, I can't, it sucks for me to even like think of it in past tense, but he was as important to not only the station but to this city's fabric and conversation as anybody who's done this. And this station has produced the greatest who have ever done this, right? Like Mike North and Dan Jiggetts.
By the way, they're both coming up next hour. Yeah. Just so people know, North and Jiggetts are on this show honoring Terry
Mike
next
North
hour.
And Dan I would race home to hear the Heavy Fuel Crew and the Monsters, and to understand and be around these men, and then to work as closely as I did. I worked, I produced for Dan, Jigs and Buffon. I produced a couple of times for North, but to have the relationship that I got a chance, and I was so blessed to have for 7 years before I went to Atlanta with Dan Bernstein, Matt Abbatacola, and Terry Boers. It's nothing was the same for me after that. The business became the business. Life becomes life. You start creating a family. You go through whatever. But that moment in time for me as a young man, You know, I got a chance to, on the side of a road in Bourbonnais, look Dan and Terry in the face and say, you know, I'm going to start covering these Bulls games because I feel like I'm hitting a little bit of a glass ceiling at this place. And Derrick Rose was drafted. And, you know, them looking at me knowing that it was going to take away from the show some way, somehow. You know, I was going to be doing 2 to 6 with them and then rushing over to the United Center to do games and then coming back here to do, you know, opens. But Terry was the one who was like, yo, don't worry about the other stuff. Like, go do what you have to do. Terry is a special dude who touched so many lives, and there are very few people that you feel like you're honored to have known. And he had the nerve to say it in that clip about me. If Terry is listening, and I know he is, because like I mentioned, legends never die. It was an honor, an absolute honor to know that man. And he's the reason why I've never been afraid of being like vulnerable on the air because of his bravery. He's the 9/11 show. You know, I was working that day, and to see a guy who was seen and been through everything be touched in that way and affected in that way, and try to get through it, because that's all we're doing. You know, like people listen to the radio and they trying to get through their day. There's a lot of days where people are behind these mics and they just trying to get through it. And for him to show himself in a way that I respect as a man, and still do. You know, and on top of it, like he was the cool dude. Like Terry and I shared a love of like nice things and fast cars, and he always helped me understand that it was okay to be whatever the hell it was you were. Mm-hmm. And I truly appreciate his mentorship, his leadership, his words. When I went down to Atlanta and life was hell, Terry would hit me. Yeah.
Jason Goff is who you're listening to. I'm so glad you're here, man. I'm so glad that people are getting a chance to hear how you felt about that man and all of that. And I agree so wholeheartedly about the willingness to be yourself and his encouraging. You know what you got me thinking about, though, just to make a sports point for a second? The best organizations have strong people at the top who hire strong people and tell them to be strong and support them. And then when they get opportunities, like covering Bulls games, say, absolutely. And they want that for you because it's going to make you better and that makes them better. It's like when we see these football coaches and their assistants might have opportunities and they're like, go, we want you to go. Yeah. Like he just genuinely wanted the best for you, and that made you better every single day while working with them.
I mean, because, you know, people don't understand that if you don't get fired in this business, then you probably haven't been around long enough, or you're probably not saying anything that anybody gives a damn about.
I'm still waiting for a second name on the list for him. He didn't get fired. 25 years. Left on his own.
But I'm talking about the
paper.
You
got 2?
I'm talking about the paper. Uh-huh. You know, his life as a columnist.
He quit that.
But these are the things. Jack in the Box. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things where Terry.
You're not saying anything anybody gives a crap about.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing. Terry made it okay to feel however you're gonna feel. Mm-hmm. Just back it up, and also don't waver. Don't waver. You know, if you feel some kind of way about something, be authentically you. And he was that. I mean, I remember days talking to Terry down the line when he was doing the show from home, and you know, we'd be 2 hours into the show. I'm screaming into the microphone so he can hear me. Like, come on back, Terry. You know, he had his headphones up super loud so he can hear him throughout the house or whatever. And I'm listening to him teach Ty how to curse on his knee. Like, you know, listening to his grandbabies talking into the mic. Like, you grow not only an affinity and an affection for a man and a family, and I think that's what's most that's what stands out to me the most as a broadcaster as he was, as great a writer as he was, as great a conversationalist as he was an even better husband, and he was an even better father. right? And, I mean, he blessed the family with Boers face, obviously. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Boers face, the undeniable Boers face, right? You see a Boers walking down the street these days, you know who the hell the patriarch was, right? But he showed me how not to run from things. He showed me, I'm mostly non-confrontational, and Terry instilled a lot of things in me that he never knew that he did just by watching how he got down. Watching him question people who he took to task, and then have him sit right there in the tent in Bourbonnais, stare you down, or in a media room or in a press room.
He was unafraid to be accountable and just give it right to you.
And when he was wrong, he'd let you know in his own Terry way. And anybody who ever listened understood that as well. Terry wasn't just some sports talker. Terry is and was a phenomenal dude. And I know a lot of people who, when I was on that show, caught a lot of grief. Right? I mean, you're the only brother on this show. It's a lot of things that get said that's off the wall sometimes. I take my guys to task, and they understood where I was coming from, and I understood where they were coming from.
They heard you, though. They listened to you.
It's a bunch of experiences clashing and smashing into each other for 4 or 5 hours a day.
You need that.
And it's the best time that I've ever had doing radio, listening to radio, being a part of radio. The segments were effortless. They'd see me and Maddie come in and know, and when we were locked in, and then they'd also see if we spent a night out in Lyle, and we pulling up 35, 45 minutes before the show, and they'd look at us and be like, we're going to make fun of those two all
now
day.
Hold on. So here's what I've heard, that, they didn't do meetings. Boers and Bernstein didn't do meetings. They just let it fly. How much of that is because you guys were showing up late?
No.
Come on.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't. No, it was shout out to B. Shout out to Brian. No, it wasn't that at all. It's the thing that I run into now. The issues that I run into now in this business is.
By the way, Jason Goff does a tremendous podcast on The Ringer, The Full Go on Spotify.
Shout out to that.
With The Athletic. Go ahead.
Spotify and The Ringer for the pod, and The Athletic Show on Amazon Fire TV on Saturdays.
Thank you.
No, you good. It wasn't that. It was the responsibility that all four of us carried to, no matter what, have something. I've talked to people who've been in those Space Jam runs with Michael back in the day, like the Juwan Howards of the world, the Grant Hills of the world.
The one in L.A. before they made the movie.
Yeah. And they just all show up and they knew what it was, right? You showed up every single Monday through Friday. You knew what it was. We didn't have to have this grand hour-and-a-half meeting where people do the show before the show. I didn't have to say talk about this next. I look dudes in the eye and know, if you don't have anything, you better be funny as hell for the next 4.5 hours, right? And if my opens weren't on it, I would take it to heart, and next day I would come that much colder, right? If Maddie didn't want to hear these dudes talk, guess what? 7 guests are about to be booked, right? If Matt wanted to hear these dudes talk, or if Matt wanted to hold
these are too many trade secrets here, Jay.
No, but you know what? People need to understand what good can be, and what you get sold as like, all right, this is a lot of stuff sounds the same because we all following the same formulas. Where it's like, all right, you get here 2 hours before the show and you look your host in the eye and you say, hey, did you see the game last night? And then y'all talk and do the show back there, and then nobody does what they're supposed to do on these airways. I had the opportunity because of Terry, because Dan's a meticulous dude, but he was on that vibe as well. Because of Terry, we were like, hey, no, we're not doing that. If you don't have what it takes, it's going to show. If you're not funny, it's going to show. Your jokes aren't going to land. Then we're going to make fun of you. If you didn't watch the game, you know how many championship games I came in here and me and Matt were like, what the hell is going on? and then by the end of the show, we'd be like, these bastards did it again.
They fooled everybody.
They did it again. You know why? You know, it couldn't be. It wouldn't be possible unless you had a 6'6", Boers-faced individual making weird noises, and the only man who I know can sit with his legs crossed and both his feet touch the ground. Like, the man was a Martian, right? He was a different kind of animal, and I truly appreciate the experience, man, and. There'll never be another like that, Cat, man. Never, ever, ever. Love you, Terry.
As Jason Goff, look at you guys, Chris Tannehill and Jay Zawaski over there. We're late. We got a break, but I want. But say hello
I
to
got
them.
the heavy fuel crew coming up here, man. I mean, not the heavy fuel
I'm still
crew.
cutting the open.
The
monsters.
The monsters coming up.
Dude, the monsters of the midday are next. Jason, much love to you, man.
Love, man. Appreciate you guys having me up here. And respect and continued blessings to everybody out there, and to Peach and the family. Love you always. And I'm so sorry for your loss. So sorry for our loss. And Terry, we will love you forever, my brother.
That is the truth. North and Jiggetts are next on The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
Joe Bartosch. Joe works down the hall at WBBM. They prepped for messing with the sports updates with George, but they perfected it with you.
I had to listen so closely to Terry because he would slip in so many little comments and jokes. He was a comedian on the radio. I always thought that show was more like an improv radio comedy show that had sports as the base. I'm proud to say I was on that show and worked with Terry for those years.
Or honors an original as we celebrate the life of Terry Boers. Right here on The Score.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
And I think everybody in this room knows exactly who's come up and sat next to me here. He is Pappy. He was the heart and soul of the station. We started way back on Belmont Avenue because he's out of his mind. And the transitions we did with him were just something else. And I remember he said to me, I want to say you said to me on the air, Mike North, you said, just because I've never seen Deion Thomas naked doesn't mean I don't know Illinois basketball.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Happy 25 years. How you doing, everybody? It's great to be back at home. I'll tell you what, Terry, you were the funniest guy of, I think, our whole crew, the whole group. To be honest, witty, quick. You set an example for me. I did borrow some of the stuff from you because you made me see when you hear other people do it first. Maybe you could jack the game up a little bit. You don't worry about the ramifications. There were at times, but it was all for the station, and I think everything worked out according to plan. Look at this, huh? Beyonce don't have a stage like this, like Terry Boers does.
I am so glad you stopped by today, my friend.
Love you, Terry.
It was good to see you.
25 years at The Score, this guy. How great is he? The best. Thanks, Terry.
Mike North, thank you.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
We're a couple hours into this thing, got a lot more hours to go. A lot of people coming up who you're going to hear from. In an hour, Mike Greenberg is going to be on the show. Greeny, because he started at The Score, and he tweeted the other day he said Terry was the funniest guy he's ever been around. So that's in an hour. But, man, I've been so excited for this, to bring on Mike North. And Dan Jiggetts will be here shortly as well. Unbelievable. That's Matt Spiegel, by the way. When I got to The Score as an intern and then a producer, I could not believe the awe-inspiring array of talent and powerful personalities. It was just absolutely insane. And we've talked a lot about Terry, and we'll talk about Terry, but you just heard Terry Boers call Mike North the heart and soul of the station. And that is some powerful stuff. From a guy we're lionizing, deservedly so today, Mike North, welcome in. Thank you for being here. The heart and soul of The Score is what he called you. How does that feel to have a guy like Terry Boers refer to you that way, buddy?
Well, considering we hardly talked the first 3 months, Matt, because I came from a different land. Most of the station, and good to talk to you and good to be on The Score again. The station was made up of a lot of journalists, a lot of great ones, a lot of great talent. Terry crossed many roads. He was a radio guy. He did some radio. He did TV on Chevrolet Sports Fire and the sports writers in the 80s. I read his columns. So I believe, I said it on a show that I do, and I honored Terry last night with it, was on the Bar Room, was You know, the first guy I saw when we had our first meeting was him. But I was in a room, and you got to remember this. I came from the hot dog stand, and I was in a room with the likes of Boers, McNeil. I didn't know Mike Greenberg yet, but George Ofman. I mean, all established guys. And I was the guy that basically had to go out and prove himself. And I think the first couple of months, in fact, we were on for 3 months. And I remember we got a 0 in the Nielsen ratings. I don't know if I'm even allowed to say that, but
sure you are. Sure,
yeah, we got a
Mike,
0.
Hey, Pappy, you can say whatever you want. Mike North is a Score original. He's an ESPN 1000 contributor. He is part of the Barroom Network, as he just mentioned. And yeah, you can say whatever the hell. I know the ratings were bad. I remember Chet Kopic's voicemail said, "Enjoy working at a deathbed." You know, for McNeil, you guys always used to play. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll give you an example. Chet Kopic said I was a 10th-rate hot dog stand owner, a George Wendt impersonator, and that I basically said, well, wait, I was here before George Wendt, before anybody knew who he was. We all have a Chicago accent, and that's when I knew that we had something maybe good going. But when I saw Terry Boers in the meeting, I said, wow, you know. But then after the first 3 months, we got a 0 in the ratings, and everybody was baffled. And Terry comes up to me, goes, "You believe we got a 0 in the ratings?" He asked me, "Do I believe it?" And I said, "No way." He goes, "What do you mean?" "I'm out 4 nights a week. I can't buy a drink." I mean, there's people telling me they're listening in their cars all day, and so it doesn't make any sense. And then they went down to Nielsen, Harvey Wells, I remember, and a couple of the Score management guys went down to Baltimore, and the Nielsen, as we found out, they messed up. They had us rated for a 24-hour station. So I never believed in the Nielsen book. Anyway, we made a ton of money. I had my dream job. I got to work with some great people, including Terry Boers, who, you know, everybody always says, you know, your show was great or that show was great. All 3 shows did something. I tell Mark Chernoff from WFAN back in the day, the Fan was a one-trick pony. He had Mike and the Mad Dog. You had Imus in the morning. I said, we had Tom Shaer. We started with sports, we ended with sports. But nobody predicted that, and most people wanted us to die, including a lot of the newspapers, which I held against them my whole career, because I didn't care what happened to them after they didn't care what happened to us. I always cared about the station first, and I took umbrage to people thinking I couldn't make it, or Terry couldn't make it, or McNeil couldn't make it, or Jiggetts couldn't make it.
You guys were united in that, right? See, that's the thing. Like, I remember very clearly the 3 different mindsets of 3 different shows, but you guys had to be together in those transitions. I mean, like there was nothing like it. You and Jigs would have been working all day already. And then you got to deal with McNeil and Boers coming in there just raring to go and coming at you with full energy. And you had to rise up and meet Terry's energy and Terry's comedy, didn't you?
Well, there's no doubt. A lot of it would be that they'd be listening to the show, and the transition would transpire with something that pissed one of them off, but not Terry too much, Danny. But Terry was in the room, and we'd go back and forth. And but the thing about us was there was no hard feelings afterwards.
Yeah.
The next day we'd see each other, and the next day we see. I mean, I worked with Terry for 16 years, and I'd see him after I'd get off the air, and they'd walk into the kitchen after one of our transitions, and there were some brutal ones. That's why people loved them. It was real. It wasn't scripted. We didn't know what they were going to talk about. We had to think on our feet. So the transitions were absolutely marvelous. They still are. I'm proud of them. A lot of stations do them now.
Did you guys fight? Did you guys, like, did any of those scars linger or no?
Inside, maybe. Inside, I think, with all of us at times. But then you just moved on. But there's no doubt there were zingers thrown at everybody. Jigs threw them. I threw them. Mac threw them. Terry, not so much. Terry and I always had our own lanes. We never had a problem, ever had a problem. But yeah, there was fights at the Score. Judd Sirott and Jesse Rogers over guests, nose to nose. Gleason, you know, we fought with him.
You know,
I heard you.
Go ahead, Pap.
I heard you talking about the the show meetings.
Yeah.
And they tried to do the show meetings, and we absolutely did not want those. We said, no, we're on the street corner. Nobody has a script when they get to the street corner or to the bar.
So I gotta know if your partner was always okay with that. And I want to hear Dan Jiggetts talk about Terry Boers. Jigs is with us. Man, I got so much love for the both you guys. It is unbelievable. As a young intern, I needed money sometimes. I needed help sometimes. I didn't know I needed pants sometimes and a belt. Jigs, I still have a belt that you gave me one day. But like you both were so loving and helpful to me and to a lot of others in ways that people have talked about Terry. Like there was a kindness and a generosity underneath Terry that was there. You knew it, right, Jigs? You I'm sure you could have felt that with Terry at the time.
Oh yeah, Terry had that gruff exterior, but underneath, there was a very caring soul. And I tell you, the one thing about him was that when you just, kind of had your separate conversations and whatnot, we thought about a lot of different things. We talked about a lot of different things, and I think that people will be stunned to understand the sensitivity that he had to a lot of different issues. He will be dearly missed, man. He was a great, a great compatriot in our battle to test the score wars.
Tell me more about that sensitivity, Jigs, because like Terry was wise and well read, and he fought against injustice. So you felt some of that?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, and part of the time when you're having conversations with people, and you can understand, you get a great feeling for where they're coming from. And with Terry, you always had that feeling that that he understood the struggles that people go through in their day in and day out lives. Mm-hmm. But he suffered no fools too. That was the other thing about Terry was, if you're a knucklehead, he was going to let you know about it. And sometimes people didn't like that very much, but that's the way it goes, as the coach would say.
Yeah, Jigs, it's good to talk to you, my friend. And we had a great run. I still think about it. I said the other day, I look at the picture when they brought us down to, I don't know if it was Logan Square, Uptown. They said, we're going to have you guys all take a picture together. And then they passed out some judges' robes. And, and every one of us said, you've taken 100 pictures, Yeah. Can we get out of here? But you're right. And the transitions, like I said, Dan, we used to get pissed at them and they would get pissed at us.
Oh, yeah.
But then afterwards, the next day we come back to work, because I think what you brought up earlier, Matt, is Jigs and Dan, I think, was disrespected. I always said that with TV. I thought he should have been given promotions. Dan had been working at banks. Dan was raising a family. Okay. I was the hot dog guy. So there were people taking shots at both of us for whatever reason you want to talk to. And maybe we were the reason they wanted to give us a chance. But I always said this, Dan, no matter what, we were brothers, dysfunctional as it may seem, because we didn't want to lose.
That's right. It was always the kind of thing where, particularly, I guess you saw it a lot when we went on remotes, like, be at the Super Bowl or something like that. Mm-hmm. Everybody was competitive. Everybody wanted to get the best guest and all the rest of that. But the objective always was, to work as a team. And I think a large part of that came from the fact that nobody gave us a chance when we first started out. And everybody kind of doubted whether or not this experiment would work. Well, here we are 30-some years later, and it's still ongoing and still prospering. But I think that sense of teamwork was something that really brought us all together. And goodness knows there were a lot of good times. And yeah, those transitions were sometimes brutal. And sometimes I can remember Ron Gleason coming in and, it's time to shut it down. We're gonna keep rolling on this one.
Yeah,
I got it. Hey, man,
afterwards we kind of get a kick out of it.
There were a lot of days when anybody who ever cut the open, and I as a producer used to cut the open for McNeil and Boers and tried to make it great. Chris Tannehill makes it better than any of us could have ever dreamed. But I loved that you guys went long. You were supposed to be out at 2:10, and you were usually out about 2:21, 2:22, and there'd be times I wasn't finished until 17. I'm like, I know that it'll be fine. Those guys will be fine. And I'd come running in, and one of you would say, "Coach," and I still want to end transition like that. We were just talking about it the other day. But like Dan Jiggetts and Mike North both here with us as we're talking about Terry Boers. Jigs, you played You were a Harvard-educated, former Chicago Bear, classy professional individual with TV pedigree. You didn't you were in a lot of ways you were the one that didn't belong, but Boers was the one as a writer. Did you guys mesh? Did you guys have some respect for each other, even though you played and he was just an ink-stained wretch in his terms?
Oh, sure. No, it was never about you played and you didn't play, that kind of thing. It was about your thoughts, and that's what I think we should always kind of zero back on. And the other thing was too, and let us not forget in all of this, the fact that the other group that we don't often talk about were the listeners, and the people that will call in and really kind of help make the shows. And I don't know, again, in this day and age, whether or not that's still a piece of the puzzle, but that's what made it so much fun. I think for us, Mike, and I'm not going to speak for you, but I know for me, every now and then you get, somebody go a little off the rails, but that's okay. That was part of what we did.
Well, what's funny is that when Matt said between you two guys who didn't belong, believe me, when I walked in and go, "How you doing, everybody?" I was one of them that didn't belong. I think we had, I could put it this way. We became, first of all, I said this throughout my career, Dan Jiggetts is the best straight man and the best information man you'll ever see. We all had our different talents. Terry, who was as funny as anybody at the station. None of us would have made it without the other shows. I mean, just think about it. You go from Shaer to the Monsters to two other great shows, and then to the Heavy Fuel Crew. We were, think about this, a 10-anchor lumberyard across the street from Home Depot, and we won.
Yeah,
that's what we did. We took on. We were 12-8. We were 12-8, 10-hour station. I mean, Murph would come on for 10 minutes. Hi, everybody. Bye, everybody.
He did.
He
did.
He always have his roll of tapes that he'd bring with him.
The bag was bursting. He said the bag was bursting, and he had sometimes a 10-minute show, literally a 15-minute show. Oh, I got an hour and 10 minutes today. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say it's good to see Dan again. And Dan, I talked to Dan after the draft, and I know that we still like to stick to our guns, but just for instance, I said, Dan, how did we pass up Tyler Warren?
Mm-hmm.
And then, Tyler Warren has 77 catches, but then you get Colston Loveland now, who looks like the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'd like to say I hope everything works out, because this would have been one of the years. It would have been one of our happier years, because there was a lot of down years back when we were on the air. And I always say this, Dan, I don't know if you agree. In the 90s, the Bulls were the best franchise in Chicago, and the Score was the second best. And we laid a great foundation where you got all these wonderful guys who still are there from when they were producers and everything else, like Lawrence Holmes. I just talked to Jason Goff. I'm talking to Speegs, who was outstanding. So I think that's what.
And let's not forget about little Jesse Rogers.
Well, him and Judd Sirott. I mean,
I was going to talk about Judd.
Go ahead, you bring it up, because Speak said, "Well, was there fights in the hallway?" Right?
With Judd though, I would always walk into the studio after our show was over and we had the transition and all the rest of that, and each day we would walk in and I'd always give him a shot and he'd give me a shot. Yeah, and that was our little routine.
Yeah, well,
choice words for each other.
You know what's great? The hirings that were made to go out and get a Terry Boers, to go out and get a Dan Jiggetts, to find this goofy hot dog stand guy, to give Dan McNeil. But to me, the producers that we had, I look at work ethic and I see, I mean, back in the day, producers want to get on the air right away. Jesse Rogers, who's on the air now, didn't get on for 7 years.
Yeah, and he does a great job now too.
Oh,
I tell you, it was the kind of thing where, you were so reliant on those guys. You give them some numbers and whatnot, give them some ideas, but they go out and make the run and make it happen. And I think that so often, those guys got kind of forgotten about. But you're exactly right. And boy, you look at Judd and the success that he's had too, as well as Jesse.
Judd
it makes me so proud to see them now.
I was watching the Bruins the other night. I'm watching the Boston Bruins because I'm sick and I had a bet on the game.
Okay? You had to be sick to be watching that.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Intermission. Judd Sirott.
There he is.
TV.
Yeah.
Mike, look.
Here's
Mike,
the best part, Mike. you didn't need a microphone. You didn't need a headphone to hear him. You could hear him all the way from Boston, right?
Well,
and the rug's a little thin, Jigs. The rug's a little thin for Judd now. Yeah. But Mike Greenberg.
Yeah, Mike
Judd
Greenberg's
Sirott,
coming up.
Look at these hires.
You're
Jesse
exactly
Rogers.
right. Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
You go back to Danny and Seth and the difference those guys made. Harvey. We had a great group of people, leading us, if you will. And they put together one hell of a program.
Yeah, they did. Hey, guys, this is amazing stuff because Terry's the first of the Score originals to pass in terms of on the air, which is really sad, but kind of amazing to think about. And as you're talking about, and the whole mix is what we've always credited. So I'm glad you guys are having a chance, people, to hear you and hear your chemistry and think about it, because it was really the whole mix. But there were so many of us who had a chance to listen or maybe a chance to work there if you're lucky. But like either way, we all wanted to aspire to that. But to bring it back to Terry, did you guys see him grow? You see him grow, and for the host that he became is just remarkable, isn't it? Talk about him with that.
Right, Jigs? Night and day from when
absolutely.
he first started. Night and day.
And and I think that when Mike said that each one of us brought something different to the table, I think that one of the things that Terry brought was that that press box experience, if you will, being a sports writer and understanding there's a deeper story behind what you see right on the face of something. And that I think is something that sometimes maybe we don't appreciate as much as we should, but those guys spend a ton of time in locker rooms and clubhouses listening to the stories, listening to the players respond, and really delving into what's really behind what they're saying. And I think that was a large part of what he brought to the table as well as the Terry Boers Hollywood stories, the true Hollywood stories.
I used to do that to Terry all the time. I really respect what Terry did, because the thing I think impressed me the most about Terry is so many times now you'll hear journalists now get talk radio jobs, and they talk like they wrote. Okay, Terry Boers did not talk like he wrote. He was a witty guy. It's hard to make people laugh. Writing a column, me and Dan wrote them for the Sun Times and the Daily Herald. But then to make the transition, I think he is one of the guys responsible for opening it up for the Mariottis of the world, the Woody Pages, the Wilbons, the Kornheisers, because Terry proved you can be a journalist, I got the degree, but you can also get in the muck, hang on the street corner, and get it done.
That's beautiful, guys. I think you're absolutely right. And I love that Jiggs is talking about the journalistic mindset and how it underpinned everything. And Pappy immediately goes, yee. That's it. That's it. That's the whole package right there.
We made fun of each other. They talked about my accent, my clothes.
Yep.
You have an accent, Mike?
Huh? Yeah. Well, I didn't even know it. You know what I'm saying, Dan? So, and by the way, it's good to see you. Dan's got grandkids now, cute as buttons, for God's sake. The family's still doing good. But talking about the original to go, I just saw something on X. I think you guys, if you take a look, the 4 surviving members of MASH got together. Alan Alda's 90. Gary Berghoff is in that age. Jamie
Farr, yeah,
and then Alda's partner Mike Farrell. They all got together. One's 86, 2 are 90. I think that Terry Boers. I was told at a party. I was at a family party, and Mitch Rosen texted me, and I don't care. I don't care if you see the guy once a year or not. Dan may not see a lot of his old teammates that he played with, but when you see somebody you started with pass away who was a teammate of yours, it hit me different, man. It really did.
Yeah, it's very tough, but I think that, looking back and knowing Terry and as much as, I could, throughout all those years, I think he would want us to, number one, have a good laugh. Good talk about him, have a great cigar, and sit back and
a cup of coffee.
And a cup of coffee and talk about the good times. That's right.
Oh, Jigs, when we go afterwards into after our show and go into the kitchen, Julie Swieca would be there, Jesse would be there, maybe Judd would run in, Danny Lee is there, just like 8, 9 people. And then Terry would come in every 15 minutes.
Yeah. Circle.
And if we would have taped those.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, so much love for the both of you. The listeners love hearing you. I love getting a chance to see you and talk to you, and it's wonderful that you guys took some time out to talk about Terry.
Hey, and also, let us remember too, to say to his family, and
Carol,
how much we miss him.
Yeah, Carol, the 4 kids, and the whole family, man.
God bless you, Terry.
All right.
Take it easy, Jan.
Be good, Mike.
All right, buddy.
All right,
Take care, Speaks.
All right, we'll see you guys. That's Jiggetts and North. Unbelievable. On Terry Boers, remembering Terry Boers. Terry had a massive collection of sports writer buddies from a million different markets, and every single one of them was hilarious and thoughtful and great radio guests. And I always wanted to know them more. We'll talk to one of them next about Terry's beginnings and Terry as a radio guy. Mike Greenberg at the top of the hour. Keep it here on The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
Matt Abbatacola, most famously known as the executive producer of Boers and Bernstein for how long?
So 14 years. But to be here to celebrate Terry, it just means that he's gone. And that really sucks. Hearing how Terry related to people and impacted people on their own individual level, to hear those stories it's awesome, and to hear, I remember when Terry said this, and it's like, oh my God, I totally forgot, Terry did that.
Our friend from up north that way in Minneapolis, and the Minneapolis Star Tribune, and other media modalities, he is Patrick Reusse.
I got to ask you guys a question.
What?
You guys do 4 hours a day?
5.
God almighty. I do 3 and want to stab myself in the heart with a pencil, for God's sake. What the heck's wrong with you guys?
Well,
how long you been doing this? You're going to
15 years.
end up in the home drooling on each other,
Well, we're going to be in different homes. No, Terry's home's restricted. I have to put me in a different home.
Yeah, I'm the old one. He's not that old. I'm the old one. I will be drooling on him within another year if I last that long.
I'm 68 and still working. God almighty, what's wrong with us?
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
So there's a collection of writers that Terry seemed to know, I think from just being on the beat. And every time I heard one of them, I wished I had been in the hotel bars where I assume those relationships were forged. Let's find out. Patrick Reusse, Minneapolis Star Tribune, a radio personality in Minneapolis, and one of the greatest guests that the Boers and Bernstein show would ever have, joins us right now. Patrick, hello. I'm sorry for your loss of your friend.
Yes, it was sad to hear about it, and I always kind of I wouldn't say I patterned myself after Boers because I was older than him, but I think I kind of had the same approach, was, at my heart, I'm really a good guy, but I don't want the public to know it. That's what I want to agitate them and have some fun. And the team, I wouldn't say the team is the enemy, but they're if you got your choice between, kissing up to them or going right down the middle or maybe ripping them a little bit, I'll always go for ripping them a little bit. So, and I think Boers had a little of that in him too. I saw the great lead somebody sent him out about, he'd rather get eaten by rattlesnakes than watch another Mark Trestman game. And so that would have been a great. I wish I'd had that angle. That would have been fun. Once Mike Lynn called me up and said, the general manager, who was really fun, by the way, but everybody hated him. But he called me up and said, "What is your theory when you cover the Vikings?" And I said, "My theory is when you win, I rip the other team, and when you lose, I rip you." That's what my theory is. I'm certainly not going to praise you, Lynn, for goodness sakes. And I think Boers and the Bears probably got along the same way too. So I don't know, but he was a wonderful crank, I thought. So.
Oh man, that's you. That's a wonderful crank, calling somebody a wonderful crank. No wonder you guys got along. That's amazing.
We got along great. Yes, and it's but I mean, I did radio, I guess, full time for 8-9 years maybe, and that, as I said, 3 hours a day. And
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell you did 5. It was amazing. Although Chicago, you had a little more to talk about.
A little bit more, maybe. But Patrick, do you remember Boers in press boxes or on the beat? Like, did those bar nights I'm talking about take place where I assumed you guys laughed like hell?
Well, yeah, I did. But here's my problem. I quit drinking in '81, so I would go to the bar, but
He didn't drink. He didn't drink that much either, though. Really,
Yeah, I wouldn't stay until, like the old days when they used to. I remember once at 4 a.m. in the executive house, we were upstairs drinking with Blue Moon Odom. I mean, how many people have had that experience? That's it. The alcohol did give you a lot of experiences and being in the bar, but those conversations always. It would have been fun to have a tape recorder back then when you get 8 cranky sports writers going in. And we all thought every time a game went extra innings or, overtime or there was a big delay or something, we all took it as a personal insult, that they were doing it only to us. Kind of like, because now newspapers are basically dead. Our deadline, our paper's now being printed in Des Moines. So that you got for the print edition, it's like 5 p.m. or something. Nothing.
Hey, Patrick,
Yeah.
I knew the jig was up when the Sun-Times was renting space in the Tribune building. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's true.
That's when we knew things had changed. But the legend goes that when they were forming the score, they wanted to find the funniest guy in the press box, and they went and asked everybody, and everybody in Chicago said, "Go talk to that guy," and it was Boers.
Oh yeah.
Does that make sense?
And it was not a constant litany either. It was just a one-liner every once in a while. Now there were other candidates there too. Bertie in his own kind of way. I remember once Pearson and Bertie were sitting in front of me in the press box at Soldier Field, and Pearson asked Bertie what he was going to write, and Bertie said a finger bleep, and Pearson said, "Oh, good, I'll stay away from that." So anyway, I mean, Chicago had a great irreverent collection of writers. Holtzman I loved Holtzman. He was just disheveled genius, and but Boers was certainly a unique character too, because he wasn't like a constant chattering guy in the press box. It was just, but when it came out, it was every 3 minutes he'd say something hilarious. I can't even remember. Generally an insult aimed at the home team.
Understood. Patrick Reusse, it's wonderful to hear you. You sound great. Listeners love you, and thanks for taking some time today.
All right, gentlemen, my sympathies to Chicago. You're missing a character. And anyway, we got our ice problems up here after you had yours, so we're kind of worried about that too. So, anyway.
Thoughts are with you in a big way. Genuinely speaking, thank you, Patrick. Thoughts are with them. That's for damn sure. I love that. He called Boers a legendary crank. That's what Patrick was. That's what we thought Patrick was. Texts have been coming in all along the way. Here's one. Terry Boers is the reason I like sports radio. Started listening in 2000, was hooked by Cracky. Favorite memory when B&B interviewed somebody from the Mustache Institute. They tried to kill Terry. Do you remember that, Teddy? Them trying to kill Terry by interviewing somebody from the Mustache Institute?
Yeah, John Axford, I think, was it. Remember the former closer? Who am I talking to here?
Come
Mr.
on.
Baseball.
Come on, yeah.
He was promoting some, facial hair product or something, and he had the handlebar mustache going. Yeah, so Maddie booked him to come on, and it was like they just asked him only about his mustache.
Oh, of course they did. That's a hell of an interview right there. Texter, boy, oh boy, if you have stock in Kleenex, you're going to make a killing today. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on us regular folks. Get us through bad times and walk together through the good times. Today, we do this together. This one hurts. That's from Tony in Milwaukee. It does hurt. It is 670 The Score. It's me, Speegs, hanging out with you as we honor and celebrate the life of Terry Boers. Every intern that B&B would have, they would nickname Johnny something. Johnny Carmelo joins us right now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. You might know him as Jason Benetti. Hello, Jason.
Hi, Speegs. How you doing?
Oh man, it's an honor to get to sit here and just try to get people to talk about Terry Boers. What a brilliant, bizarre, funny, wonderful man.
Man, it's like your favorite restaurant closing. Like the community just isn't gonna be right. Like, and you're gonna have these recipes that just go away. And it's the coolest part about it, about what Terry's legacy was, is like, we really, in this day and age, after listening to a bunch of clips the past couple days, I just went down a rabbit hole and was remembering, but his sense of justice within 10 seconds could be fervent and fiery and like crazed that he just calls somebody a dope. You know, like, and you felt it, and it was real. And then suddenly, like 10 seconds later, he'd be like self-deprecating or by-cracking his way into a break. And the range that he had for like a newspaper man, right? Like he just was such an unbelievable entertainer and could so quickly go from a very real sense of what was right and who was a dope to just laughing, that sort of like wheezing, herniated, hilarious, my knee hurts laugh. And I can hear all of it in my head right now.
That's amazing. And coming from you, it's impactful to notice that range, because I mean, like you, I find that particular ability to have that wide range to be what it is all about. Like, get as much of life into your communication as you possibly can. And Terry did that. I don't know where he learned some of that stuff. Like, it must have been an incredible force of will to educate himself culturally and intellectually as well, don't you think?
I do. He was the most understated powerhouse you could imagine, because he had opinions on everything. And I think you feel this way, like in an era where sometimes people feel like they're forcing a take to have a take or whatever. I think Terry, to the core, every time he called somebody out for being a boob, or something like that, he meant it.
Yes.
I think he meant it morally. Like, his moral compass had no off switch. And we need more of that, not less of that.
Oh, 100% agree. And I think what's become evident is that while a lot of personalities in sports media are either manufactured or tailored, Terry had the personality first, and then the sports media found him. You know, like that was just that guy. Yeah.
I think that's right. There was a Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee where Jerry was with John Oliver, and John Oliver said, like, sometimes I just say things because I think the sounds together are funny, and I don't even mean the words. And Terry had that kind of radar.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I still, those asides when I said the word dope early, like, I still talk like Terry. I interned for one summer. I didn't show up nearly as much as I should have, and I still talk like him. Like, there are times where I say asides and I talk like him, but he had this sense of what was funny and what was interesting just tonally. I mean, I was talking to Jay Zampillo about it, but there was a segment where he and Dan tried to get the really nice lady at the front desk of the NBC Tower to say something Tuesday. Yeah. It's a word that starts with a D and ends with a G, Tuesday, because they were just talking about the idiots that called in on Tuesday or whatever it was. But she missaid it.
Yes.
And she said, "Good morning, it's Gushbag Tuesday." And I got to tell you, I can still hear both of them laughing hysterically over it. But it was a sonic experience talking to Terry because he knew how to milk the best stuff out of how he talked. And it, like, understated, not like a lively performer, but man, was he good. It was like comedy surgery.
Oh, God. It's so right. Somebody told me earlier that he nicknamed somebody Captain Crackpick. And I don't even know that, I don't even know what that means. You know, I suppose it's a pick to use on your crack. Thank God. I could have used one at different times in my life. But the way that he said it and put the syllables together was funny. Like, he just had that. Like, he was, you know, he had that thing. Without a doubt. I love that you said there are still asides that you make. I was talking to somebody who does sports radio in Columbus, Ohio, and he said his afternoon guy will sometimes say, and be careful on your pape. Like, he'll just talk about his pape. And it's clearly Boersian because he grew up here and he's got Boersian instincts in there.
It's amazing. I you know, as an intern, I was cutting out newspaper clippings and whatnot, and not really at all important in any way, but there was one day, I've never said this publicly, but there was one day, like, the White Sox signed Carl Everett, and they had signed Robbie Alomar, and it was like, Dan and Terry were talking about, like, these miscreants joining up with the White Sox. And I had this idea. I had just rewatched Blazing Saddles. And you know when Hedley Lamar is like muggers and thugs and thieves and like he's listing all of these. And I was like, why don't you just play that clip? And they did. Wow. And I was like, this is 24 years later. I still remember because there was taste on that show. I know people are probably roll their eyes like, oh, yeah, Dan and Terry had taste.
There was.
But there was taste on that show. Everything was with a purpose and with a guiding light of, is it interesting? What can we do with this today? And I swear to you, I have carried that throughout my life. And I have Terry and Dan to thank for that.
Man, Jason.
Bugger us.
Bugger us.
That, yes. Thieves and yeah, that. But even the way I just said that sounds like him.
Yeah, yes. Hey, man, it is still a part of every afternoon show that we do. And even shows who are one generation or one iteration apart still do it, and they don't even know that they're doing it. That's how inbred it has become, these Boersisms, you know?
And just think of what he would have said to you if he heard you say the word inbred right there.
I know, I'm in trouble. 100%. Jason Benetti, you're the best. Thank you for making time today, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me yap for a little while. I hope you all have a lot of laughs today.
Yes, I think we will, and I think we have, and you helped. Think about that. Boersian sensibilities impacting Jason Benetti, who has brought his sensibilities to Tigers games, Fox Sports, Westwood One, and I think another big network coming soon. Listen. Boers, the young sports writer, before the radio days, before the score days, interacted with our next guest quite a bit. It's a Chicago sports media legend in his own right. Mike Liederman is with us here on 670 The Score. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Scoreheads. Oh, it is so nice to hear my voice.
I know you love that. I know, and we love that.
Who the hell knows? Nobody knows who the hell I am, but I am so thrilled to be a part of this. I really am. Thank you for thinking of me.
Somebody already brought up Chevrolet Sports Fire. Sports Fire.
We're on hiatus.
Yeah.
We're on hiatus.
This was the joke. I knew the joke way longer than the show existed. The joke went for 25 years. He would have you on or Brian Hewitt or somebody, and they would talk about how Sports Fire is on hiatus. What was Sports Fire?
What was Sports Fire? This is what I'm talking about. We used to call it Sports Writers with a Pulse. You know, they had that big show with Ben Bentley and Rick Telander and Billy Joust, and they made cookies and stuff. So we put together probably the cheapest set in the history of television, and it was we were on every week, and we were the young guns. The Chevrolet Sports Fire, brought to you by Guess Who, and Terry was not. It was me, Brian Hewitt, and then there was a guy there whose name I forget, but whose initials are J. Mariotti. He was on there at the beginning, and then he left to do whatever the hell he was going to do. And then it was me, Hewitt, and who do we want? Well, we want Terry. So it was Terry, myself, Brian, and a mystery guest. Usually it was Brian Hanley, Lester Munson, Greenie sometimes. And we would sit around and discuss. I mean, it was a really novel concept. 4 guys talking sports for half an hour on television in front of a set that was filled like with orange, some kind of backgrounds that melded with our faces, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
we had a great time.
And it was, and I do remember watching, and Terry loved it. Did you, Mike Lederman, see the talent and genius in Terry Boers that would lead to the career that he had?
Well, I had known it well before. I mean, Terry and I started about the same time in different media. Terry came. I remember he was doing a column. It's the first time I'd ever really come across Terry Boers. It was a column on wrestling. And there was a picture of Terry, not a headshot, but it was a body shot with him shirtless. And I swear to God, he had more hair than a camel. And he was talking about pro wrestling and the whole thing. And I'm saying, I love this guy. I love this guy. So, so we got to know each other a little bit on the beat. And he would tell stories about, working at the Sun-Times. And when I talk about who he remembers, he talked about being on the same floor as Irv Kupcinet. If you don't know who Kup was, Google it.
Yes.
But Kup, the legendary columnist, Kup was a little bit bizarre. One day Terry is in the urinal doing what he does, and there's Kup looking over the side, and he said, not bad. Now, I don't know where you go after that.
Well, I guess you put that up on the wall. That's one to be. Irv Kupcinet was impressed by me.
I guess so, but Terry. I mean, it was always so much fun because these guys were the guys who were really deep into sports. By then, I was in like my 4th career, and I was happy to be able to do the time and temperature for SportsFire. But Terry and Brian and Greenie and Lester Munson, it was just a lot of fun. It was just a hoot. Terry drove the show. And he didn't suffer fools. He just did not. I mean, he was loyal to his friends like crazy. But boy, if you pissed him off or if you were on the wrong side of history, he just was so far up your butt that you couldn't swallow.
Terry, how about Terry as a man, Mike? I wanted to let you talk about your affection for him as a man, because I know you have it.
As he would say, as only one man can love another man. Terry was a prince. I mean, I would bring him into these events that we would do. We'd do a March of Dimes thing with all the athletes, and we'd have media stars introduce them, and they would be like the anchors and Allison Rossetti and this one and that one. And I'd bring Terry in, and nobody knew who he was, as a presenter. But he just warmed the audience. He was just so sweet, so lovely. And before I forget, condolences to Carol and the boys, who were also, terrific people. But Terry was the kind of guy who, here's an example. I'm out in L.A. with my daughter, and a bunch of us decided we were going to get together for lunch in L.A., and somehow Terry was in town, Ron Rappaport, and, the way these guys would tell stories and the way Terry would own the room and laugh and Mike Downey, God bless him, a blessed memory. Mike, we lost him a year or so ago, too. These two guys from Northern Illinois were two of the funniest and most astute and most real people you'd ever want to meet in your life.
Mike Lederman, thank you, man. Much respect and love for you from this entire sports town. Thanks for making time. Appreciate you.
Thank you, and please give my best to everybody. And it's great to be with you, Speaks.
All right, thanks. That's Mike Lederman right there. What a crazy and wonderful odd day this is. Coming up 1 hour from now at 4 o'clock, Mike Mulligan, our morning man, who covered the Bulls with Terry for the Sun-Times and part of the newspaper to radio crossover guys in the Score's early days, he will join us. But coming up next, it is Mike Greenberg. And in between Mike Greenberg and Mike Mulligan will be Brian Hanley. What a day. And much, much more to come. Don't go anywhere. It's The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
Jason Goff.
Terry was the first person to ever let me really feel like that no matter what, just be yourself. If you fail doing you, then it's an honest day. The genuine kindness of that man, all the things that people heard was because Terry was as soft as a marshmallow. He was as important to not only this station, but to this city's fabric as anybody who's done this.
Keep it here as we continue to remember our legendary teammate and friend, Terry Boers.
All right, we're the Monsters at 2:08. We'd like to thank Danny, ML Carr, the Celtics GM.
That's right, and Bobby Crimmins, the head basketball coach at Georgia Tech.
Caney, we had Caney.
Yep.
I Don't Give a Damn, and Hoop Dreams today.
Thanks to everyone for competing and
calling in. We had a great
really
time.
Enjoyed it. Now, over the other side of the glass, ready to light it up is half of the Heavy Fuel crew. That's Terry Boers, but alongside is Mike Greenberg.
Hello, boys.
How you doing? What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Always wanted to be here when that actually happened.
See, it makes Greenberg happy. You know what my goal today is? Just to keep Greeny happy.
Well, Terry, I don't know if you heard about Mike Greenberg when he was at Northwestern.
What about him?
Well,
what does that mean?
Hey, heavy hitter.
Meaning what?
Big swinger?
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Chris Tannehill has gone through some unbelievable depths to find some of the audio. That is Mike Greenberg sitting in with Terry Boers, presumably for Dan McNeil as they did transition with North and Jiggetts. That's off a cassette. I know what it sounds like when it's coming off of a cassette. But that is unbelievable. I don't even know where Greeny was in his career at that time. By the way, you're listening to The Score. Thank you to our friends at Porter Kitchen and Deck, located at 150 North Riverside Plaza here in Chicago. Porter has provided incredible lunch for us today as we process these feelings through calories. Turkey clubs, filet sliders, Caesar salads, gem salads, the hummus and pita, and the bags of chips. See the full Porter menu at porterchicago.com. Thank you to Porter Kitchen and Deck. I pray that you, Mike Greenberg, heard that. Did you hear that bit? The beginnings of transition, Greeny and Boers with North and Jiggetts.
I did not. I'm sorry. I apologize for being a few minutes late.
It's okay.
I was trying to get around. We've had this snowstorm in New York, and I was having a little trouble getting home, so I did not, unfortunately.
Hey, Greeny, it's okay. It's basically, it was Terry saying, "Hello, boys. How you doing?"
Yeah,
and you saying, "I've been wanting to be here in the room for that." Like, that is, so I don't know what point you were, if you were already at ESPN or where you were when you're sitting in as a co-host at that time. I don't even know.
So that probably would have been. So first off, thank you very much for having me on this, and I'm proud and pleased to be on it and to say a few things about someone that I looked up to as much as I looked up to Terry Boers. When the station started, I was there January of '92, and I was the backup producer on the original afternoon show, which was Dan McNeil with the combination of Brian Hanley and Terry Boers. They would alternate on given days. Judd Sirott was the primary producer, and I was the backup producer. I would screen calls and do sort of whatever other jobs needed doing. And then eventually it became Dan and Terry, the heavy fuel crew. And I was working behind the scenes with that, and then I started covering teams and all of that. And then there was a period of time before I left Chicago for about a year that I went and worked at CLTV. And during that time, I would fill in on ESPN, my goodness, on The Score. I would do the Saturday show with Doug Buffone, and we had a terrific time on Saturdays. And then from time to time, if North or Jiggetts or Dan or Terry were off, then sometimes they would use me. So it could have been during that time. So it could have been as far back as 95 or 96.
Wow.
In fact, if I had to guess, I would guess that's when that would have been.
Okay, but clearly it was an honor in your mind at the time to work with Terry, and you tweeted the other day about Terry. So we're very glad to reach out and have you get a chance to speak on him. What was he like as a force to work with in those days?
So when we started the Score, I was 23 years old, and there were we were a bunch of young guys. It was Judd Sirott and Jesse Rogers and myself and John Siuntres and a few of us, and we were all in our early 20s. And to me, guys like Terry Boers and Mike North and Dan Jiggetts and Tom Shaer and Dan McNeil, and those guys were like gods to me. They were the sun, and we orbited around them. And everything that I know about broadcasting, I started learning there. I went to college at Northwestern, but I got my master's in broadcasting at the Score, and primarily working on the Heavy Fuel Crew show. That was where I really spent most of my time. So while I listened religiously to all of the shows, that was the one that I really knew the most intimately. And that show was so good because Dan was as good at the fundamentals of radio as anyone I've ever heard. I've said many times that I learned how to do what I've done on the radio for my whole career from Dan. And because of the overwhelming magnitude of Terry Boers' personality. Terry was the funniest person I've ever known in person. Starting at the very first meeting that we had, we had a meeting at 4949 Belmont, and all of the talent and all the producers, and it was a couple of weeks, I think, before we actually launched the station in January of 92. And I had never met any of the people involved, practically. And I remember Terry saying hilariously funny things, just sitting in this meeting and listening and thinking, I can't believe how funny this man is. And he was so spontaneously funny, both on and off the air. And then as I got to know him, I realized that his wit was based primarily in his extraordinary intelligence. Like, some humor is kind of dumb humor, but his humor was incredibly smart. Terry was an incredibly smart man. And obviously anyone who ever read him, and I think it shone through on the radio clearly, listened to him over the years, recognized that. And to be smart and funny is a whole other thing from being silly and funny. Terry could certainly be silly. He could be silly with the best of them. But when I thought he was at his best, when I thought he was as good as anyone I've ever heard anywhere, was when he was being smart and funny. And he could be so insightful and still not lose his humor while he was doing it. He was a brilliant radio talent. And he was very, very easy to work for. He also, he was new to radio when I worked with him. He became a radio icon long after I was gone. But it was sometime in that year in 92 that he left the Sun-Times, that had really been his primary job up until then, and started doing radio full time. So I think there was a part of him that sort of recognized that he was learning as he went also. And in that regard, I found him incredibly easy to work for. He was very good-natured, and he was just a delight. He was a pleasure to be around. I learned as much from working for and working with and being around Terry Boers, honestly, as I have from anyone in my entire career. I was there with them for 3 years. And like I said, I was thinking about this the other day when I got a couple of texts from Jesse and Judd and John saying that Terry had died. That was the way I thought about it. I said, I went to college, and then I got a postgraduate degree at the Score. And that's what that time was. And Terry was one of my most important professors.
It's beautiful stuff from Mike Greenberg. And I'm so glad you mentioned Brian Hanley, who is just a prince of a man, a wonderful man, and joins the conversation right now here on the Score as we honor the legacy of Terry Boers. And Brian, I would love for you and Greeny to just kind of take over and talk to each other about.
We used to do
those
weekends
times
together.
Yeah.
And I always knew he was going to be a TV star. Look at those looks. I mean, Terry would say, "Are you pickled? Do you age? What's going on?"
How have you been, Hanley?
I'm doing very well. Unfortunately, we're getting together because of Terry's death. But God bless, boy, he just brought the whole world together. And just hearing you talk about 1992 and the formative days of the Score just brings back such great memories. Just terrific.
There are times, and that's 33, now 34 years ago, that I will find myself singing along to the McNeil and Hanley song that someone did. I don't know if it was Siuntres. I don't know who did the production. It might have been a listener that sent it in. I think it was a listener who sent McNeil and Hanley, da-da-da-dum. And I can still remember a lot of the words. And it's just so weird, the things that stick in your mind.
That someone took time, and a new listener to a new station took time. I mean, you really need to get a hobby, and made it McNeil and Hanley. Okay, add a syllable. I don't care. I was just proud that someone would take the time to put their creative juices together and come up with something that we used. It's crazy.
I still remember that. It's funny. So I moved away from Chicago in 1996. And so I am aware of all the things that have happened since then, but I haven't been intimately connected to them. So what is frozen, the Chicago sports media market in some ways, even though I'm obviously well aware this is no longer the case, is still kind of frozen in the Score Sports Radio 820. And I know that Terry went on to enormous success with Dan Bernstein. I know he and Bernsey became, an institution of a show. And I have no doubt, because I know how great both of them are, that they would have done an incredible show together for however many years they were together. I know it was longer than he worked with Dan. But to me, everything will always be frozen in time of that Heavy Fuel Crew show. That's certainly how I'll always remember Terry. Because that's what I was there for. And I was there. I was on the board the day that Mike Ditka said to Terry Boers, "Who you crappin'?"
Oh,
the words "Who you crappin'" were spoken by Mike
now?
Ditka.
No.
You were the one who said that about me when I didn't have the fire.
Yep.
So who you crappin'?
Oh.
And I was on the board when that happened, with that first year of the Score. We had the Mike Ditka show. That was one of the things that really put the station on the map was getting Mike Ditka. And he had,
we paid him like that too, by the way.
Was it Mike Pyle?
Yes.
There was a former player who hosted the show with him. And then I don't know how we talked Ditka into this, but somehow it became where every week one of the Score hosts would then host the show with him. So one week it would be Mike North and one week it would be Dan McNeil. And obviously he and Terry had a contentious relationship of which I wasn't especially aware, but dating back to columns that Boers had written about him in the Sun-Times, a lot of stuff that I didn't know about. And so that one time that Terry did the show, that was when Who You Crappin' was born. And I can tell you that obviously it begat this sort of legacy segment that I think, lived on forever. But in the moment that it happened, it was one of the most excruciatingly uncomfortable experiences I've ever had in my the two of them really did not like each other. And it was very uncomfortable. And so anyway,
but
that's what I will always think of. But when you guys started it, you and Dan, and then, alternating days,
I was covering the Cubs. I was covering the Cubs at the time, so I had to go to spring training, and it was got very difficult to do. And speaking of difficult to do, Phil Rosenthal alluded to this in his great obit on Terry, his column in the Tribune. This had to be August of '92, or maybe last week of July, but I think it was August. Terry was getting inside his head, and he called me. I didn't even know, like, before we started the Score, Terry and I were doing a show 3 times a week on the phone where we just call and rip on people and rip on sports and just, keep ourselves in stitches because we had nothing else to do. And, I was luckily in his orbit in the press box where we'd sit together. So whatever Terry said, he and I would just go back. I would just be laughing. And Seth Mason took that to mean I was funny, which wasn't the truth. I just happened to be sitting next to Terry all the time. So he always told me that, he hired us because we had so much fun in the press box, which we did because Terry was there. But Terry called me one day and said, buddy, I don't know. I don't know where this is going. I think Mike North alluded to the fact that we had a 0.0 in the ratings, the first book. And he was getting nervous. And there was a managing editor at the Sun-Times, Dennis Britton, who had it kind of out for Terry at the time. because Terry used to write some columns on and give, I think, Lou Holtz, Notre Dame, anyway, a rough ride. And Dennis Britton was a big Notre Dame fan. So he was trying to figure out a way, he was always on top of Terry and after him. And so Terry calls me and said, I think this is too much. I think I'm going to stay at the paper, the Sun-Times. And I said, well, Terry, what are you doing? I mean, what are you doing? You're too damn good at this. You can't, if you're going to quit something, you got to quit the Sun-Times because Dennis Britton is no fan of yours. And by the way, you're too damn good at this. And he said, no, I don't really think so. And I immediately hung up and called Seth Mason, and his assistant said, well, Seth's in a meeting, is this important? I said, I think it's pretty important. You need to get Seth on the phone. Seth gets on the phone. He says to me, Brian, I'm meeting with bankers, which, for guys who own radio stations, that's a big thing. He goes, this better be important. I said, Terry's quitting. Is that important enough? I said, you need to hang up right now and call Terry and talk him off the ledge. And obviously he did, because within a few days, Terry was working full time there, rightfully so, because Mike North said, without Terry, we don't make it. Without Mike North, we don't make it.
Wow.
But I was like, look, Seth, you got to make it worth his while. I was making $40 like a show when I went in and asked Jeff Schwartz for a $5 raise, and it looked like I was asking for his firstborn. I know we don't have the money. We don't have the $40. That's it. Okay, nice to see you.
I want to hop in for 1 second because that's amazing that you helped keep Terry in radio. And
that wasn't the point of the story.
I know.
That's how close we were. He would call me and just like vent, and I'm like, Terry, you are so good at this. You got it. You got to see clearly here, because things at the paper, is a newspaper guy, and I think both he and I always felt deep in our core, even though God bless radio gave us so much, and it was so much fun. I mean, it wasn't working for a living, but he always felt he was a newspaper guy at his core, and in many respects he was, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to be a radio legend, and he was terrific pretty much from day one.
What he and McNeil did, and you obviously, Brian, but like that show was the template. I agree with what you had said earlier, Greenie, about that show still kind of being the template for those of us who heard it. And then what's amazing is he had a completely different partnership with Bernstein, and it didn't work out right from the get-go. They had to figure it out. I was told recently that he took the producers out to lunch in the early days of that show and said, what can we do? Because they lost to the Fabulous Sports Babe, 2 ratings books in a row. And Terry took them out to lunch and said, what do we need to do to be better? And took feedback, and then created this second partnership with Bernstein that turned into what it was. So how about that for a facile brain and professional to then become what it was? Greenie, I mean, you both can speak to what it's like to have multiple partners through the years.
Yeah. I didn't know any of that. Hanley, I didn't know the stuff that you were just telling us at all. I remember when I still remember doing like an open, we sort of did like a bit where Dan and Terry were getting married. Like it was like that was the shtick that we were doing for the promo of it becoming full-time Terry. And I share your feeling. It would have been crazy for him not to do that. Like he was so good at it. He was as good as anyone I've ever heard at it. And for people who are listening to this conversation now, who are a little younger, you have to recognize this stuff was in its infancy. Like now there are so many places that you can hear people talking about sports on your television, on your radio, on the internet. There's podcasts for literally every little micro niche topic within the world of sports that you might want to find. WFAN launched in like 87 or 88. And the success of that station in New York begat a few others around the country. I think we were like the 3rd or 4th all sports radio station in the country. I went to cover the Super Bowl for the station in January of '93. And they did Radio Row. There were 3 radio shows at Radio Row. So now for anyone who's ever seen it, Radio Row is hundreds and hundreds but this was at a time when there was almost no one doing this. So those guys, you guys, were really sort of charting a new course. Like it was a blank slate And the
Remember
station,
the XRT people, we took over. It was a one-story building in 4949 West
yeah.
XRT had the building, and then we took half the building. And these aging hippies who I came to love and know all of them, and I loved listen to the station. They didn't know what to make of guys like Terry walking down the hallway going eat, or smoking out in the alley, and they and one time Blondie, what's Blondie?
Debbie Harry.
Yeah, she knocks on the door. She was at the wrong studio. I think it might have been a weekend show we were doing. And all of a sudden, I see a woman's little head in the square window, and in the bunker next to the radioactive radio tower. And she was looking for XRT, and I got to meet Blondie that day. It was just, it was a weird dynamic because Diamond Broadcasting owned XRT, and they went to add one of the three sports talk radio stations in the country. And the Score started as a daytimer, and as they were mentioning earlier in the tribute, Murph was saying goodbye as the sun went down because we had to clear the channel for Dallas, right? WBAP, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it might have been a station in Charlotte. By the way, Deborah Harry. Okay, just needed to squeeze that in. In right there. I mean, look, it is amazing to hear you guys talk about him and to talk about this. Greenie, do you remember personal warmth from him? Because I got to tell you, I remember him being so encouraging that just made it more powerful when he would beat the crap out of you and make fun of you. Like the encouragement, it was, you got the mix, you got the full heart of the man,
Yes, when they talk about sort of the big, gruff teddy bear with the heart of gold, or a grizzly bear, I should say, who has like the heart of gold underneath. That was Terry. Like Terry could be tough. He could be, he would be very sarcastic. But underneath it all, it was obvious to me, and I think to everyone, that he was a really good guy and he really cared about people. Like, again, Brian, you had a totally different relationship with him. You guys were peers. When we started, guys like Judd and Jesse and John Siuntres and me, we called ourselves the Score Boys because that's what we were. I mean, I was a year and a half out of college, and like Terry, he was extremely generous in his willingness to allow us to learn on the job. I think he cared that we liked it there. I think he cared that we were happy. I think he cared that we were doing well. I've worked with a lot of people through what is now a 30-something year career that don't care at all about the people who can't serve them in any meaningful way. And there was no obvious reason to think any of us were going to be able to. But Terry did genuinely care. I don't have one story because it was a daily thing. Like Terry he was a genuinely nice, easy, fun, funny person to work for. And he made being there fun every day.
Well, I think that comes from his roots too. And I think it was Phil's column. And I didn't know this, that Terry used to make $3 for washing milk trucks. His dad was a working class guy and his mom was a teacher or whatever. And so he knew what work was. I mean, he knew not getting paid for really tough jobs. And I think he appreciated everything he had. So I think when he saw people trying to come up through and look, we were making nothing on the air when we started, which meant the guys behind the glass, they were happy to have you intern for free, whether you're getting college credit or not. You guys were making absolutely nothing, who started as producers, associate producers, screen callers or call screeners and all that. So I think Terry knew, and I think I tried to do that too, is just whenever someone came in your orbit, you tried to make them feel a part of it because, good Lord, look at all the people, and yourself included, Mike, that just went on to superstardom because they were part of this great organic thing. And you learned on the job and on the fly, and you learned not only what worked in the business, but how to treat people.
Well, both of your careers and both of who you are as people and coworkers is certainly a lovely part of carrying on that man's legacy. And I feel the same way. I'm proud to share him as an influence, guys. We got to go, but this was wonderful. Thank you, Brian Hanley. Thank you, Mike Greenberg, for doing this. Really wonderful to hear you guys talk about Terry.
Thanks for having us. And God bless Terry. We'll have one for you tonight. We'll tip one for you tonight.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Brian, it's great to see you again. And thank you for letting me be a part of this. I would just say in closing, if he can, wherever he is, if he can hear me, Boersy, thank you very much for everything, because a lot of the wonderful things I have in my life, I have because I knew you, and I will always remember that, and I'll always appreciate it.
Amen.
Thanks, guys. Much love. It's Mike Greenberg, Brian Hanley. You're listening to The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
Matt Abbatacola.
Terry was a father figure to me. There had been times throughout our 14-year working relationship that Terry was disappointed in me, like a father would be in a son. And Terry sat me down a few different times. His disappointment was always umbrellaed in love, and it was never umbrellaed in like judgment or anger. And usually at the end of those conversations, and it always ended with like an outstretched hand, like here to help.
Larry, this comment's for you.
Who did you say you're directing this to?
Larry. To Larry.
Larry who?
Boa. Larry Horse.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
Terry Boers loved America. He had a great appreciation for classic rock and roll. We would talk about it often. One of my favorite people to talk sports and music with is Paul Ziggy Zerang, who is just an absolute gem of an engineer and a better human, and joins us right now on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Hello, Ziggy. How are you?
My man. How are you?
Oh, dude, you sound good. Unsurprisingly. That's kind of your thing.
You guys are doing a great job with this, man.
We're here talking about Terry Boers, and I love that you wanted to share from your experiences many, many years working with the man.
Yeah, Tanny got me in the mood and asked if I would come on, and I was like, wow, what such an honor. When I heard he passed, I got sad, and then I smiled so much because it was like a flip book of all of our time together. Like you said, music, the guy could talk anything with you. And he just was genuine. He's just a genuine person. And if he said he had time, if he wanted to talk to you, he would talk to you. And really set that time around, even in our busy schedules. And then all the funny stuff, we would do those remotes. I think we've been in every possible place, even from where we did one of the all-day score shows that came to mind, and the guy with the yellow pad, Mr. Murphy,
yes,
came walking in, and we were on, and he threw a tantrum of some sort, and Terry just was relentless in mimicking that. And there's just so many memories, and like I said, I smile. He was just genuine to the crew, the promotions people, everyone,
It's beautiful. Ziggy, so much love for you. You know that. And I love that you felt Terry's excellence the way that you did when you guys got a chance to work together. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, man.
You got it. It's Paul Ziggy Zerang. Dave Miska was an engineer, but was a producer and is a pretty darn good guitar player, and is now standing by over at WBEZ where he works. And Miska, hi, buddy. Nice to have you on today.
Nice to talk to you, Speegs, which was under, better circumstances. And of course, I always got to follow his ring.
Yeah, you do. Your whole life, right?
Oh, it's the ring? No, it's just me.
Well, yeah. What's going on? What's in your head about Terry Boers today, Dave?
It's just I've been listening to all the luminaries, and then me, and then I've just been thinking with Terry, it was all about laughter. Every memory I wanted to say or bring up that was something heartfelt, it was just Terry making me laugh until it hurt. And he just was that guy who just wanted to entertain people and was genuine and true to himself. And he taught me those things too. You can all these things you can talk about. Terry taught me things about gratitude And that's something that we all have to, practice in our lives. And, when I was a new father, things like he would say, hey, did your kid go to bed safe and warm with a full belly? And today's a win. So there's a lot of facets to Terry. But a lot of them were just the laughs, the constant laughter when he was around.
Man, I'm so glad you shared that, Dave, because he had it. You could tell he had that gratitude. He knew how lucky he was to get to do what he did and to live the life he was living, right? You could feel that.
Right. How it was all of us. We were all lucky to do that. There was I can't remember where the remote was, but it was just a day that I was with Boers and Bernstein, and I remember thinking to myself, look around, because, in this business and in life, things don't last forever. And I remember that, and it's something I've taken with me from that show through, the rest of my jobs,
Yeah. Hey, Dave, you were his tech guy. If I remember correctly, he would say, hey, Dave, hey, Miska, fix my thing. Right?
Hey, I need you to come in the basement, buddy, and look at my thing. That was kind of his, it was always his iPad was out of sync with his phone. I pushed a button, buddy. I don't know where it all went. So it was all crazy. Terry, fix my stuff.
You did a damn good job. Thank you, Dave Miska.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, buddy. It's Dave Miska. We move on, remembering Terry Boers. Pretty damn cool to welcome in Terry's former producer who, has gone on to be the voice of the Boston Bruins. He is Chicago's own Judd Sirott, who joins us right now on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Judd!
Speaks. Hey, thanks for having me on. Listen, it was such a treat to get a chance to work with the Baron. I know you and I had traded some texts earlier, but that was always my nickname for him. I don't exactly remember how that whole thing started, but, and I'm sure that you've gotten these stories across, the time that you guys have been doing the show. I think there are certain people in your life, when you see them or when they walk into the room or when you hear their voice, your whole day changes. And that's the power that he had. I think for me, one of my favorite things, so in the morning I would call McNeil, get an idea, okay, what do you want on the show? These are the guests I want. This is the sound I want. This is the content. And so then I would call the Baron, to see if there was anything in particular. And never did he have a guest request. I think maybe once in 3 years he did. But for 20 minutes, he would start carving away, and I was absolutely in tears. It was just so much fun. And then to see him walk in, I don't know if you remember this, when he would walk into the station, especially at the old bunker over on Cicero, he would walk in immediately. He'd start giving it to George, giving it to Henry. Oh, there's the goose. Lead, a lead, a lead, a lead. It was unbelievable.
100%.
He would come in maybe a half hour before the show, sit down, and, listen, he and Dan and Terry, they were terrific for the time that I was there. And then obviously later when he switched partners, like he and Bernstein were terrific. But it was just such a treat to get a chance to work for him and to know him over these many years.
Oh, Judd, it's wonderful stuff. You saw his talent bloom, didn't you? A newspaper man who had that personality but learned how to be a radio guy, too. You got to watch that.
I did. I think, obviously in those first few years, he was starting to learn the medium and learn what it was all about. But one of the things that I think really stood out with a guy like him, in addition to how smart and how funny he was how perceptive he was, and trying to make the adjustment from, as you mentioned, columnist, beat writer to full-time talk show host. And he was able to pull it off so seamlessly. In fact, one of the things that I remember he talked about that still sticks with me, learning or listening is a skill. And I think that he had that in spades. And because of that, he was so perceptive, and that was part of what made him so good, both in print and on the air.
Judd, we know how proud he was of you. You're the best. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, you got it. It's Judd Sirott. Oh, God, unbelievable. The Baron, because Terry's nickname was Baron von Muffhausen. I didn't know that, but it was, to go along with Edward Dickman and, of course, Larry Horse. And joining me now, thank you. Joining me now, that's right, you're a little late, but I appreciate it. Joining me now in studio is a man who worked for and beside and on the shows of Terry Boers from CHGO and our old teammate Adam Hoge. What's up, man?
And this is 100% true. My internet in my house is called Larry Horse and has been since I was working with Terry Boers.
That's the name of your Wi-Fi.
When people come over and they say, "Hey, how do I connect to your Wi-Fi?" I have to tell them it's Larry Horse. Why? I don't have enough time to get into
it. You don't bother to explain.
Yeah.
So, I remember you in a lot of different roles, but did you produce B&B?
So when I started here as a part-time producer, I was producing a lot of different things. The White Sox games, Lawrence's show in the evenings. But the one assignment I would beg Mitch for was every single Friday Boers and Bernstein remote I could do. I would, I didn't care how far it was. I remember we were out in Aurora once, and there were like tornado sirens going off in the middle of the show. And of course, Terry was just making jokes about how, this was going to be the last show ever and all this stuff, like the entire time.
Put a book on your head.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I would have done those remotes for free. I basically was doing them for free, but I would have done them for free. I loved it so much, and just working with that whole crew. Dan, Terry, Maddie, Jason. Some of my most fond days working in this business. But a big reason why I loved working those Friday shows was because that's when you got to see Terry.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't in here every day, and so to get he'd get there a little early. We could talk a little bit before the show, and he was just, as everybody's been saying all day, so kind and caring and supportive. When I decided to leave here, Dan and Terry and Maddie, these are the people I really consulted on what I should do, because they were really the ones that gave me the first opportunity here to talk about the Bears on a regular basis when I started covering the team mainly for the website at The Score. And so I kind of transitioned away from producing to the website, and the opportunity they gave me to be able to come on this massive radio show at such a massive radio station and to put my voice out there. That's really where my Bears voice started. And I'm in debt to all of those guys, but especially Terry for as supportive as he was, kind of helping launch that part of my career.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And it sounds similar to what Jason Goff shared earlier about the encouragement there. And I shared at the top of the show, like I was an intern that he would make fun of and talk to and check in on. But he also said to me, "You're going to be a star. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it's going to be, but there's something about you. You got it." Like, he was encouraging in that way. And because we respected him so much, it mattered.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. And, for me, it started really with the Penn State scandal when that all started, because, we covered that here a lot at the station. And
there was a gravitas and a seriousness. There was the journalist's mind that came out.
And I think, and
as well as the humanity.
I spent a lot of the weekend rereading his book and hearing a lot of people today talk about that journalistic background that Terry had. I think that's part of the reason why we connected so well, because I went to Wisconsin for journalism. I started in journalism and writing's always been a part of my background. So when I was the guy here that was sitting, we were on a different floor, but the studio was basically this same corner. I was just down the hall working at a cubicle, working on these stories and writing, and especially during that scandal, that was when I was like, "Hey, why don't you come down and have a seat and talk to us on the air about some of the things you're learning?" Because back then I was covering more of the college sports, which we didn't do a ton of here. But that kind of opened that door. And then it was like, all right, well, you should probably start covering the Bears since they matter here in this city. And then that's how that kind of continued. So, and I think that journalistic background, but doing it here in the sports radio medium was probably a bit, and probably for Dan Bernstein too, why I think we were able to connect and why I really owe it a lot to them, how much they lifted me up.
Man, and it's amazing because you're a full-blown talk show host these days, man. Like, how long are the shows that you guys do over there? Right?
They can range anywhere between an hour and 2 hours, depending on the day.
So you're not just a beat writer. Like, you're sitting there, you're doing a talk show. Yeah. So you probably, because when that guy got his paws into a story that was funny or entertaining, there was nobody better at keeping it funny and entertaining for a long period of time. Nobody.
And I loved how much that carried on and off the air. You know,
Same dude.
He would just, the days he would be in here, he would immediately stop by and there was always some joke, usually at you, directed at you, but it just made you laugh. It never felt like aggressive in any way, shape, or form. And hearing all these stories, this might sound like a weird thing to say, but this is the most fun I've ever had grieving.
I think that's beautiful. I think he would love that, don't you think?
Just reading his book. I've been on YouTube watching like just endless those videos that listeners have posted throughout the years from Boers and Bernstein. I listened to the one where he went after Matt Rodewald in some random clip.
Well, Rhodey was definitely Terry's comic foil at times, and Rhodey did himself no favors on occasion.
He was stumbling over some update, and Terry turned his mic on. It was like, "Spit it out, you stuttering!" And I don't even think we can get away with the word he said anymore. And just hearing that, I was watching it the other night. It just brought. I laughed so hard
because Rodewald was trying real hard. He was taking it very seriously.
Yeah, and it's just funny, like when listeners send these clips. Like I've been watching a lot of them too, Hoger, and it's like I was in the room when that happened, and I don't remember this happening, and it's entertaining me, and I'm laughing as if it's the first time I'm ever hearing it. You know.
Hey, Jay Zawoski is here with a headset, and you guys both work over there at CHGO. Don't you think, as you hear, and I'm sure you've thought this before, like the collective that the Score was, and hopefully still is, has influenced, your place?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think Dan and Terry specifically have informed a lot of what our generation of media tries to do, right? Because we've seen the ESPNification of a lot of places, like, okay, we're going to fight about this. You're taking this side. You're taking this side. Dan and Terry never did that. It was always whatever they believed, and that's always been my kind of North Star for when I'm on the air. I know Hoge feels the same way. People have been impersonating that show for years. It will never be duplicated.
I wish you told me you were going to say that because I would have taken a counter argument. It would have made it really good.
That would have been great.
Yeah.
2 hours of screaming. Tune in. No, but I always think, when I'm struggling with an angle to take on something, or I'm not sure how I feel about something, I do kind of think of like, how would these guys have handled this situation? I do that all the time.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that because I don't think we've ever once sat down, at least on the shows I've been a part of, whether it's Hogan Johns or CHGO, and said, all right, well, if you're going to have that side, I'm going to take this side. No, it's just let's start talking about it and see where it goes. And I think as long as we have like an outline of a show and some topics, we don't need to script out this whole thing. And if we get totally off topic and we're all of a sudden 15 minutes later, we're not even talking about sports anymore, that's okay too, because it's probably entertaining.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's my thing too. And I always argue, like, we got to get back to sports. Like, no, you don't. If you ask 100 Score diehards, what's your favorite moment from the Score? 0 of them will say that time this sports play was broken down by this guy. It's always something funny. It's always something off track, off topic. It is never a sports moment. It's all the Score moments we talked about with Terry. How many of them had to do with a major sports story?
I do have one though.
Salute.
And I brought this up to Mac yesterday because Mac joined us on our show to remember Terry. The day that they announced that Chicago was not getting the Olympics.
Oh, yeah. You know where I was, by the way, right? Me and Tributosaurus were playing music in Daly Plaza for the party.
Yes.
And we were supposed to play for like 2 more hours, but Chicago was eliminated immediately.
Immediately. They weren't even like really in consideration. And Mac wanted the Olympics so bad. And Dan and Terry were the exact opposite. And they spent that entire transition just making them feel just beating them up over it.
Congratulations, Chicago. You are now the official host city of the 2016 Olympic Games. Way to go, Mayor Daley.
Sweet home, Chicago.
This is Sports Radio 670 The Score, Chicago's sports station.
Imagine how big that year would have been. Cubs win and the Olympics.
Yeah.
You bastards. I wanted it too.
We were ready for it, weren't we? They had everything ready, and it was over in 5 seconds. It was so funny. And Terry loved it, too.
Oh, yes, he did. Oh, my God. Hoger, you're the best, man. I love that he was encouraging and that you felt that human side of him.
Yeah, I mean, we all need whatever we're doing in life, people to believe in us, right? And so to know that, especially people you're working with at the time who Terry never made you feel like he was above you, but you walk into a place and you're young, and these are the people you look up to. These are the people you listen to on a daily basis. So when they believe in you, it makes such a big difference. And Terry was, it just meant, I tweeted this the second I found out Friday night when I was at the Hawks game with my wife. He just meant so much to me. He really did. The emails I was looking back at over the weekend, because we basically just exchanged emails over the years, every once in a while, and we should email each other more, because those stay forever, and you get to go back and read them in moments like this where you want to.
My last correspondence is with Terry. Really, a lot of email.
Yeah. You're right. I'd like to say we should write letters, but I'm not kidding. I would just be kidding myself.
Mitch doesn't need to email anymore, though.
As long as he spells stuff right, that's all that matters. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, guys.
That's Adam Hoge right there. Thank you to Porter Kitchen and Deck, located at 150 North Riverside Plaza here in Chicago. They have provided incredible lunch for us today, and we appreciate them. See the full Porter menu at porterchicago.com. I've been there in person, and the food and takeout form is just outstanding. Mike Mulligan is due next, and I think I can announce this right now as well. 1 hour and 5 minutes from now, Dan Bernstein will be in studio with me, Matt Spiegel, here on The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
Jigs is with us. There was a kindness and a generosity underneath Terry that was there. You knew it, right, Jigs? I'm sure you could have felt that with Terry at the time.
Oh, yeah. Terry had that gruff exterior, but underneath, there was a very caring soul. And I think that people will be stunned to understand the sensitivity that he had to a lot of different issues. He will be dearly missed.
The Score honors an original as we celebrate the life of Terry Boers.
Hello, fitness friend.
Right here on The Score.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! Terry Boers passed away yesterday at 75. Before he retired, 2017, he was making noises. Terry always made noises.
I go 10 ton in nectar. He get in the air and then what? You're Tony Parker and Nick Foley. Also, it's like I think it's like 4.
Dumbass. Stupid ass.
The Cardinals. I'm proud of that. Let me take my pants off. What? Rockford Joe. Please let go of my balls. Okay. I endorse. All right, we're done now. I can go home.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
Most remarkable part of that, unedited. That was one segment, one day. No, it wasn't. Tanny, how many hours and shows did you have to go through for that? Unbelievable.
You'd get about one a day, so you just filed it away for a day like today. Maddie said it was very good, very disrespectful, but very good.
I don't know how that's disrespectful. That dominated the ratings for years and years and years. Oh, man. This is an amazing thing to get to be a part of as we honor Terry Boers. Honoring an original, a Terry Boers celebration of life is what is underway. And proud and pleased to bring in our morning man, the big dog, as we call him around these parts, Mike Mulligan, who covered the Bulls with Terry for the Sun-Times, part of the newspaper to radio crossover guys in the Score's early days. But my goodness, now obviously our morning man. Mully, what's up, man? Thanks for doing this.
Speaks, you guys are doing a fantastic job. Tanny, I don't know how a human can follow those noises. That was fall down hilarious. Just listening to that. Absolutely fantastic. Great stuff.
Did he make noises like that in the press box, in the newsroom?
He did. I think that was just something he did. I don't think that was an act for radio. That was just Terry. He would say different things. He would make those. Terry was such a good newspaper guy. I mean, that's one of the things that I was hoping to talk about because I don't think we get enough of that. He was excellent. I remember I started working at the Sun-Times when I was a freshman in college. So I remember Terry when he first became a beat writer on the Bulls. It was like in the early 80s, and he was fantastic at it. He really was an excellent beat guy, newspaper guy, became a columnist, and then obviously, as you say, he went to radio. So he kind of forged this path that obviously Brian Hanley took, that I took, that David Haw has taken. It's just kind of extraordinary to you feel very fortunate to have had a place to go when the newspapers were really running into trouble.
Mully, when he would talk about newspaper life before, like, especially before Jordan, like covering the Bulls before Jordan, the weird beginnings carried a mythology about it for us as listeners. And I like the Bulls used to practice at Angel Guardian Orphanage.
Yes.
Like he would tell these
Guardian
stories.
Gym.
Tell us.
Yeah. Well, he did. They did. It was on Devon Avenue, and I was in college at the time. Believe it or not, I played soccer in college, and we played our first year at Angel Guardian. So you would be out there, like warming up with getting ready for practice, and you'd see a sports car pull in, and Artis Gilmore would literally get out of the back seat. He removed the front seat, and this guy would like unfold himself and go into practice. It was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. It seemed like the laws of physics didn't work. And Terry would go there to cover the team. That's how they covered the Bulls in those days, such a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I remember, Terry was a really extraordinary guy and a great beat guy, as they said, a great writer. When I first got a professional beat, when I first was given a beat, it's the newspaper guys. We never saw each other. We were all kind of satellites. She would work out of the office. He would be at Angel Guardian. I'd be up at the Berto Center by the time I was covering them up in Deerfield. And you would like be away from the office. You'd be covering games. You'd be calling in. You didn't really interact. But you got to know, you knew all the big names, and I was like a young guy starting out. And I remember having a conversation with Terry where everybody was standing around. They were basically just telling me that, oh, great, you got the Bulls, people are going to lie to you. And they talked about one guy in particular who was going to tell you lies and say all this stuff to you. And I was just kind of, I think I must have looked a little shell-shocked. And Terry came up to me, like everybody kind of dissipated, like everybody's giving you a hard time. It's just part of the game. And Terry comes up to me and he said, all those people, they don't know anybody. They've never met this guy. They're going on reputation. Whatever you do, you give people a chance. And you make sure that you take them as you find them. And if a guy lies to you, you've got to confront him about it, and here's how you do it. Like, he just took me aside and kind of explained a really crucial part to me of doing that job, which is taking people as you find them, not having, preordained feelings towards someone until they give you a reason to feel that way. And I also really learned that you have to take that on head first. You can't let it go. You can't pretend something didn't. You go and you confront the person and talk. I did basically the advice he gave me, which I have used in many parts of my life, quite frankly. And I thought it was great advice. I have used it with young writers when I would go speak at classes and stuff when I was still in the newspaper stuff. I just think it's great advice.
It really is. And there's a beautiful humanity to it,
Yes.
which is, build your own relationships and learn to trust yourself and give people a chance.
Yeah.
That's amazing, because you're making me realize, like, Terry always used to say, well, I got a guy in that organization. I got somebody.
Yes.
And it became a joke eventually. And when Bernsy's here, we can talk about it, because eventually it seemed like, are these guys just inventing the fact that they have guys? Are they just pretending that they have guys? But the truth is, because of the relationship building that you're talking about, Terry did have guys in organizations, didn't he?
And again, he was a beat writer who then became a columnist. So he was covering all these sports. And, you seek out guys. We all want to have a guy.
Yeah.
But people will seek you out. And you will be surprised at some of the people that you will meet along the way. And I think what Terry said was so true to me, because there were guys that other people didn't have a relationship or didn't really like. For whatever reason, you hit it off with them. You end up having some kind of shared moment with a guy and you become friends with him, and it's like a very unlikely source, let's say.
Yeah.
And that's a wonderful thing to have as you're a beat guy.
Mully, as a radio colleague, I'm sure you can relate. He just made this thing look easy some days. Pisses me off, really, sometimes. Right? Like he just, it seemed like he could just roll out of bed and be terrific. It's not that easy, but he made it sound easy, didn't he?
It's extraordinary, Matt. Like when I first met you, you were a producer. And when I first met Lawrence, he was a producer. When I first met so many people, they started out, like that's how you went through the game. And it was the same thing in the newspaper business, where you would start out, I worked preps. I started answering phones on the prep desk working for Taylor Bell. And then eventually you get a job and you're moving into other beats and moving up in the world. But when I would be when you were producing, and I would work with Dan, I worked with Terry a few times, just filling in, the vibe, like the feel good, like the producers loved him. Everybody, Matt Abbatacola, yourself, Jason Goff. It was like there was always like a really good crew and a real kind of brotherhood to the thing. That when you got a chance to peek behind the screen a little bit, it stood out, the vibe of the show. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It was always like a very feel-good type of thing. I forget, man, what were we doing where you played that James Brown Funky People album?
Man. I was producing you one afternoon, and the signal went out, and we had like 30 minutes just sitting around waiting, so I just played some music just to pass the time, and we bonded over it. But
I bought all those albums. Yeah, it was awesome. That was great stuff.
But you're right. He bred that kind of atmosphere.
Yeah.
Because he was so humane with the relationships in the same way that you're talking about. Mike Mulligan, wonderful to talk to you. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt. Great stuff. You're doing a wonderful job. This is a real tribute to him.
I'm glad. That's what it's about. That's Mully right there. Chad Feldman, our sales boss, has entered the fray and entered the studio. Hey, buddy.
You see you.
Got to hit a button to turn your microphone on. We'll take care of that. You're not a radio guy.
He didn't tell me. Is it working now?
No, you're good.
All right.
Your money. Hi, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not a radio guy. I just have to say, echo what Mully just said. The job that you're doing today, it's incredible, and it's been so special to me. I've been here almost 20 years, and it's so special to see Maddie, Jason, Adam Hoge. It's been like a memory lane, and Terry would love this, and he's smiling on everybody on this, and I've had the pleasure of working with a lot of different people in this business in sports, and from a sales perspective and a person perspective. And, the one thing I'll say about Terry beyond the sales stuff, and I'll get to that in a second, Terry would walk the pit as a host. and he would walk around.
The pit is where all the salespeople are in the cubicles.
Correct, yeah. And it Rod Zimmerman, who, by the way, also had a great relationship with Terry.
Rodzilla had a great, I know.
And was one of his champions. Rod would call the Score salespeople a collection of misfit toys, or the island of misfit toys. And Terry loved that. He would walk around and visit with all the toys. And it was really fun seeing it. He was so good to every salesperson, whether you were there for 20 plus years, like Jeff Fritz, legend of Score sales,
yes,
or you were a newcomer who had only been there for 6 months. He would treat everybody with such grace. And that wasn't just salespeople, that was sales assistants. And I think the coolest thing that I observed out on remotes, because Who Needs To, I'll get to that incredible thing that we did. Terry would go out of his way with marketing and promotions. He would go up to all of the marketing people, Jackie Spencer, Ashley Fields, Lisa Gervasio, all these wonderful marketing people we had, and all of the various support staff that they would bring to these remotes. And he would be so gracious. He would buy them food. He would buy them drinks. He would spend time talking with them and learning about them. And that is so incredible. And that is a culture that he set that you follow and everybody else follows today. And he led that culture of treating not just, the programming brotherhood like a brotherhood, but the whole Score family like a brotherhood. And he was the linchpin. He was the champion of that. And
that's lovely. You mentioned the Who Needs To Tavern Tour. That was, I wish we still did that. We're available. Fridays on the road, every Friday for a long time.
10 plus years, 40 remotes, and he was at, I would say, almost all of them, if not all of them. He was at more of them than I was. He was at more than Jeff Fritz, who was the commissioned salesperson.
Yeah.
He was incredible. And, he was out there doing that, and he loved it. He loved being amongst the people. And
Go ahead,
Oh,
Chad.
sorry.
Yeah. I forgot I used a radio button. That's my mistake.
The other thing I would just say...
Do I have a sales button over here?
The other thing
Is he done yet?
I'm almost...
Sorry, go ahead.
One more thing I will just say is one of the best things that Terry and Dan did for years were the David Hochberg reads. And this is the thing that he did for clients. He made them feel special. He made their partnerships with the station and specifically his shows special. And he did so much for them. And the loyalty that they showed, like David did all those years, like Anheuser-Busch did with Who Needs To, that's because of Terry. And there's just one of a kind. And he's on the Mount Everest of legends of sports radio.
Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate
buddy.
it.
Of course. It's good to see you. I think you meant Mount Rushmore, but I totally know what you mean.
Oh, I did.
Yeah,
Mount Rushmore.
He's on.
Not so easy, huh?
That's great.
The thing is, turn off his mic. Hey, but could we go and do his job? Yes, we could. As a matter of fact, we sure could. Let's go to the phone lines now. And welcome another one of my interns. Unbelievable. But this guy has gone on to do amazing, and wonderful things. And a man who produced Boers and Bernstein, among many other roles in the radio business. Our guy, Dan Zampillo, is here. And Dan Zampillo is on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. What's up, Dan?
Am I on your Mount Everest of interns?
You
I'd
are.
love to be there.
You are. Truthfully, I had 3 in a row at one point. It was you, Jeff Dickerson, and Matt Abbatacola. That's pretty good.
That's a good list. I'm definitely 3 on that list for sure. But yeah, that was a good list.
Tell people about your time with Terry Boers, please.
Oh, Terry is literally the reason why I got into radio. Like, him and I were from the same town, Mokina. And when I filled out an application to be an intern at the Score, I didn't tell Terry that I was doing that. And somebody saw I was from Mokina, and they went to Terry, and they're like, Terry, do you know this kid? He wants to be an intern. He's like, yeah, put him on my show. And then that was it. That's how I literally got the internship. So he really got me into the business. I don't know if I would have gotten an internship without him. And so that's kind of what started our relationship. And obviously I knew him growing up and just knew what kind of guy he was. But then to get to work with him was just so amazing. I mean, I think that he made it okay to be weird. And that's what I loved about Terry. Like, he just was the weirdest, and it was so great and so funny. But, you know, most of these sports radio guys, and you know this, Steve, it's like really angry white guys yelling into a microphone.
Yes.
And that was not Terry, and it never was from the very beginning. You know, you can look at guys on FAN, and all due respect, they're WIP in Philly, but Terry was so unique because he wasn't that guy. He was something so different, and that is, to me, what really, and still to this day, stands apart. And I use him as an example when I work with other talent as far as being a dynamic personality. Be funny, be smart, be weird, keep people off balance. Like, you know, you never knew what Terry was going to say or do.
Yeah.
No matter how much you tried to produce the show, it's like sometimes the show would just go in a completely opposite direction. And that was the beauty of it.
Well, we had Jason Benetti on earlier, who spoke to the sensibilities that Terry brought and how it influenced him and a whole generation of content creators. You tell people you're a radio executive, Dan. So, tell people about that and how you use Terry. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I use Terry as that example of, like, you cannot be a one-trick pony, right? Like, a lot of guys come into it and they're like, I'm going to be this way, and, you know, whatever that might be. Maybe I'm an angry guy, super opinionated, and that's fine, but you can't just be that to be successful. And I would use Terry as that example. I'm like, you know, Terry could have very strong opinions about people, of course, but he could also make you laugh and bring up something that was so outrageous and ridiculous and, again, weird, and that it just kind of, like, as you're driving in your car, you never knew how you were going to feel with Terry, right? You're going to laugh, but sometimes you're going to feel excited. Sometimes you may not agree with what he's saying, but he kind of always had your emotions kind of in a bunch. And I loved that about him. And as a producer, it was great because he allowed you the opportunity to kind of pounce on that, right? When he would go a certain direction and you're like, uh-oh, we got to follow Terry down this rabbit hole.
Yep.
Let's all go, right?
Yes.
Everybody goes with him, right? We need to find sound bites. We need to do all these different things that, like, accentuated what Terry was. And I use that for producers, right? I'm like, here's a guy who you never know is coming, so you better be ready to react. And, you know, that's how you get all these funny opens, you know, that things like Tannehill does and stuff like Abbatacola has done in the past that made it so hilarious.
Dan Zampillo, a pleasure. Nice to hear you. Thanks for being a part of this.
Speaks. Thanks so much for letting me be a part of it. And one more thing I just want to say, my condolences to the family, his wife, the kids, especially Joe, who I've known for a long time. Really thinking about them.
Thanks, Dan. It's Dan Zampillo.
Thanks, Matt.
You got it. We move to Rick Camp. Campy, co-host of the I'm Fat podcast and an on-site producer for many a Who Needs To Tavern tour. Hello, Campy.
Hey, Speaks. How are you?
I'm good, man. Tell us about Terry Boers in your life.
Terry was a blast and made me look forward to all those Fridays of having to drive to God knows where and just figure out what was going to happen on a given day, whether the Wi-Fi was going to be stable or not, and how that affected certain other people, Dan, that were going to be on the show that day. You know, it's just like a few of those that stick out to me because I was there for probably like 2 to 3 years, basically, of almost straight of all those Fridays. When for some reason we went to Kankakee, and there was a group of like 4 to 6 women that sat at a table that ended up being right in front of where we were broadcasting from. They hear the show start, they hear Terry do his intro, and they immediately get up and leave with Waters still at their table and just had zero interest. And making that a bit for a segment or two was like just awesome. That type of thing, just never knowing what's going to happen and knowing that Terry and Dan are going to have great reactions to it, and it's going to be something fun. Like with that, or even some of the stuff that never makes it on the air. Like I think we were broadcasting from a Harry Carey's when there was a fire drill at the furry convention.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think we didn't really get the clearance necessarily to do everything they wanted to on the air. With
Wait,
that,
you said
but we
furry. Do I do one
off
for
the
that?
Air had some unreal moments about that.
Campy, you're the best. Thank you, man. And I will forever remember you when I think of Terry as the man who's camping out overnight for Real Urban Barbecue. Thank you, Rick. That's Rick Camp right there. The man laughing is Joe Ostrowski, our score guy through and through. Joe O from the Chicken Dinner podcast. And Joe, you're part of this generation, you and Campy both, who grew up on B&B, essentially.
For sure. And, it's funny. I was just thinking about it. Actually, Terry has impacted my life for, I wanted to say 34, but it's probably closer to 40 years. Because we were a Sun Times household, and I would see him on TV before the score ever happened. And I was one of those day one guys. I still remember January 2nd, 92. My dad comes home, that all sports stations started. And I was about the age that my son is now. That's when I knew, Speaks, what I wanted to do with my life. That was that moment. And, working there after the internship, I interned for the Mike North Show. It's still loosely associated with the score all these years later. And it's funny because he's still impacting me today, not only because this is what we do, but I, like Zampillo, I live in the Mokina area. And last year, my son Jack had Miss Boers as a teacher.
Wow.
And my daughter Emma, the other day, they switched their classes midway through, and she has Miss Boers. And I asked both of them, like, how do you like it? Love Miss Boers. And we know that impact is there from Terry. So it's a beautiful thing, man.
Wow. That is amazing. I didn't realize that. That's his daughter-in-law who's a teacher.
Correct. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And I asked the kids on the baseball team that I coach, like, who is Miss Boers? Raise her hand. What do you think? Love her. Yes. So, you know how that is. I'm sure Rube doesn't love every teacher that he has, but that sort of impact that Terry's made on our lives. And we still remember some of our favorite teachers, and so impacting my kids now.
Thank you so much, Joe. It's great to hear from you, man. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Biggs. Talk soon.
You got it. That is Joe Ostrowski, Joe O right there. There he is. You can see him on Twitch and on the YouTube. He is Baldy McGrindy. He is Brendan McCaffrey. I love that it says Baldy McGrindy, which is a Borsian nickname on your screen. Has it always, or is that just for today?
No, I mean, that's ever since I was an intern in 2008. That was my moniker. That they, I was Johnny Eager, and then Chris Rongey helped come up with Baldy McGrindy. I really appreciate getting the opportunity to join you. It's been great so far. I've listened to as much as possible with a 2-year-old and a 2.5-week-old son that I'm chasing around here. But just a sad day, but also I've laughed more today than I have in a long time. And like everybody, after I heard the news, I rushed to YouTube for all the clips and the old stuff, and been texting a lot of my former coworkers and colleagues. So.
What did you think? What kind of impact did Terry have on your life when you think about it, Brendan?
He's just the ultimate entertainer, the ultimate, the ultimate ball breaker, basically. Like could bust your stones. And I think of a couple things quickly. He once said of me that I couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of 50s. And I've thought about that for almost 20 years. I mean, I was losing my hair at the time, and now my hair is completely gone. I'm lucky that I'm married with a couple of kids. But
he was wrong.
Was absolutely true.
He was wrong, is what you're saying. Yeah,
not necessarily, because I do not have a high body count, as the kids say. And other people have mentioned the Who Needs To Tavern tour. I was also on site for a lot of those Fridays. From like 2008 until 2011. And at the time, I was living at home, and I had a green conversion van that I would take to each remote. And when Terry saw it, he started coming up with this thing on the air that I would kidnap people in the green van. I would tie them up. I would roll them out the back of the van and set them on fire. They could be women, they could be men, they could be children. That's what I was doing in the green van. So he just could break everybody's stones, like bust stones all day. And I know I'm thinking about him.
Thank you.
And all I can think about this lineup We got Chad Feldman, Dan Zampillo, Rick Camp, Joe Ostrowski, and Brendan McCaffrey. I could just hear Terry being like, well, I guess I could go take a nap during this. I mean, who's next, Murph? You know?
No, he's not, for the record. But thank you, Brendan. Appreciate you, buddy. That lineup rolls on. You know what I love about that? Roll them out of the back of the van and set them on fire. That's completely unnecessary detail, but makes it better. Nick Shepkowski, my former producer, longtime score guy, another in the generation of Terry disciples, and a B&B fill-in producer. What do you say, Shep? How are you, buddy?
Oh, my God. B-Mac's so right on that one. Continue murderer's row right here. He hasn't been to me. I mean, it's just one right after the other. But they line up to hear that. Zawoski was so right earlier as well when he mentioned the part of every score fan has a favorite score memory, and that memory has nothing to do with sports whatsoever. I mean, Terry Boers, I guess this might be if someone just, you try to explain him to the general public, like, what's Terry like? Chances are, nobody that doesn't like a Twix bar, right? Like, everyone likes a Twix bar. Terry Boers, the one memory I have that first popped into my head was him going off on air one of the early times listening to him of how he doesn't like Twix, and Twix are disgusting, and how if there's Twix to give out to kids on Halloween, that is the first one to go because he does not want that anywhere near him. And I'm like, that's the epitome of Terry.
I regret this tribute. That is a terrible opinion. That is completely wrong. Shep, he was warm. I know you felt the warmth too, didn't you, underneath the humor?
Well, no doubt about it. I mean, my favorite part probably of working with Terry was where we were in the midday slot there, Speaks, and as everyone knows, I mean, it's not exactly, hidden anymore. Terry would work from home. He was kind of the first work from home guy before that became a thing, and he'd work from home a few days a week. And so once we were wrapping up and we'd finish our show before transition, I'd always have to make sure, check down the line, that Terry was there. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Oh. And Terry, every time, by the way I said, hey, buddy, are you there, buddy? He knew exactly how my day was going. And it would be 5 minutes of getting to talk to Terry, usually uninterrupted, of sometimes it was sports, sometimes it was life, sometimes God knows what it was. And it was great because then you'd see him on Monday when he would come in or Tuesdays when he would come in, and it's like the conversation never stopped. And I just remember the first time working with that show with Boers and Bernstein, I was sent out on remote to a Who Needs Two tavern tour and checking in with Maddie, just being like, Maddie, what do I need to know? What do I need to do? He's like, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't let Terry out of your sight during a break. I'm like, okay, he's exaggerating. What is he talking about? Sure enough, the first break comes. Terry goes, he starts talking to some listener, and the entire day, it's like I was trying to reel in a fish with Terry. I mean, it was like that's what he wanted to do. He was putting on a show, and then he was putting on an extra show during commercial breaks, and I think I think listeners need to know how much they meant to him because that didn't come out of that came out of a place of love from him and warmth.
That's awesome, Shep. Thank you so much. That's Nick Shepkowski. We roll forward with Matt Rodewald, the update anchor antagonist. Just trying to get through an update. Weren't you, Rody? My God.
Speaking, I'm going to borrow a line from Barry Rosner. Why are you calling me? I can't believe anyone called me for this. Can I just say real quickly, it's an honor to be even talking about Terry Boers. And the update thing was awesome and terrifying at the same time, because when you do these updates, you don't know where it's going to go. It's like Bull Durham. I wouldn't dig in if I were you, because you just simply didn't know where the update was going to go. And I was trying to do it seriously. And at first it was uneasy. After a while, you build your confidence. And in my 8 years of doing updates, it took a long time to do that. But I always appreciated the fact that Terry was Terry every single time. And he called me a sputtering bitch on the air. And I'm so thankful that nickname never really stuck. But I took it personally at first because I didn't know any better. But then after the years went on, I understood that's great radio. It's just making, fun out of my lack of confidence and horrible update delivery. And that's okay. After a while, I got better at it, and he received it as well too. And then in the 83 days, I was just playing along for the ride, and it was just such a small part of the. There it is. To be a small part of the show, Tanny's always ready for that. And it was just amazing to see how that show succeeded. I started listening in college like everybody else, 2000, jumping in 670, going back and forth in southern Indiana. I could barely pick it up, but I could pick it up.
Wow.
And I listened to it all the time. And just to be on the show as an update guy was just a dream come true. I'm not kidding. And I always appreciated just being around Terry. I wasn't around him a lot because, as Shep said, he was at home a lot in those home days. But when I did get to see him and I got to do a couple of remotes, like to do updates on site, he was a rock star. And it was just so cool to see everybody interact with him all the time.
Thanks, Matt. It's really nice. Take it from me. Take it from Meat Pants. If it's good radio, maybe the name will stick. That's Matt Rodewald. Hell of a lineup right there. Coming up later this half hour, Chris Rongey and Julie Swieca. Dan Bernstein at the top of the hour. Keep it here on The Score as we honor Terry Boers. You know it's special when it's 4:45 and Mitch Rosen is still in the building. This is impressive. Hi, buddy. Hi, boss.
Hey, Maddie, Tanny, Jay, everybody. What a great tribute to Terry all day today. The feedback from the audience, from Terry's family, coworkers. It's just a special day.
Everybody's been asking about two people.
Bernsey, who will be here live in studio at 5, which we're super excited to hear great Terry stories. And Danny Mac. Danny Mac won't be on today, but I can tell you Danny will be on in the very near future with you. So we're excited for both of those, and I just want to say great job by you, the entire staff, but it's just great to hear all these amazing stories. And like I said, the feedback from the audience has been tremendous, but we're excited to hear from Bernsey, great stories, and Danny Mac in the very near future. Thank you for everything.
Thanks for everything. And thanks again to our friends at Porter Kitchen and Deck. And thank you, Mitch, for facilitating that lunch for everybody. As we're paying tribute to the great Terry Boers. When we are done at 7 o'clock, Chris Rongey will be on these airwaves right here on The Score for 2 hours of his own brand of Rock'em Sock'em Grief. Whatever your brand of grief is, Ranger, you get to show it tonight, buddy.
Dude, I love Rock'em Sock'em Grief.
Right?
And I love being back on the station, but this bastard had to go and die in order for that to happen. That's just not very nice of him, if you ask me.
No, it really isn't. He gave you the business as much as anybody's ever been on the air with, but there was clearly some love there between Terry and you.
You know, I think more than anybody else in my life, maybe I had this weirdo I went to college with who was kind of he loved to make fun of everybody, and you kind of had to learn to take it. But aside from that guy, I would say that Terry and Dan are probably the other two that taught me more than anything that you gotta have a thick skin and take a joke, and it's fine. And in fact, when you're the butt of the joke, it's endearing, and it's actually a lot of fun to be there if you're not completely sensitive about it.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And Terry made himself the butt of the joke. So often he made himself the butt of the joke, and he would laugh at himself as hard as he would laugh at you, and that made it honest, didn't it?
So, I mean, as you know, we would do these updates, or I would do them, or I'd try to get through them, and it always seemed about 4:30. It was always the 4:30 update where Bernstein or Terry would start laughing in the middle of it or breaking in with something, and they would give me a hard time. And those ended up being some of my most fun moments on the station ever, with Tannehill and adding the sound, and Abbatacola, who's in the studio there too. I think working with those four guys, that's about as much fun as I've ever had in broadcasting ever. And Terry is... See, here's the thing, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit tonight, but I heard Abbatacola talking about this. I don't know if it was on his podcast or earlier today. I can't remember, but, he did not grow up listening to The Score. Well, I didn't either. I grew up in St. Louis, and I've got friends from college who were from Chicago who used to talk about this place, 670 The Score, all the time. And I remember the first time I ever heard it was Mike North. It was that Chicago accent. It was that, and I'm like, this guy is great. If that's what Chicago sports radio is, I want in. And then I had a friend from high school who moved up there, and he had moved up there years before I did, and he said, "Have you ever heard of the show Boers and Bernstein?" And I was still in college, and I said no. And he's like, "You've got to listen to it. It's amazing. Like, these guys are so funny. They have this segment called Who You Crappin'. You got to listen to it. It's the best thing." And when I did, that was the talk show. And I had listened to a lot of sports talk before that, but it was Terry and Dan that taught me it doesn't have to be the same old sports talk. And you know what it's hard to describe, but Speaks, you know what I'm talking about. Just the same old, sports talk. And they did it differently. They were smart. They were funny. They were ridiculous, but they could go back to being smart in an instant. And they made you think differently about sports. And anybody who read Terry's, his columns in the Sun-Times, you knew that you were talking about a really brilliant guy who was very good with words, even if the words you are most famously associated with him are by cracky. Just to be able to write the way he did, we're talking about somebody who was exceptionally intelligent. And I think those guys really taught me what sports radio is supposed to be. And I think everybody should not strive to do their show, because you can't be that. And I tell people all the time, people who are not from Chicago or never heard it, I would say, look, it's as good of a sports talk show that I've ever heard and ever will be done, and it can't be replicated. So you can't try to do it. And Terry's personality can't be replicated. There was not really anybody like him. And knowing how much everybody else admired him, and before I even started at that station, before I really, really knew who he was and got to hear him talk, I was already in, And then when I heard their show for the first time, I thought, okay, this is exceptional. And that guy I know could fill a room all by himself. and Terry did that. And I think everybody today, and I've listened to a lot of today, and you've been great, and all of the guests, and Pappy and Maddie and everybody who's jumped in today have basically said that Terry Boers could fill a room, not in space, but, just in personality. And there are very few people in my life ever who've been able to do that.
Yeah, it's the magnitude of the personality that was evident before he became a radio guy and eventually translated on the radio. Chris Rongey, you're the best. You're on 7 to 9 right here on The Score. Going to take some calls tonight as well?
Yeah, we're going to do a Terry Has Died post-game show, so 314-43... Never mind. I better get the phone number right. I'm thinking of the wrong station. I'm thinking about the one I work at now. 312. How about that?
Yep. 644 6767. All right. Well, look forward. I'll be listening on the way home, and I'll be angry at the postgame show as you are wont to get, and you know it.
Can I tell you something real quick before we say goodbye?
Yes, sir.
And I'll probably bring this up again, different audience later. But I don't know what it is when I hear Terry's voice in my head, other than the clips that are on YouTube and the stuff that we've heard today. Maybe Maddie remembers this, but I just hear Terry, and I don't know who he was talking to. I just know it wasn't me. But I remember hearing him say to somebody, "Spit it out, you sputtering bitch." I don't know who it was, but it was definitely on the radio, and I think it was one of our update anchors.
Rodewald. It's Matt Rodewald. 100%. Thank you, Chris Rongey. You're the best. He'll be on at 7 o'clock tonight. We are now going to get a chance to talk to the Score's own. In a moment, we will. One of the Score's very, very own. Coming up in just a few minutes, Dan Bernstein will be here in studio with me, and that's going to be kind of surreal. And during that hour, by the way, Danny Parkins is going to join us and talk about the effect of Terry Boers on his young ears and on the radio business writ large, that's for sure. And here now joining us on The Score is the Score's own Julie Swieca. Hello, Julie. How are you?
Hi. Loving everyone's stories today. What I've been able to listen to has been amazing, and I can't wait to go back and listen to it all later tonight.
Thank you, Julie. Nice to have you a part of this. Thanks so much for being a part of it and making the time.
Can I show you one quick picture on Twitch?
Sure.
All right. So I put this on my Twitter account. I still call it Twitter. It's not X, it's Twitter. But I put this on there. People can go check it out on there. But this, here, see if I can get you a better shot of it. This is me and Terry and Doug Buffone and Jimmy Pearsall at the Score 10th anniversary bash.
Wow.
And I came across it the other day because I was looking for a different picture of me and Terry. And I saw that of me and these three legends. And I was blown away by like how lucky I was to get to work with those guys who made me smile and made me feel like, you know, their niece, their granddaughter, their little sister, whatever. But people can go check out that picture. It makes me smile. And like I said, that's been the best part of today is just everything I've heard just makes me smile. And Terry has to be listening and loving every minute of it. And I hope when he heard me come on with you, he went, Swieca, and grabbed a cigar or something.
I bet he did. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate you.
Anytime, Speegs. Love you guys.
It's Julie Swieca right there. Jimmy Pearsall getting a mention. Who the hell are you? It is, it's quite something. This is how we grieve. This is how the Score grieves. Thank you for being with us. Dan Bernstein is next in studio right here on the Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
Mike North, those transitions, you had to rise up and meet Terry's energy and Terry's comedy, didn't you?
They'd be listening to the show, and the transition would transpire with something that pissed one of them off. And I'd see them after I'd get off the air, and they'd walk into the kitchen after one of our transitions. And there were some brutal ones. That's why people loved them. It was real. It wasn't scripted. We didn't know what they were going to talk about. We had to think on our feet.
Dan Bernstein Unfiltered. Got most of the band back together as we welcome one of the greats of all time, Terry Boers. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. How are you, man? How you guys doing? How you guys doing?
The state of the world. I mean, especially thinking about your grandkids and thinking about the kind of world in which they are going to grow up.
You know, I don't really worry about that too much. I think there's always going to be a certain part of people that I've met over the years that you never want to see again. But there's another part of it that couldn't be nicer to you. That couldn't be better. How much can I trust that my grandkids and their kid, whatever, are going to be okay in 10 years or 15 years or 20 years from now? I can't. I don't know. I think so. This thing is a mess, but I've never seen a mess yet that with the right people, you can clear up and at least start to.
I'm happy to hear you say that. The appealing to the better angels of our nature is still something we can do.
Yeah, I think our nature is still decent. I really do.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on the Score.
Well, this is not how I wanted to see Dan Bernstein again. But I guess what's really true is I'm not sure I wanted to see Dan Bernstein again. Actually, that's not true.
That's the correct answer. That's the right sentiment, particularly on this day. Yes.
Oh, no, you. Dan Bernstein is in studio here at 670 The Score. That's nice to say. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. You look good.
Thanks, buddy. So do you.
Thank you.
And this is quite a thing today. It's you know what it is to have an effect on a populace. And Terry Boers has had a massive effect on a populace, be it Chicago, but it's even bigger than that. It is vast. He's had an effect on a medium, and he's had an effect on a fan base. And there's just so much to discuss in regards to the legacy of the man that, frankly, I'm not sure 7 hours is enough.
No, he'd be miserable about all this talking about him. He would, buddy.
Shut up, buddy.
Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, we got better stuff to talk about. This would make him all incredibly uncomfortable. I know that. But it has been...
I mean, you've been going through it over at 312 with Unfiltered and all that feedback. We've been going through it here with all our feedback. And then, I mean, Steve Rosenblum did an amazing job on Saturday with a live radio show. Every show since has taken calls. We're doing this today. Chris Rongey's going to take 2 hours probably of calls tonight. The outpouring is just unbelievable.
I've said this multiple times. I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but everything sort of remains true.
I don't listen to anything you do, so
nor should you.
Thank you.
The idea of of mourning and grief is obviously nonlinear, and I always am making sure I feel like I'm doing it the right way. And you're supposed to be sad. We are supposed to. This is sad, and the problem is that bastard makes it impossible to be sad in the moment, because every time you think of the damn guy, you're laughing or you're smiling about something every single time. And every time you think, well, what can we do? We can remember him. That we always say, may his memory be a blessing. May his memory be a blessing. And with Terry, his memory is more than just a blessing. That's said generally as something that soaks in over time. That said, where one has moments where one realizes, wow, I'm having a time for memory, and this really is a blessing, or that I can think back and share or remember something and pay something forward that he would do or he would think. With him, the blessing is that you can't stay sad because you immediately start laughing about something stupid.
Yeah.
Or giggling about something stupid. For the past couple of nights, I have spent so much time going through so much of your. When I say you, I'm talking to you, the score listener, the Terry Boers fan, and just going through so much heartfelt. How many stories and how many connections and how many moments of the most mundane details, the tiniest details. So many on the Who Needs To Tavern Tour. So many were like, you're in my town. You're at my bar. And I remember when I went up to Terry and I said this, and Terry told me this. And I don't remember these things. These are a lot of it is a blur. It's been a long, long time. And I laugh all over again. And I'm there in the room, and they're talking about what Terry was saying to Dave Miska and Nick Hefner, and he was ordering his Jack and Coke, and his iPad didn't work, and the smallest things. And I'm giggling there and just laughing. Someone said, I sent this to Tannehill. I took a screenshot of this. I want to make sure I get this exactly right. I don't even know.
I've missed you looking at your phone while we're live on the air.
So I'll paraphrase. This guy says something. It was this beautiful note.
Okay.
Beautiful, emotional note about what Terry meant to him and getting him through difficult times. And then he says something. He says, I know it was tough for Terry near the end, but I'm glad that at least Dr. Rasmussen was there to provide relief and solace. A Dr. Rasmussen reference out of nowhere under a drive. That was Terry would always say, well, don't go to Dr. Rasmussen because he only had one treatment. And that was Dr. Rasmussen's hot beef injection. And if you didn't need the treatment, it didn't matter because that's all the good doctor was going to give to you anyway. I hadn't thought of that in forever.
I mean, it's been at least 10 years since we've heard it, and it's a B-side deep cut reference.
Exactly. And so I'm laughing. It's the middle of the night. Beth is trying to sleep. She goes, would you stop giggling? If you're gonna remember Terry, do it in a different room because you're being loud.
Oh, you have no choice.
Oh, but it's been, and that's just one example. Over and over and over, the smallest things, the little things that he said, and just making people happy or smile or in just something to forget something else or and there were important things too. There were things that people really remember about him. But to me, not surprisingly, it's the throwaway goofy stuff that hits hardest.
That has been the joy for me is all of these people in this community sending stuff to each other. And remembering things. Matt Fishman, who is honoring Terry today by having surgery.
Having all of his bodily fluids replaced by synthetic equivalents.
He's one of two people who couldn't be on the show today because they're having surgery, which is an amazing homage in itself.
That's kind of BS, I think, though. That's no excuse. I don't buy it. I think he should be here.
Fishman told me that he and Terry used to go to Wrigley in the early days, and Terry would walk around going, "Hi, I'm Tom Shaer. Hi, I'm Tom Shaer."
That's why I keep thinking no matter what, it'll be 5 years from now, and you'll be somewhere, and you'll hear somebody in the background, you think say, I'm Edward Dickman. And you're like, wait a second, did I hear that?
Judd Sirott reminded me of Baron von Muffhausen. I forgot that one completely. You know, there's a million of them.
There's, honestly, 70% of it would get anybody canceled. Like the thing is, like, it's that a lot of it was just a walking scandal waiting to happen as far as what you can and can't say on the air.
Yes.
And that's okay because times change and times change for good reason.
I want to say that when you're describing the Who Needs To Tavern Tour memories, and it's 14 years of Friday remotes, right?
We counted them up.
I mean,
the total number of days we were out of the studio doing the show.
I know you at a live event. And you are different than Terry Boers at a live event. And because that guy, all he wanted to do was walk around and talk to people during the breaks and create more moments.
He wouldn't even know we were back on the air. We'd have to drag him back over. What are you? I'm busy. I'm talking to people. I don't have time for you. I'm talking to my guy over here.
I mean, was there anybody ever built for that job more?
Well, that's a great question. Because I know that you sort of asked that rhetorically, but he helped define the job. I think in a lot of ways, Terry's arc helped for a time. It's different now. But I think for a certain kind of writer, beat writer, journalist, columnist, radio guy, we can talk about Terry the comedian. And Terry was a brilliant comic soul.
Had a stand-up comics sensibility for callback.
And an insult comics ability to be able to cut you to ribbons and make you like it.
He was our Don Rickles.
And it was warm, and you knew it came from a good place, and he wouldn't make fun of you if he didn't love you. And it went for everybody he had a bad word for, wherever it was. However, that's only part of it. That's part of his hard wiring that made him great once the red light went on. But the other part was well steeped in news judgment, in understanding the sports zeitgeist of a city, of really knowing today, here's what's important, here's what's worth really having something strong to have an opinion about, and really understanding the inner workings of media and knowing, God, the off-the-air conversation, be like, why did so-and-so write that? He's like, well, I'll tell you why he wrote it, because he's the one who said this, and they're going to own this story, so they're going to downplay it, and you wait. When the Sun-Times publishes, it's going to be a completely different angle on it, so we want to, might want to think about, how if you said that, I don't know if you're going to like being the guy with that opinion, so he had a real sense that belied a lot of the goofy, I'm just the mind like a trap, and it's a trap, and a tremendous understanding of all of that. Then the comic timing, then the goofiness.
So the rhetorical question is exactly what we should be thinking about from the professional perspective. I don't know if anybody was ever built for it. Like the way that they got lucky in choosing him, and the way that he got lucky in being chosen for this particular profession as it was opening up to the world.
There was a generation, though, that shared that, I think. When you talk about guys, they all came out of the NBA. A lot of these guys were NBA beat writers.
Kornheiser, an NBA beat writer?
Well, guys like Dan Barrero, and there Bob Ryan, and there were other big city NBA guys that also became newspaper columnists that then became very successful talk show hosts, if not full-time talk show hosts.
We had Pat Reusse on earlier today, right? I mean, he's part
of my company. He's part of Score North.
All right, and there you go. So, and Terry, he knew all those guys. And I remember
hung out
when
together.
I was producing him, and you were a Bears reporter and Bulls reporter and part-time host of the Score in the 90s. He had a cavalcade of those guys.
Of those dudes. And that's why when I had just come off, when we started in 99, I had just finished up that run with the Bulls and covering those teams. And I was really sort of steeped in some of that NBA stuff.
That's Boers and Bernstein, he's saying, started in 99. Terry had a whole career before that.
Oh, yeah. But that's when our show started. And we really bonded on sort of that understanding of basketball. A lot of it came in around basketball and around it. And this is not the greatest basketball city in the world.
Oh, no. But at that time, At that time, we just lived through like excellence that has never
we
been
didn't even
matched.
understand what we were living through.
We're
Yes.
still sorting through it. But I laughed because you guys would share an arrogance at times, especially about basketball. The basketball re-education camp to which you would send people.
In Quebec.
Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah, give me as much as you can. That's
Yes.
my favorite of the creations. Please, tell me as much as you remember about the basketball re-education camp. Because a caller would be an idiot in basketball terms, and you would send them there with a lot of different details.
Well, we still joke about it. The why do you hate Luol Deng, Bernstein? Well, maybe because you said, or someone said that they wouldn't trade Luol Deng for LeBron James, and at that point I said, well, I don't know if that's when we established the charter for our basketball re-education facility, and we never quite figured out if it was a pleasant learning environment or if it was a medieval dungeon where you were simply forced to adopt our beliefs about basketball. It was more a coercion facility than it was necessarily an educational one. But yeah, this is a smart baseball town. It's a smart football town. Basketball's taken a while, and you still have people saying a lot of stupid basketball things in this town. So that fight's never over. I will tell you that. But it was a lot of and it wasn't necessarily shared opinions. But that I will say,
no, there's just in that moment. That's why I think I enjoyed it so much.
But it's funny that when you talk about you used to call it the freight train of hate and indignation.
Yes.
Where the great thing was that you had Terry. And it was Terry. A lot of the stuff that we'd have fun with and making fun of people.
Well, part of the reason that I called it that was because me and Mac would come here and do middays and lollygag and giggle our way through middays and be like, ha, ha, ha. And then we'd get you guys. At the end of our day, it was so miserable.
And we were just arriving.
Oh, you were just starting and you were a freight train of hate and indignation and somebody was going to get it and we were in your way. We were just in your way and it sucked.
Well, but
we loved it too.
Terry would say something like, well, yeah, buddy, I think the feelings show is done. Let's go in there and light somebody's ass on fire. All right, let's get it. But it wasn't.
But that's perfect.
Terry will also say that at various times it was everyone. It was Maddie and Jason and Scott Shaer and Jay Hood and Zampillo and any number of people that we would say, what do you have? There's microphones in front of you for a reason. Use them. If you can contribute to whatever we were doing, whatever. We didn't call it improv, but there was definitely an improv sensibility in letting people, if you got something good, roll with it. Feed it.
So there definitely was. And you and I have talked a lot about improv, and this is an incredible improv city, and it should not be a surprise that the Score developed so quickly as that kind of sensibility.
Well, it was well managed, too. You had, it might have been accidentally well managed under certain regimes, but there were times where they just knew to get out of the way.
Well, go back.
Let it be.
Because I have a lot of respect for what you guys became as a partnership. But before that, he had an incredible partnership with Dan McNeil.
That's why I fell in love with the Score, because of him. And I really learned how to drive a show because of McNeil.
Well, that's the thing. Mike Greenberg was on today and talked about that show. And I worked on that show and heard that show. And I'm sure there's a lot of our listeners who grew up and loved B&B. But speak to Terry's facility to be a partner in that show and then be a partner with you. That's a remarkable level of professionalism.
Yeah, but you're talking about being the most partnered in the history of the station.
But I was born for it. I'm the youngest of 5. I get along with all my siblings. This is just me in terms of getting along with people. Maybe that was just him, but I wonder how did it feel in those early years when Hood and Fishman are producing you and you guys are finding your way?
I'll tell you why it is. Because what I learned about Terry is Terry has his natural sense, conversationally and comedically, is almost like it's funny that I heard John Paul Jones of Led Zeppelin talking about this in the the documentary that was actually approved by Led Zeppelin, which is good in its own right. But when they talk about when the wives show, they always talk about their wives. I'm like, you realize you're Led Zeppelin, right? I was watching on an airplane and I literally went, oh my God, are you kidding me with this? So John Paul Jones said, I realized all I had to do was find the spaces. He said, we've got a drummer there who's an absolute powerhouse. We've got a front man who is an absolute powerhouse. He said, there's a way to find the spaces and still be more than present. Terry's got this incredible ability. He doesn't have to say much. He can make a couple of silly noises and be what you remember. He can be what you take away. I'm not saying background. I'm saying his understanding of where the spaces are. The spaces around McNeil were a certain shape. The spaces around me would be a certain shape. And he just had a natural ability to feel in those areas in a conversation, in an interview, particularly in an interview. And when it really came out to me was how often we couldn't see each other. Nobody even knew.
It is astonishing the kind of chemistry that you two were able to create not seeing each other.
He was at home most days.
It is astonishing. Believe me, I've worked so much, and in the pandemic we all had to, but so much with partners on Zoom, or we would FaceTime or do anything we could to see each other. You guys didn't have that.
Yeah, but and a lot of that was him. And after a while, you know a person's breathing, and you just know exactly where somebody is in a thought or in an interview when it's time. We didn't need to see each other. That it just became, it was his skill and his lack of ego.
Yeah, you're being modest because the two of you having figured that out. That comfort of that chemistry and that rhythm where you don't step on each other is a big part of your appeal, whether listeners understood it or not.
It's nothing that you work on.
No.
I think it just comes over time.
It's amazing.
But
anyway.
I just think that his lack of an ego and his understanding of partnership and how things can always be better the more you share. And I think I knew when it was time to get out of his way when he'd be on one. But he wanted to be the butt of the joke, too. He wanted to be made fun of.
I was thinking about, and I mentioned this, talked about it with friends in the business, the way that he would self-deprecate in a question. It became rote to hear, like, well, some people say it, maybe sometimes I say it, but who the hell am I?
I wouldn't say. Nobody would hear what I think.
Nobody would listen to me say it. But and the interviewee would be laughing, but he would also be eliciting a much more vulnerable and real level of answer, whether they wanted to or not.
One of the things, Mike, that's been pointed out over the course of today and last night after the game is that you seem resigned to the fate after the game, that there wasn't much fire in you, and you sort of stood up before the media and said, well, this is the way it is. Are you resigned to this fate?
You're the same guy that wrote about me when I did have the fire, that was the wrong thing to do. So who you crapping?
Well, I'm just asking.
Don't crap me now.
No.
I heard through a little birdie whose name rhymes with Jonathan Hood that you guys didn't necessarily want to do that, or that there was a conversation about whether to carry that over or not.
True.
So because it was their bit, it's an old different show's bit.
I felt weird.
I bet.
I used to tune in to listen to it. I used to make sure that I ran out of the Rockford Lightning offices in time to not miss Who You Crappin'.
Yeah. So you felt weird to take it or to carry it forward.
Yeah, but then Ron Gleason kind of was the deciding factor, and he said it was Terry who asked the question. It's Terry's voice. It should be Terry's segment, and McNeil was not happy about it. He wasn't. Mm-hmm. Made that, made it clear. Time that wasn't his choice was to have that live on with him. But I mean, everything's cool. But it was Gleason who said that who was like, well, it was Terry, and that's his bit. We've never really figured out the intellectual property with a lot of our bits.
Oh no, of course not. I get, but like the genius of that bit. I mean, obviously, it begat. Bum of the Week, and For That You Suck, and What's Your Beef, and all of that.
At every radio station, everywhere.
Everywhere across the country. But it had an intellectual defining, it had to be something someone said.
That nobody understood. That was the problem. That you do the same bit for 20 years, and you're at the end of it, and people still didn't understand it. Like, and that actually became perversely, that became really fun.
Oh, I know.
When Terry would get angry because we'd have some regular caller who still didn't get it. And it's like, well, no, that doesn't, that's not what we're doing here, buddy.
But that was part of the charm, though, because you also knew that at some level it was your own fault.
Of course.
Right?
Of course it was.
Or was it just the idiot listener's fault?
No, it's a symbiotic relationship. One begets the other. It's idiot hosts create idiot listeners.
That's it. So that's...
All right, we are looking for a big finish on Who You Crabbing. He's done reading. It is up.
He's done reading.
Because the good ones were all coming in via email. I'm like, Terry, look, you can talk to these idiots, or we can actually read the ones that came from the smart people.
This from Stonecutter. So here's the thing. So he's done reading. That's about as close as he got to. He didn't criticize you on the air very much.
Sure he did.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I don't remember it.
Sure he did.
I don't remember him coming at you very much on the air.
No, well... It just wasn't really the nature of the. It wasn't sort of like a fire and ice hot take. You say this,
Right.
I say this partnership.
But Dan, there's things about you that are very desirable to come after.
They're completely miserable.
Yes, it's just
deserve lampooning.
No, and not even
Yeah.
that. But it's like how you could sit next to you and not come after you. That's part of his egolessness in a lot of ways. Like he didn't enjoy that part of it, I guess.
No, like he would come after if it was funny.
Yeah.
He'd make a joke about something. He wouldn't do it to be mean
or to prove something about himself.
No,
Didn't need to.
He would absolutely do it if it were funny. In service of the bit. If other people would find it funny, he'd do it.
Let's talk about what Terry Boers' North Star was in that way.
Going on Dr. Radio.
Dr. Radio himself, Dan Bernstein, is in the building. Danny Parkins is going to join us in the next half hour as well to talk about the legacy of Terry Boers. We're here until 7 on The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life. Mike Greenberg.
And to be smart and funny is a whole other thing from being silly and funny. Terry could certainly be silly. He could be silly with the best of them. But when I thought he was at his best, when I thought he was as good as anyone I've ever heard anywhere, was when he was being smart and funny. And he could be so insightful and still not lose his humor while he was doing it. He was a brilliant radio talent.
Baseball home run champ Barry Bonds indicted on perjury and obstruction of justice charges.
Yes! God, you made my day, King.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
Terry thrilled at Barry Bonds being indicted.
I forgot that was Brian Peruk. I see him every morning.
You do?
Sure.
We were talking about life as a broadcaster and a podcaster for Dan Bernstein, the latter. You're enjoying it.
This isn't about me.
No, it's not.
Yeah, let's not talk about me.
It's been about me. And I've really enjoyed... No, it's not been about me. It's been a wonderful thing to just listen about Terry. I wanted to ask you, because I assume you know more, but his weird beginnings pre-radio carried a mythology because they didn't seem possible to me.
You read his book. I mean, it's all there.
So say more about that. He wrestled a bear. Is that correct?
Well, Victor the Bear was a little one-off thing, but he did get involved in like low-level minor league professional wrestling.
Okay.
More as a manager than as a wrestler, but he kind of played a character at these things, and that was part of Terry's lore, as well as horse racing.
Yeah, the horse racing. I thought about him today because Hawthorne Racecourse is not doing well.
It hasn't been doing well ever.
I know, but there was another level of
Terry.
not doing well.
It's like eventually it'll be dead, but then it's mostly just sort of not doing well for a while.
Hawthorne Racecourse is having. I gotta think.
I can't be there because she made the appointment and then they canceled the appointment. I don't know. I tried. Maybe you can try, but I don't know. They put me in this thing. They're calling it a portal. I don't know how to use it. The only portal I know is on a boat.
You're right. Like they canceled another week of stuff because there's another lawsuit. But anyway, he loved the horse racing and was steeped in that
Loved
stuff.
the track. Yep.
So anyway, those weird and humble beginnings. I remember. Do you remember when Bernsey saw the house on the front?
Oh, that amazingly tiny little. I still can't believe how the entire family could live in there. It was like the Monty Python bit with the shoebox.
Right. He's like, we lived in a shoebox on the side of the road. You had a whole shoebox?
We ate nothing but gravel.
Yes, exactly.
I couldn't believe how small a house you
I couldn't believe it.
Father, coming down from Deerfield.
Look at it. Look at that. There was an entire family in there.
Yeah, no, it's true. So how did he become so freaking brilliant and worldly? By the time you heard him on the radio,
you know why?
It's remarkable. There is a lot of self-made genius to that man.
Well, it's something that isn't done all that often anymore, alas. It's called reading. He was a great and voluminous, voracious reader, and he worked at knowing stuff. He was curious. Yeah. He had this intellectual curiosity where, I mean, today we've got the entire collective intelligence of the world in our hand.
Yeah.
And if you're curious about something, you can find out more.
Mm-hmm.
And he did. He did. And when you couple that with his journalistic understanding of get the facts right, really know stuff, it's also part of what you were talking about before, about his desire to talk to people. I know he would always say, I don't like people. But he did. Of course he loved people. And all of his travel for work, everything that he did, whether it was flying around with the Bulls, or he always took advantage of being where he was and enjoying where he was, enjoying the friendships he made and experiencing things. Terry was a really good experiencer of stuff. And even as he got older, he and Peach, when they wanted to go travel, there's stuff he wanted to go see things and take a cruise and bother everybody at the bar on the cruise and play this room and play that room. And it was ultimately just his intellect, his curiosity, and then he was able to take in the same information everybody else does, and then it would come out differently because his processor was so unique.
Terry did put it all in the book. You're right, and the book is a great read, and I know a lot of people have gone and reread
back.
it.
Yeah, I the last couple of nights, I went back and just glanced at some things again, because it gives you a little bit of warmth when you hear him in his words, because it's the way it's written sounds like Terry. It was not overly polished or scrubbed or made to sound like something that wasn't in his voice. So it really is his voice.
A friend of mine, one of my poker buddies, had texted a while back because he found the book. And then he was remembering how my friend, was on Fox 32 after the Cubs blew Game 7 of the NLCS, holding a giant Larry Horse sign. He made a giant Larry Horse sign and was on the Fox broadcast behind Dane Placco, who was recording a live thing. And he went the next day. You guys were on remote, and he went and delivered the sign to you. And he said,
"That's your buddy?"
That's my buddy. And he has a videotape that says Larry Horse on it in his collection of videotapes, because he has a shot of that. But yes, this is the level of devotion and absurdity that show fostered.
Larry Horse.
Yeah, a lot of what happened was it was before we called things memes. There was a mimetic aspect to the world that Terry helped build. I have people, and one of the reasons I'm laughing, again, the number of condolence notes or people just wanting to reach out and share memories that reference one or more of Terry's monkeys. Everybody has a thought of individual of these mythical made-up monkeys.
How many did he have?
Well, that's debatable. I think at one point we had the sick monkey, because that is, kiss a sick monkey's wet ass.
Yes.
So that
you can kiss a sick monkey's wet ass. I'll tell you that right now, John. You St. Louis bitch. You silly St. Louis bastard. First of all, I hate everybody from St. Louis. Everybody. From the oldest to the youngest on down from there. I hate them all, including eating you.
And you can kiss my ass and don't spare the crack.
Is that Chris Rongey coming up at 7 o'clock? Is that what he's talking about?
There was the sick monkey, and then one time he accidentally said, you can kiss a wet monkey's sick ass. So that's when we created the wet monkey. Now, and then these are all based on malaprops. There was the sick monkey, the wet monkey, the sink monkey was just the monkey that lived in the sink. Then there was the Sikh monkey. That
he was a religious.
He was a Sikh. Yes, that was the Sikh monkey. And then there was
Terry was very inclusive in that way.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they lived in his basement. There was the filthy monkey. There was the Iranian space monkey that was on assignment. He could not be used. They couldn't send him for anything. He was always on assignment. And then I know I missed. Oh, the Eaton monkey. Because there was a monkey that got eaten by lions.
Teddy is nodding approvingly.
No, he's rolling. Yeah.
No,
I was going to help him with the Iranian space monkey.
No.
But
No, am I missing one?
Yeah.
I know that there's one that maybe didn't get full-fledged monkey status. That was like the featured players on SNL.
Jay Zawalski, do you remember any of Terry's monkeys that you'd like to offer?
I think they've covered all of them.
Okay. I think.
Yeah.
How about Jay Zawalski coming back to be a part of this just because he wanted to?
I just want to see Danny.
I mean,
and you guys to a lesser extent.
Well, like to the reach of Terry, like I'm watching the movie Sunset Boulevard from 1950, and if you remember that movie, yeah, Gloria Swanson, there's a dead monkey in the first few minutes, and I'm like, oh, now that's a sick monkey right there.
It was a sick monkey.
Not anymore.
It never stops, and even the bits that I'm still doing, and members of, was. It originally was Terry, I want to say Styx and members of Styx that started that years ago, and we just sort of we planted that seed and watered it, and that became a thing.
Wow. It's part of the lexicon now. It's almost like Terry is like The Simpsons, where it's just overly quoted. I texted you 3 days before Terry passed, like, who did he say made a rash decision?
That was travel with Terry. And that was just in the airport because he couldn't do it. Quick story. I don't know if this story has been told yet. And if you really want to know like the essence of the creation of Terry Boers, the on-air guy.
Yeah.
And what wasn't taught and what just was natural to him. I ran into, years ago, a guy who I think was working for Duke at the time. He was the associate SID at Duke. And he recognized me from when I was a student. He kind of looked at me, and I introduced myself. And he said, "Oh, you're on the radio. Who you work with?" I said, "Yeah, I work with a former Sun-Times columnist, a guy named Terry Boers." And his eyes got big, and he goes, "You work with Terry Boers?" And I said, "Yeah. How do you know Terry Boers? I only know you from being down in Durham. You're not from Chicago." He said, "No." He said, "I went to Indiana," and he said, "I was a student SID assistant at Indiana." And he said, once a year, when Illinois would play in Bloomington, he said, I learned over time, all the student assistants used to talk and say, that's the night you want to be in the press room, that you want to be the guy putting the game notes out and putting the stacks of paper and the game notes. If you can be in the press room when Terry Boers arrives, don't miss it. Because he said that, first of all, it was Terry driving down to Bloomington to cover Bobby Knight.
Yeah, so
he's already going, right?
Yep.
So this is his opportunity to see Bobby Knight
and stick it to Bobby.
Well, and Lou was his guy, and Lou hated Bobby and the whole thing.
But Bobby took stuff so seriously. Terry would want to bust that balloon.
Well, I got to remember I'm on terrestrial radio at the moment, but it's also that Bobby Knight was a piece of crap, and Terry knew that. Yes, worse. But he said that Terry would arrive, the doors would fly open, and Terry would walk in and have an unkind thought for everybody in that room. All people he knew. Oh, who's over here? I knew I'd see you, you old fart in a rain barrel. What are you doing? Oh, this guy. Oh, you better watch the farm animals when he's around. And he just said it was like the greatest show on earth when Terry would come in and do that.
That is amazing. Yep. That is Dan Bernstein. It has been a wonderful day paying homage to our friend Terry Boers. And from Terry at the beginning of the radio station all the way down through us and through to Danny Parkins, our good friend who joins us now on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. The legacy and the impact of Terry Boers is obvious. Danny, thanks for making time after a day over at FS1. You're on with Speaks and Bernstein talking about Terry Boers, huh? Crazy.
Well, that is an honor. It's great to be included. I've been listening as much as I can all day. And yes, Dan, it is fantastic to hear you on the score. I know it's not about you. Greeny was great. The producers were great. It's just it's been really, really powerful stuff. And yeah, Terry, of course, it's a legacy of a giant. You know, it seems like he was made to do this job, but it wasn't the job that he first started out to do. Like, he was remarkably naturally great at it. And that's not to suggest that he didn't work at it, but like the combination of credentials and journalistic credibility and the ability to be scathing and go after titans like you guys were just talking about with Bob Knight or Penn State or Steve Alford, or like I listened to a clip the other day just absolutely eviscerating Al Michaels for how he like the soap that he wanted and how he wanted to fly on a private plane.
And what did he say? I remember he said something like put him on a private plane and send him somewhere where he cares about the game in front of him or something like that. Right? Something like that. Yeah.
It was just incredible. And just like it's going down like your guys' show, you guys are so lucky that there are 100 B&B clips on YouTube that will live forever. It's just such a glorious, like, you know, Tanny probably has every hour ever done of the show, but like not everyone has that access. It's just been such a gift to all of us Boers fans that we've been able to do this in the last couple of days. And I don't want to make it too much about me at all, but there was a lot of pressure. Not that I was replacing Boers, but like when I got hired at the Score, you know, the story was like Terry Boers is retiring. They hired this kid, Danny Parkins, and then Jason Goff is going to be working with Dan Bernstein. So obviously Goff was like more moving into the chair, but just like seeing my name as a footnote in a story with Boers was wildly intimidating for someone who at 30 had gotten his dream job. And, you know, my relationship with him was not nearly as close as your guys's, but I went back through old emails that him and I had corresponded with, and I listened back to Radiothon segments that we did together or the 30-minute speaks we did with him for Score Stories for the 30th anniversary. And to get his like validation or blessing, and I know he was complimentary and he was very generous with a compliment, but, you know, him writing to me, you know, 2019, hey, Danny, no wonder Danny Mac referred to you as the franchise when we worked together last July. You are a remarkable talent. Keep it going. Like getting a blessing from Terry Boers when I never actually worked with him, it meant a ton. And Speaks, you'll like this one. 2021, an email out of the blue from Terry. Hey, Danny, do me a favor. Give Matt a big hand for me for getting back to the station as your partner. He's a wonderful guy who so deserved the chance again. He was so generous, and he was the best, and his legacy is spectacular.
Thanks for sharing that. You know, it's his encouragement did mean a lot. Like he was so encouraging to me as he was calling me meat pants and making fun of my largesse, but all of it. But he was so clearly.
I think there's an N in large S.
Yeah, but so clearly built for the job. Danny, I mean, I'm just curious from your perspective. I mean, you grew up hearing it and then seeing all of your friends who also have become talk show hosts out there in the world and following the business as you do. People dream of being the personality composite that guy naturally was, don't they?
There's no question. I mean, look, him and Mac doing Heavy Fuel Crew like together, and then Terry staying at the Score, and Mac eventually going up the dial, but bringing a lot of those sensibilities to, you know, Mac, Yurko, and Harry and B&B.
Yep,
being
that's
on
important.
The air being on the air in afternoons, competing against each other at the same time, and having like that show's origin, but as like sensible driving forces of the two shows of a decade and longer in your guys' case. But like I would listen to Howard Stern in the morning and then listen to both shows in the afternoon, flip for commercial breaks. I would, if there was drama and like Mac was punching Harry, I'd be listening to them. But like if there was like a big news story, I was a B&B guy first, because like, and like you guys playing sound drops over press conferences was absolutely like it was my favorite thing about the show. And just all the stupid things that like now I feel silly because like people buy cracky ass hat. He told someone to burn your phone. Like who would burn a phone? Dick Trickle. Dick Trickle. It's a name, not a condition. If they were playing in my backyard, I would close my blinds. Do you know how many times I've thought of that in like 15 years?
Do you know what somebody brought up to me that I had completely forgotten? Somebody mentioned the coach Landon Cox, and Terry said that's a name, not a profession.
Landon Cox. You remember Landon Sonny Cox was on the Old Score.
He was.
And one time he said about John Shaer, I don't care if that kid is black or brown or green or yellow. He can shoot the ball.
Are you sure it wasn't Chris Collins?
I'm pretty sure it was Shaer.
Okay.
But,
I thought it was way before Shaer.
It might have been. Was it Collins, you think?
I think it was.
Okay.
I think it was way before
But
Shaer.
Landon
He also said it too when there was a major being played at Crooked Stick, and he said it's a golf course, not a condition, or something like that.
Well, Dick Pole. I mean, like everybody. Oh man,
it was so great. But to the industry influence speaks, like your favorite segment, Can't Do It.
Yes,
it's like a Bears legend, Mike Singletary, says can't do it. I had in my notes app in my phone for years. That's how big of a nerd I was. When I was hosting in Kansas City, I had a notes app of bits I would do if I ever got a Chicago radio show, and can't do it was on it because I thought about it in the image of Who You Crappin', and just like that it would work because Bears fans would have a connection to Singletary, like Dick and the whole thing. It was so you could argue that if not for guys like Terry, and I heard you mention Kornheiser earlier, like does the show Around the Horn exist? Which lasted for 20 years on ESPN, and the idea of putting sports writers on TV, and I know the sports reporters was a thing, and that was certainly one of the inspirations of it. But the idea that you could bring the journalistic credibility and then mix the columnist chops and the humor, and then do it for 5 hours a day, most writers couldn't do it, but Terry was born with that gift.
And it wasn't just doing it; it was making people not want to miss it. It was making sure that you can get a bunch of old sports writers sitting in a room smoking cigars and all, but to make it compelling and funny in a way that was also accessible. That was also more than just swapping stories and more than just them as they would be in the press room, that there was an understanding of your broadcasting, that there was more that was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a performer, and he was so self-deprecating, and I know you guys have talked about it, but it was just he couldn't. Sometimes it felt like he wouldn't take a compliment, or you'd say you were the soul of the radio station, or in that Score Stories interview speaks, I said you're the most popular host in the history of this radio station, and I think that is just empirically true, because the other people who would be in that conversation had a lot of haters. No listener hated Boers. He was a beloved figure.
Yeah.
And so it was just it was a remarkable ability to do what he did for so long and have that impact on people. And I know everyone is talking about his writing as a newspaperman and then his career as a broadcaster, but I went down the rabbit hole and read his Father's Day columns. They are so good. And being a dad clearly meant so much to him. His relationship with his father, who passed away far too young, clearly had an input on him. The 2015 one about the value of work ethic and the silent lesson that his dad was teaching him on cleaning milk trucks, which he wrote about, obviously. Yep. You're right. It's in the book also, but it was beautiful, a beautiful column. And then I thought this one from 2013, because he was talking about things that he wished he had said with his dad. don't let your own anything get in the way of your relationship with your dad today, or for that matter, any other day. You know how they say that life's too short, right? It really is. And it was beautiful. And, we had 75 years with Terry, and we know it was painful for him at the end, but it's still, life was too short, because one more conversation, you were going to get 10 more laughs with that guy.
Thank you, Danny Parkins. Appreciate you very much.
Yeah, you guys have been doing an amazing job, and it's an honor to be with you guys.
Thanks. That's Danny Parkins right there. It is The Score. We've got an hour more to go. Russ Mitera, who was very close with Terry, and especially, towards the end as well. Ron Gleason and a family member from the Boers family will be with us in the 6 o'clock. You got anywhere to be? Do you mind sticking around with me?
I don't mind if you want me here.
I think we'd all like that. So
yeah, sure.
Don't speak for all of us.
Okay.
I was just going to say, don't present. It's funny that you said that, because when you said Terry didn't have any haters,
yeah,
I remember him saying to me once, he's like, this is great. He goes, you and I can say the same things, but everybody's going to crap all over you, and nobody says anything about me.
100%.
I think that's why he liked it.
You took those arrows lovely. It's Speaks with you and Bernstein here on The Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life. Jason Benetti.
His sense of justice within 10 seconds could be fervent and fiery and crazed that he just calls somebody a dope, and you felt it, and it was real. And then suddenly, 10 seconds later, he'd be self-deprecating or by-cracking his way into a break, and I can hear all of it in my head right now.
Boers and Bernstein, middays from 10 to 2.
Biggest left field butcher I've ever seen since the butcher in the
biggest you've ever seen.
I mean, he makes Carlos Lee look like Yaz.
Well, you've got Moises Alou on that list.
I've watched this guy 4 or 5 times in every game.
You got Manny on that list.
But even Manny's not a complete retard.
Jason Dubois.
He's a very high-paid athlete with a powerful stroke and bat. But boy, is he a suckfest. I believe he's a natural right fielder. He would be my natural DH, is what I would do with him. I can't put a glove on him because he apparently doesn't really want to use it.
Who?
But Suey. Oh, he suck.
Boers and Bernstein, middays 10 to 2 on WSCR, The Score. And thanks for listening to us stream at 670thescore.com. We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
That's pretty awesome that we can go from Russ Mitera to Russ Mitera to Russ Mitera. Different iterations of Russ Mitera, as Russ Mitera joins us right now on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline, and he's on the Zoom, which means he's on the Twitch and he's on the YouTube. And Russ, you're on with Speaks and Dan Bernstein as we are honoring an original, a Terry Boers celebration of life. You've been working on this show for several days here, as you've been working on everything here at The Score. For how long now, Russ?
Good God. I would say this August, it'll be 34 years.
Holy Jesus. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's your Walter Payton number of years.
After makes it extra special.
After a Matsui reference in the last clip.
Hello, fishing friend. How are you?
Yes, my fishing buddy Speaks. If I was you right now, I'd be so emotionally drained. Thank you so much for doing this, and it's been awesome, and it's been such a great remembrance. So great job.
I loved the man. It's real easy when it's not about you. This isn't about me. It's like it's just all I'm doing is helping facilitate stories and recollections of that guy, and he deserves it. And I think a lot of us didn't put it, have it kind of dialed in. Maybe you did, Bernsey, have it dialed in because you had the retirement right next to you. But for me, to listen to everybody and talk to everybody it's just been really, really wonderful, and it continues. Russ, you knew him really well. Tell people about your relationship with Terry Boers. Russ is our production director and has been for a long time.
Yeah, I started, in August of '92, and I was an intern. And back then, I think most of you would agree that that was a little bit of the wild west of radio, and you could get away with being like extra creative, if you will, and we could push the envelope, and I was allowed to do whatever I wanted to back then, and nobody said anything. And I would just, if I thought something would be funny, I would do it, and wouldn't ask anyone. And we'd just put it on a cart, and we'd hand it to a producer, and they'd put it on the air. And one thing I did early on was I kind of took the whole self-deprecating humor thing. Like, I thought that was the route to go, and I was making fun of our show hosts in a lot of the promos. And I remember making fun of the Heavy Fuel crew with something, and Terry comes back to the studio one day, and he's like, "Hey, you know that promo you did?" He's like, "Keep doing that. That's the direction we need to go in." And that was like my carte blanche to keep doing it. Not everybody agreed, but Terry did.
Well, also too, Russ, I think this is something that I understand more now that I'm working with another production director where I am in the other building, Kevin Koski, who's just a sweetheart of a guy. And I met.
He was a pretty good Minnesota Twin as well.
When I first was introduced to him, and I was like, "Oh, this is the Russ Mitera over here." And when I sort of had a quiet moment, I'm like, "Oh, so you're the guy that really knows people." I said, because Russ Mitera is the guy who, because people spend time in a soundproofed room, usually one-on-one with Russ. Russ is part therapist. He's everybody's therapist. People say stuff to Russ because it's usually the end of the day. Yeah. Sometimes you're done working, you go in there and you talk to him. And one thing Kaz was saying, it's like, "Oh yeah, because people always tell me stuff," and that's why you never know when there's something's being recorded in here. You always got to.
It's all on tape.
Yeah, because you got to understand that. But
and there's also an opportunity for gentle humanity.
But Russ and Terry, like Russ, I think you meant a lot to Terry in a lot of those quiet time. You always had your one-on-one time with him when he'd be in there recording stuff for being silly and all that. I just know that you got an opportunity to know him where that door was closed and it's just the two of you. And that's sometimes you just got him in different moments, or with his settings a little bit different. Sometimes you didn't always get Terry when he was setting at a 10. Sometimes it was at a 6, and he could certainly be a little different in those times.
Yeah, it's funny because him and I never talked shop.
Right.
Even when he comes in to record, we would never talk about work. Him and I are both Southwest suburb guys, so we had that in common, and we talk about that. He loved cars. We talk about that kind of stuff. I was thinking back to old Belmont moments. You know how we had that little goofy parking lot that fit 3 cars, and it was where everybody would go to wear their Zubas and smoke cigars. And I remember at one point Terry kind of he was so excited because he finally had this moment where he bought a Corvette, and it was like a cool thing for him. And I remember him telling me that he went down to the factory to pick this up, and there it was. And geez, I think it was pewter colored from what I remember. I might be totally wrong on this, but maybe it was a completely different show host. But from what I remember,
no, Terry's vet. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a big. When we got the Camaro, it was a big deal too. But nothing was like that Dodge Charger. He was always always chasing the relationship he had with that Dodge Charger.
I remember that.
Russ, did Terry struggle at all recording stuff along the way? Because that's an opportunity for you to be helpful and supportive as the health got worse.
No. I mean, he had no troubles. He knew what he had to do, and if if something needed a little reworking, we'd, hey, just give me this one line, I'll pop it in there, and I'll splice it in or whatever. But yeah, no, he was a pro and did not struggle too much, and it was easy for him. He understood, and him and I had been doing it so long.
Yeah,
it was he knew what we were looking for, and he'd come in and he kind of wouldn't pre-read scripts. And just kind of go with it. And then halfway through the script, he might stop and laugh and, start over again. And when he realized what he was actually reading.
Yeah, understood. Hey, so we would get a chance sometimes to go to these dinners that Mitch put together. And it was lovely to be there. I was only at one or two of them, maybe just one of them. But you were there a lot, Russ. And I'm told that you were one of the last of us to see Terry. Is that true?
Yeah. I had lunch with him before he was off to Florida. And we would always do lunch at Fox's Pub in Mokina because, as he would say, it's a home game. So we'd go over there, and he was telling me that he had some kind of new health problem, and his leg was swollen, and and it sounded horrible, and I was a little concerned because I could tell he was concerned, and something felt a little different about that one. It was a little more concerning, and we parted ways, and that was it. And a couple of months later, I emailed him just say, hey, how's it going? And he's like, I'm concerned. And that was the last communication I had with him, and I'm trying to lift him up a little bit, be uplifting, and say, you'll be fine. We'll see you next in the summer when you're back home here. And that was it. So we never did make it to that, but yeah, he will be sorely, sorely missed.
Thank you, Russ. Appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Russ.
You bet. Thanks, guys.
Much love to Russ Mitera. It's heavy, man. It's 75 is a pretty
it's too young.
Good,
it's too young. It's a good life, but it's
too young.
In this day and age, it's too young.
My dad passed away in June at 92, and I really loved the last 17 years of his life. I'm very fortunate. He loved the last 17 years of his life. But I've been thinking a lot about grief these past 6 months and how it comes and goes. And sometimes you laugh, sometimes you cry, and it's just, you don't know exactly how or when it's going to hit you.
And sometimes I find myself being hard on myself. Am I doing it right? Why aren't I more sad? Why should this is unfair. I'm not entitled to be laughing or having all of these good memories. There needs to be some actual grief. There needs to be some reconciliation with the loss. And then you catch yourself, why am I holding myself to this standard? And then you talk to older, wiser people who've been through it and who know better, who say, you have your moments, and they're yours, and it's okay, And it's been a lot. I rarely talk to my therapist when it's not a scheduled time to talk. Mm-hmm. But yesterday it was a lot. I was compelled. I said, look, I need a half hour from you because there's some stuff we got to go through here, and it's hard. It's hard because Terry's family's in Florida. They're not here. It's hard because there's I've been trying to do right by everybody who's sending condolences, everybody's emailing or reaching out on Instagram or wherever it's been, because I don't there's several other places I don't even look anymore for obvious reasons. But some of the DMs from people I know, and going through that and getting back to people, and it takes a lot out of you to do it, but when it's for Terry, and all this stuff is so real, so genuine, and everybody's memories are personal and different and so special that that I have to take a break and say, look, I feel like I'm going through, my God, there's another 10, another 15 coming in of everybody having their, but each one to them is so significant, so personal, so important, and so indelible.
I'm inspired by hearing about the listeners' relationships with him. I really am. It's there's what I've always aspired to and dreamed of is building a community like he built with 2 different shows, which is insane that he was able to do that. Let's talk to a man who put these guys together on the air. Boers and Bernstein put them together back in August of '99, and before that, he was in charge of Boers and McNeil and everybody else among the Score originals. He is the Goose. Your listeners change every 15 minutes. Ron Gleason is with us. He's in retirement. Are you out west, somewhere warm, I'm told? Hello, Ron.
Yeah, 72 degrees, sunshine. It's beautiful. I don't miss the cold. I don't miss the snow, but I miss the Score.
Yeah. Well, here you are on the Score. Ron, did you know that Terry Boers was capable of becoming the talent that he became?
Yes, 100%. So it's interesting how this all kind of began. The genius of the station at the beginning, really back to the spring of 91, Seth Mason, vice president, Diamond Broadcasting, they wanted a station to sell in tandem with WXRT. And he really started by hiring Tom Shaer and Dan McNeil. And then after that, we had conversations. He was talking to people. We talked in the summer. I agreed to join the station as the first program director, and I'd never been a program director before. I was an on-air guy. But I had agreed to join, but not until they got their license. And because of all kinds of legal ramifications, et cetera, they didn't get their license till December. But Seth would reach out to me and say, what do you think of this guy? Listen to this tape. What do you think about this? And, he asked me about Terry Boers one day, and I said, fantastic. I mean, I would listen to him back when he was on the Sports Writers Show on WGN radio, and he was absolutely terrific. And I loved his sound, his energy, his enthusiasm, his said clearly his sense of humor and everything else. What I didn't know as much about Terry was his serious side and how he could take an awful thing that was happening in the world and craft it in a way that every single person could relate to. I'll give you an example. Literally, by the way, my wife also was a big Terry fan, even though she's not a sports fan. And the glass we have from his retirement, like a drinking cup, that's her favorite glass. And she actually said something to me today when we were talking briefly. She said, my favorite Terry moment, I was listening, and Mike Tyson had been accused of sexual misconduct with a woman in a hotel room.
No, it was rape. Yeah.
Well, that was the accusation, right? Rape. And so a caller calls in and said, this was her fault. She put herself in that hotel room. She put herself in that situation. She opened up to the guy, and Terry just put a halt on it, put his hand up basically and said, hey, I don't care if she was stark naked sitting on the bed. If she said no, no means no, and then hung up on the guy. And, that's seriousness. Or the OJ situation when the whole thing was going on and murder accusations. And Terry had a serious side, and he could take that and run with it. And he sounded like an incredible human being. And that, to me, is my strongest memory of Terry. He was hysterical. He was smart, but he was a tremendous human being. And when you're working with a bunch of lunatics in a funny farm like the Score was, in the 90s when the place started with all these type A's, and you get in arguments and disagreements and everything else, Terry wasn't that guy. Nope. Terry was the guy you could talk to, say, hey, I'd like to do something this way, and he would go along and do it. And I loved him. He was terrific.
Especially as... I'm trying to think of a kind word, as volatile as McNeil could be back then. And that was part of why that show worked. But some of the off-the-air stuff where you had rivalries between shows and between personalities that Terry was able to transcend some of that stuff, and especially a lot of this stuff was before I got there, which felt like an eternity, the 2 years or 3 years, whatever it was before I got there. It was about 2.5 years, and it was already lore already, some of the things that happened, but it just sounded like that everybody knew that he was kind of above some of that silliness. He wasn't going to be punching anybody in the hallways. He wasn't going to be worried about, did you take this idea or that was mine, or this guest or that guest. His whole thing was, I'll let him, they'll deal with it. Look at damn it, look at him, he's all angry. and he would make fun of people because he didn't have time for that because it was silly.
Yes. So much of the stuff that went on in the early going was competition between shows. We were competing against other stations that weren't doing sports at the time, but they were doing, male talk, if you will, trying to reach the same demographic we were trying to get to. But the infighting sometimes was crazy. We hired type A personalities, and we did it for a reason, because they're entertaining, they're emotional, and you wanted people to be effusive in praise as well as they would, rip the crap out of individual sports athletes, teams, etc. You wanted all of that. You wanted the emotional end of it. And that was important. But I was a type B manager. And so I would have to deal with all that. It was kind of entertaining sometimes. There'd be screaming matches, right? I mean, I would be screaming at guys after they'd be screaming at me, but Terry was never part of that. Terry was much more down to earth, even though he wasn't really down to earth, right? He was above earth, if you will. He was better than earth, but a really interesting guy, and somebody who was a consummate newspaper guy. And I did get a chance to listen a little bit earlier when Greeny and Hanley were on, and Brian really struck a chord, because there was a point where Terry was going to quit. He didn't want to stay. He was going to stick with newspapers, because newspapers were everything. I mean, they're the future. Newspapers are always going to be here. But radio, this station, I don't know what's going to happen. And it was a scary time. And I remember even Brian said to me at one point, he said, you don't have Terry, you don't have a radio station. And I don't know that I agreed with that 100%, but we knew that Terry was a star, and we really wanted him around. It took a while, but he finally came around and eventually worked full-time. But as a part-timer, it was fun, because he and Brian did what we call the young sports writers on the weekend to make fun of the old sports writers show, and they were fantastic. You could pair Terry with almost anybody, and he'd be great. Even with the Dan Bernstein.
It's amazing that he was able to overcome that.
Yeah,
yes.
Well, it's that's why he's a great, is because he survived somehow all those years.
Real quick, I always tell the story about how when we were standing outside in the back, in the alley back there, around when you basically gave us the news that we were going to be doing a show together, and it was you were going to make it Boers and Bernsey. And I remember that you said, well, it's going to make you more accessible to the listener and all that. And it was Terry. It was Terry who said, no. It's Bernstein. That if he's going to do this show, the name is on it. And I never, ever, 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 ever forgot that.
That's interesting.
It was immensely important. And I understand, not that you were not coming from a good place, but years later, I tried to pay that forward. When it was going to be, we want to make it Dan and Layla, because, and I remembered what Terry did for me, and I remember having some of those conversations and thinking, no, if your name is on that show, your name's on that show.
Ron, you're the best. Go ahead. Sorry, Ron.
I was just going to say the only thought process behind it was the sound of the name of the show. It wasn't about the individual per se. But I remember that, and good conversations. Really, the memories with both of you guys, and where you came from, Dan, originally from Rockford, and Terry coming from newspaper, and yes, but I mean, think about it. Guys coming, it's like Grody, we brought in from Springfield. I mean, people came from all different walks of life and different areas. And you guys I knew you guys would do a great show. I didn't know it was going to last forever.
How would you?
Seemingly forever.
How would anybody?
Yeah, but you guys were terrific together too, and Terry is one of a kind. So congratulations on a great day on the Score.
Thank you, Ron Gleason. A pleasure and an honor to talk to you. That's the guy who was the boss when I got there. Dan Bernstein, thank you for sticking around.
Of course.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
This has been wonderful to have you in studio and to have you on the station.
You're
paying
doing
homage.
me a favor with my grief. And in the absence of, Terry was not a religious guy. He grew up, he nominally went to church, but he wasn't important to him. Didn't mean a whole lot for a long time. So in the absence of some of these religious rituals that for Terry, there's no wake or, and those rituals, while ancient and people can have different relationships with their own religions, they serve a function, and they give us tent poles. They give us things where people come together to say things together, and it gives us a structure to mourning and to grief. And it's been hard for me in part because we haven't had that. And I know you and I have, unfortunately, all too well-worn understanding of some of these rituals. This is the ritual. This is. This is what the Score and what Mitch are doing today, is providing something here that is giving us these ways to work through some things in our own individual ways. And it's appreciated. Even though we can say it's just radio, it's meaningful. It is meaningful, particularly in the absence of other structures, to make this the shared ritual. And it's really, really good.
Hear, hear. We are here until 7 o'clock. It is the Score, and a member of the Boers family will join me before the top of the hour. Chris Rongey afterwards. Lawrence Holmes will be on with Chris Rongey. Was going to be on during this hour, but his flight was delayed in travel. But he will be on with Chris Rongey between 7 and 9 o'clock. So don't go anywhere. This is the Score.
You're listening to Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life.
It's Mike Greenberg.
In closing, if he can, wherever he is, if he can hear me, Boersy, thank you very much for everything, because a lot of the wonderful things I have in my life, I have because I knew you, and I will always remember that, and I'll always appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody, and good sports to you, and welcome to an historic day in Chicago broadcasting history. The Score, Sports Radio 820, WSCR, is the first ever all-sports radio station in Chicago. We'll bring you sports all day, every day, and we hope you'll allow us to take a special place in your life as the best place to turn to for everything that's Chicago sports. The Bulls, the Bears, the Cubs, Sox, and Hawks. If it's happening in sports, we'll report it and talk about it and have a little fun with it too on The Score, Sports Radio 820. The Score is the dream of Dan Lee and Seth Mason of Diamond Communications here in Chicago, and all of us on the Sports Radio 820 team share that dream as well. People like yours truly, Ron Gleason, Dan Jiggetts, Dan McNeil, Mike North, Terry Boers and Brian Hanley, George Ofman, Mike Murphy, and many, many more. We expect to become part of the sports landscape in this terrific town, but we know the Score will have to earn its stripes, and we plan to do just that.
We're back with more of Honoring an Original, a Terry Boers celebration of life on The Score.
Man, it's been a long time since I heard that full version right there from Tom Shaer, the first voice in the history of the radio station, and a dear friend of mine. We will get to that in a matter of moments, to get to Tom in a matter of moments, and we'll hear from a member of the Boers family before the top of the hour. It Speaks here with you, been helped all day by Chris Tannehill, of course, and by Jay Zawoski, who needs to get going. So we want to say goodbye to Jay, because you got to go to your day job now.
My day-night job, yes. Puck drops at 7. Let's go.
Puck drops at 7. Jay Zawoski covers the Blackhawks beautifully for CHGO. Thank you for being here, man.
I've said it a couple times, and I am just honored to be asked to be part of this thing. And Terry was so special to all of us, and I think you're hearing that through the airwaves today, and if everyone has seen it on social media. We're seeing it from texters, hearing it from callers throughout the week. Terry was just, I don't know, I said it on Twitter. The word beloved is used a lot and kind of freely and kind of flippantly now, but Terry was truly beloved. Everybody here loved Terry Boers.
You did.
Yes, of course. And more than just, fun coworker or funny guy in the hallway. I always said that Terry was the heart of the station, and he was. And it just, whatever the mood was, whatever tension there was, he could break it. He, as Shep said earlier, he had an ability to sense your mood and sort of check in with you on things. And Speaks, I would say now, you sort of carry the mantle as the heart here. So wear that with pride, man. Like, for real. I know you take crap for it. I know Owen Kreutz has talked about your Spiegel's Feelings Corner, but hold on to that.
I knew we were getting to Spiegel's Feelings Corner at some point. Here we are.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. And in an industry like this, heart is needed, and it is wanted, and it is desired. So don't run from it. Embrace it. You're never going to be as good as Terry.
I know.
We all know.
Yep. Thanks for
I would say like not even like close.
Okay.
Because I can't be.
Do you want to give me?
I can't be completely sentimental.
You want to give me a detailed PowerPoint? Do you have something ready?
I'm working on it. I'm on my 5th draft. But no, continue that. Do not hide from your feelings. The station needs a heart, and you are the one providing it right now, and it's wonderful. But just awesome to be part of today and to hear all the stories. And man, Russ really got to me. I did not expect to hear the story Russ told about his last conversation with Terry and just how concerned he was. And as someone, I lost my dad in July, and I've always sort of thought Terry and my dad sort of in a similar situation of just ailment after ailment and just the suffering that they've both gone through for so long. And I think I would imagine Terry's family feels some bit of relief along with the sadness for everything he's been through, because I know I did with my dad too. Like, I'm just glad you're not suffering anymore. So rest in peace to Terry, and all my best to the Boers family. And again, thanks to you guys and Tanny and Speaks and Mitch and everybody for welcoming me back. It's like I knew exactly what to do when I sat down here. It's like it's like riding a bike.
I know it.
And I think it's the same chair.
Yeah, and you look good on a bike. It's totally natural.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Love you.
Love you too. Thanks, man.
It's Jay Zawoski right there. We will talk right now to Tom Shaer, the first voice ever heard on the Score, and a dear friend and a man who knew Terry very, very well. Hi, Tom.
Matt, hello, and thank you so much for finding time for me here. I'm glad we coordinated. I'm coming to you from the airport in Hong Kong. My wife and I are on a trip to Asia.
I love that you wanted to make time to make sure to be here and talk about Terry. I know that he was kind to you beyond giving you crap and introducing himself as you when he would go to ballparks and all of those things. I know that you knew his heart, right?
Oh, absolutely. And look, we were two totally different people. You know, he would get on the air and say things and use language and things that I just wouldn't do. But I didn't think he was wrong. We just had a different way. And sometimes we would clash because of that. But at the end of the day, as I told Rosenblum, Steve, the other day, you knew Terry had your back. And he was a very good guy. He would ask how my kids were doing. When I left the Score, he called me at least 3 times. As we went to all these reunion things over the years. The pictures I sent Mitch Rosen recently were from the 20th anniversary and the 30th, 2 different pictures. We would just have great conversations. And, I would reach out to him, and I would never ask specifically about his health. He didn't want to talk about it, and I wouldn't do it. How you doing? I'm just sending, and I picked up from you, Matt, your favorite phrase, good vibes, babe. So I would text Terry or call him and say, I'm just sending some positive vibes your way. And the last time, our most recent exchange, he always would come back with something nice, but this time he said, you'll always be in my heart. And I thought, all right, he's facing some new things, I can just tell. But he wouldn't burden you with that. He just wanted to say something nice to you. Yeah, he was a kind guy, a good guy, funny guy. And I'll tell you, the one thing, I don't know who, I've been in the air flying over the Pacific Ocean, so I don't know who said what on your show today. I'm looking forward to hearing it later. I'm sure everybody was wonderful. But I haven't heard this said about Terry. Terry was a pioneer. A lot of sports writers went to TV, Will McDonough, Jackie McMullen, Mitch Albom, Bob Ryan, people like that. But none of them became Monday through Friday talk show hosts until Terry and Randy Galloway in Dallas and Angelo Cataldi in Philadelphia. The 3 of them became very successful, 25 years or more, talk show hosts, and they all retired on their own terms. Terry embraced the medium. he was one of the pioneers. I think he should get a lot of credit for that from among the the legion of sports writers who wanted to get into broadcasting as the years went on.
That's really good context, Tom. Appreciate you, and really glad we got a chance to talk. And safe travels. Enjoy yourself over there. And thanks for being such a good steward of the origins of the station, the way that you have been for so many years. Appreciate you.
Well, it's my pleasure. It's one of the great achievements that we all share. And I'm glad that Mitch Rosen continues to uphold the tradition, as do you. I think Jay Zawaski hit the nail on the head. And it continues, and I'll do anything I can because Terry did everything he could do. God bless him.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you. That's Tom Shaer right there here on The Score. I want to say a few thank yous before we talk to a member of the Boers family. Thank you to Mitch Rosen for immediately realizing we needed to do something at the family's request and finding a way to do it with the usual care and grace with which he has. Thank you to Ryan Porth for helping to facilitate everything that he helps facilitate. And it's a lot. Russ Mitera for the wonderful production work and his heart of gold, which is felt in everything. Alex Kuhn has been here all day helping, doing anything, and even just now has stepped in for Jay Zawaski as Jay has had to take off. Ray Diaz has been here and working behind the scenes, helping. Tyler Buterbaugh is a terrific part of the Score team. And thank you to all the guests on the show today. You can go back and listen to all of it on the Odyssey app. George Ofman, John Siuntres, Matt Abbatacola, Jason Goff, Mike North, Dan Jiggetts, Patrick Reusse, Mike Lederman, Jason Benetti, Mike Greenberg, Brian Hanley, Judd Sirott, Paul Zerang, Dave Miska, Adam Hoge, Mike Mulligan, Chad Ocho Feldman. He's the one who gets a nickname? Really?
That was Terry's nickname for him.
Dan Zampillo. What was Terry's nickname for him?
Just move on. Just move on to the next
Rick Camp, Joe Ostrowski, Brendan McCaffrey, Nick Shepkowski, Matt Rodewald, Chris Rongey, Julie Swieca Gannon, Dan Bernstein, Danny Parkins, Russ Mitera, Ron Gleason, and Tom Shaer. Chris Tannehill, I know how much you loved Terry Boers and how much you have been thinking about doing him right. And I know how hard you work. And believe me, you have done his legacy proud today.
I hope so. It's been a whirlwind the past few days. It's grieving publicly is not an easy thing. I'm learning. I was certainly doing plenty of it privately, and it's been very helpful to see a lot of my guys here because I love a lot of people that were here today. I love all the people that chose to spend a few minutes of their day today, and I just adored Terry so much. And I wrote a column for The Score. I decided to, copy Speegs and just sort of purge my brain of these thoughts because Saturday morning, Rosenblum asked me to come on and share about Terry, and I was not quite ready at that point. And boy, I'm glad I made that decision and didn't go on because I really, truly wasn't ready, and I still don't think I am. Really. So I decided to get those thoughts out there. So if anyone wants to read those, it's more of my story through the lens of how Terry influenced me over the years and how I'm here today because of him. But this is in a lot of ways the show I hope to never be a part of, to be honest with you. I was privileged enough to be a part of his retirement broadcast and, several years leading up to that. And it's just, I can't believe that we're already at the end of the show today. But I want to thank Rosenblum for helping me on Saturday, helping a lot of us,
yes.
And put him in the Score Hall of Fame for that performance on Saturday.
The Score Sales Hall of Fame, where Jeff Fritz resides.
Exactly. Shout out to Fritzy, by the way.
Yes.
And just shout out to Rosenblum because I was able to listen to that show on Saturday, process my thoughts, still doing a little bit of crying along the way when seeing the back page of the Sun-Times with Terry. Some things make it really real and final, and that's very sad. But there is something that really made me laugh out of Rosenblum's show and will lead us into our next guest here. And let's just hear it.
Let's go to the phone. Josh, welcome to The Score. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm getting through. I'm laughing at things Terry Boers said, so I won't cry about his loss.
I'm his grandson. Josh Boers. I got a good story for you. You guys were talking about how he's the same person on and off the air. So back when me and my brother were like really young, he used to drive around the Dodge Durango with the racing stripes on it, and he didn't like idiots, right?
No.
You said about the air and stuff.
No,
So,
he suffered no fools.
He used to swear at these people on the road. He called them bags and ass hats in front of me and my brother when we were young, and then we'd go repeat that to my parents, and they would not be too happy with him or us.
Isn't that great to have that kind of grandpa? He teach you the language of the street as only Terry can.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Josh, thank you for the call.
Proud father of Josh Boers. One can only imagine. Joe Boers joins us right now, one of Terry Boers' 4 sons. Did your son Josh learn cursing well? Is he good at cursing these days,
He
Joe?
learned, me pants, he learned from the best. So it was, he was texting me during that, and Rosenblum, he did such a wonderful job, and Saturday was emotional. But he texted me and he said, I'm gonna call. And I said, go for it. I didn't think I had to have the talk with him about swearing on the radio. and so, he hangs up and he says, hey, I think they cut me off. I'm like, well, you can't swear. I knew exactly what you were going to say, but you can't swear. And,
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, that was one of the things that we affectionately call him Pops, and everybody calls him Terry or whatever, but we call him Pops here in the family. And that was definitely one of the things that he instilled in his 4 boys, and it got passed down to the grandkids is that aggressive driving. It wasn't anger. It was just get out of my way. I'm going somewhere with more words than what he said. So,
God, it's nice to hear you. It's nice to think about Terry as a dad and a grandpa. What kind of dad and grandpa was Terry?
And it goes back to him, like maybe even second guessing his time to go to the score when he left the Sun Times, and they're getting 0 ratings, and he's like, did I do the right thing? And am I leaving at the right time? Well, he kind of did the same thing with us. Was I a good enough father? Did I provide? Did I do all that? And of course he did, because growing up we had experiences, and I was talking to my brother about this. When he covered the bowls, and I doubt this happens today, those beat writers, I don't know if they get to take their kids to the practices like we went. Wow. And you guys had talked about the old church. They practiced at some dingy church, back in the 80s, and we were there running around, probably annoying everybody. And we didn't know, and honestly, we didn't care, and I don't think he cared either. But, we were there several times, and me and my brother had snowball fights with Dave Corzine, and 1988 when the Bulls host the NBA All-Star game, we're in the tunnel, and those teams must have taken a bus, or I'm not sure how they got there, but we're talking to Warner Saunders, and Jordan walks up and talks to him, and me and my brother are just standing there in awe, and then in comes all the NBA All-Stars walking right past us. So, Magic and Larry Bird and Worthy and Dominique Wilkins, and it's like, holy cow, I'm in another world as like a 10 or 12-year-old,
Wow.
So we grew up with experiences, and I think he must have forgotten that, because we remember it. We were privileged enough to do all that, and he was a great father. I mean, he taught us everything we know. He raised 4 successful boys. He's got 6 grandkids, and he was excellent.
Well, I'm glad to know that. And people say it, but I have an opportunity to ask you: Have you felt over these last few days, and hopefully you felt today, what he has meant to so many people? Joe, I can't stop thinking about the line that one of the callers in Tanny's montage that he made when your pops retired. He said, quote, "I love you. I've never met you, but I love you." I mean, that's the effect that he had on thousands and thousands of people.
Yeah, so I must be an imbecile, because I never realized the impact. I did a little bit, especially when he was getting close to retirement. I never realized the impact that he actually had and the friends that he made and kept. But I realize it now. At the beginning of this, I'm like, there's no way they could fill a show for 7 hours talking about my dad. There's no way, talk about this boob for 7 hours, but I'll be damned. It got done. You know?
We could do a few more. I got to tell you, man.
Chris Rongey is doing a couple more.
In fact, Chris Rongey is doing a couple more. How about 9? Plus Rosenblum's 3.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. Maybe that's where all the haters call up. I don't know. I haven't heard any of those yet.
It's funny. They disappear. They always disappear. But your dad didn't have many, man. I don't think he did. You know why, Joe? He was honest. And honesty and the truth, it's hard to be honest. You hurt people's feelings, and people get pissy when you hurt their feelings sometimes when you're telling them the truth. But the truth is maddening. The truth is funny as hell. And your dad was funny because he told the truth. He made you laugh with the truth. You know what I mean?
He did, yeah. And the detractors and the haters, and you know, that there was very few. It's true.
And it's undeniable. And his truth was undeniable. You couldn't really hate on it because it was just him.
That's very true. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah. I agree.
Hey, man. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for loaning your pops to us all those years. And thank your kids and your nephews and nieces for loaning their grandpa to him. We loved him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you did such a wonderful job at running the train today and sitting in that driver's seat. I mean, I know it's not easy. It's probably a long day for you, but how wonderful was it? Our family thanks you. Tannehill putting those pieces together. I'm not even sure how you can find some of those pieces that were on tapes, probably sitting in the dusty room, but you did it.
Yep.
Probably took a long time, and we appreciate it. My mom, Peach, is so happy with everything that just in the last couple of days with Rosenblum, and yesterday we were listening, and today, I mean, as a family, we really couldn't ask for more.
Joe, please give your mom, Carol, or Peach, as you called her, as Terry would call her, please give her our love and our condolences, all right?
Right, absolutely. And Mitch, we thank him from the bottom of our heart. He has been absolutely fantastic during this whole thing.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
We appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Appreciate it. Man. What a wonderful opportunity this has been for all of us to pay homage to Terry Boers, a great man, great radio man, but a great man above it all. I'm going to try and carry some stuff that I heard today forward through the rest of my life and my career. Folks, don't take everything so damn seriously. He didn't. And it worked out pretty damn well for him. Good night, everybody. Chris Rongey is next here on The Score.
The most pleasing thing that I could leave behind is that people, they listen to this station. I mean, there is a connectivity to this that I never would have dreamed possible, and it is real, it is lasting, it's gone on a long time, kids, and it'll go on for a lot damn longer now.